Preface of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dory Smith. Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. Preface. My dear lads, there are but few words of preface needed to a story that is not historical. The principal part of the tale is laid among the cowboys of the western states of America, a body of men unrivaled in point of hardihood and devotion to work, as well as in reckless courage and wild daring. Texas, which 25 years ago was the great ranching state, is no longer the home of the typical cowboy, but he still exists and flourishes in New Mexico and the northern states and territories. The pictures I have given of their life can be relied upon, and its adventures and dangers are in no degree colored, as I have taken them from the lips of a near relative of my own, who was for some years working as a cowboy in New Mexico. He was an actor in many of the scenes described, and so far from my having heightened or embellished them, I may say that I have given but a small portion of the perilous adventures through which he went, for had I given them in full, it would, I am sure, have seemed to you that the story was too improbable to be true. In treating of cowboy life, indeed, it may well be said that truth is stranger than fiction. Yours sincerely, G.A. Henty. End of preface, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 1 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, An Advertisement. Cedar Gulch was, in 1851, a flourishing camp. There had been some good finds by the first prospectors, and a rush had of course followed. In many cases, first discoveries proved elusive, but it was not so at Cedar Gulch. The ground turned out well, and although no extraordinary finds were made, the average was good all over the bottom, and there were few who were not doing fairly well. The scene was a busy one. Several hundreds of men were hard at work on the flat, which in winter was the bed of a wide stream, but which in summer was a mere thread of water among the rocks, scarce enough for washing purposes. Everywhere were piles of stone and rubbish that had been brought up from the shafts. Men toiled at the windlasses. Others emptied the buckets as they came up into swinging troughs or cradles. Others again kept these supplied with water and swung or rocked them, taking off the large stones that the motion brought to the surface, while the slush and mud ran out at the lower end. Newcomers moved about watching the work with eager eyes, wishing that they had had the luck to get there among the early arrivals and to take up a claim, for every foot of ground far down the valley had already been occupied, and there was now no getting into a claim except by purchasing a share or altogether buying out the present holders. One of the claims that was doing best was held by 3 men who had worked in partnership for the last 2 years, and who had been among the first to arrive at Cedar Gulch. They were known among the others as English Bill, Sim Howlett, and Limping Frank. Sim Howlett was perhaps the leader of the party. He had been one of the earliest gold diggers and was a square, powerfully built man. He was a man of few words, but the words when spoken were forcible. He was by no means quarrelsome, but was one whom few cared to quarrel with, even in a place where serious quarrels were of constant occurrence and where revolvers cracked so often that the sound of a fray excited but little attention. English Bill was a tall, wiry man, hot of temper, but a general favorite. Generous with his money, always ready to lend a helping hand to anyone who was down on his luck, he was also a capital worker and had, in spite of his rough clothes and the use of language as rough as that of his companions, a certain air which told that, like many others in the diggings, he was a gentleman by birth. Why these 2 men should have taken up with Limping Frank as a comrade was a matter of surprise to those who knew them. They were both men in the prime of life, while he was at least 10 years their senior. His hair was already white. His face was that of a student rather than a miner, with a gentle and almost womanly expression. His frame was slight and looked altogether incapable of hard work, and he walked with a distinct limp, the result of a bullet wound in the hip. And yet there were men in the gulch who, having known the trio at other diggings, declared that they would rather quarrel either with English Bill or Sim Howlett than with Limping Frank, and as some of them were desperate fellows and noted pistol shots, their report was quite sufficient to secure respect for a man who otherwise would have been regarded with pity or contempt. Very little of the hard work of the partnership fell upon Frank. He cooked, looked after the shanty, did what washing and mending to the clothes was necessary, and occasionally came down and assisted to work the cradle and sort the stuff. They generally addressed him as doctor. Not that he made any profession of medical knowledge, but he was always ready to give his services in case of sickness, and many a miner had he pulled through fevers which, had it not been for his nursing and care, would have proved fatal. "I can't make out what you mean by saying I had best not quarrel with that little old atomy you call Limping Frank," a big, powerful fellow who had recently arrived at the camp said to one who had been talking over with him the characteristics of several of the miners. "I ain't very particular who I quarrels with, but what on arth can there be in that little chap to make one keep clear of him beats me. Can he shoot?" "You bet," the other replied. "He could put a bullet plumb between your eyes 10 times following, the length of the long saloon up there. There ain't no better shot nor quicker anywhere on the slopes." "But he don't look as if he could speak up for himself," the other said. "No, and he doesn't speak up for himself, though his mates would be ready enough to speak up for him if anyone said anything to him. There is nothing quarrelsome about him. He is always for peace and order. He is a sort of Judge Lynch all to himself. He has cleared out 1 or 2 camps I've been at. When a chap gets too bad for anything and takes to shooting over and above what is usual and right, especially if he draws on quiet sort of chaps and becomes a terror, then Limping Frank comes out. I was down at Dead Man's Gulch when there was a gang of 3 or 4 men who were a terror to the place. They had stretched out 7 or 8 between them, and Texan Jack, as the worst of them was called, one day shot down a young fella who had just come into camp for no reason at all as far as anyone knew. I happened to be in the saloon 5 minutes afterwards when Limping Frank came in. Texan Jack was standing drinking there with 2 of his mates, laughing and jawing. You would scarcely have known that little chap if you had seen him then. He had been nursing a mate of mine only the night before, and as I had been sitting near him, I thought what a gentle sort of face he had, more like a woman's than a man's. But now his eyes were wide open and his lips closed, and there was just a set look in his face that I knew meant mischief, for I had seen him once before when his dander was up, and I put my hand into my back pocket for my pistol, for I knew there was going to be a muss. He stopped in the middle of the room, and he said in a loud, clear voice that made everyone look sharp round, "Texan Jack, murderer and villain, we have borne with you too long. If you are a man, draw." Texan Jack stared with astonishment. "Are you mad, you little fool?" he said. "Draw, or I will shoot you down as you stand," Limping Frank said, and the Texan saw that he meant mischief. Frank had no weapon in his hand, for he was not one to take an advantage. The Texan carried his weapon up his sleeve, but quick as he was with it, Frank was as quick, and the 2 pistols cracked pretty well at the same moment. Frank got a ball in the shoulder, but the Texan fell dead with a bullet in the center of his forehead. His 2 mates drew in a moment, but Frank's revolver cracked twice just as you could count them, and there were just 3 bodies lying dead in a heap. Then he put up his pistol and said in his ordinary quiet voice, "I don't like these things, but we must have peace and order. Will some of you tell the others that they had better get?" And you bet they did get. Limping Frank never said another word about it, but got his arm in a sling, and half an hour afterwards I saw him quietly cooking his mate's dinner while they were both standing by blowing him up for starting out without them to back him. "What did he say?" the newcomer asked. "I heard him say, 'It is no use your going on like that, mates. If you had gone down, he would have got his friends, and then there would have been a general fight, and several would have got hurt. When you have murderers like these, you don't want a fight, you want an execution. And having a sort of natural knack with the pistol, I took it upon myself to be the executioner.' There was another case, although it didn't happen at the camp I was at, in which a woman was murdered by a half-breed Mexican. I did not hear the circumstances, but it was a shocking bad case. She left a child behind her, and her husband, a little German, went clean off his head. Next morning, Limping Frank was missing. All that was known was that he had bought a horse of a man who had come in late the night before and was gone. His 2 mates looked high and low for him, but said at last they guessed he would turn up again. It was well nigh 2 months before he came back. He brought back with him a watch and some trinkets that had been stolen from the murdered woman, and it seemed that he had followed the little fellow right down into New Mexico and had shot him there. The man who told me said he'd never made any small talk about it, but was at work as usual the next morning after he came back. I tell you, I would rather quarrel with Sim Howlett and English Bill together than I would get that little man's dander up. He is a peacemaker, too, he is, and many a quarrel he has smoothed down. At one camp we were in, we made him sort of judge, and when there was a dispute about claims or tools or anything else, we went to him and he decided, and no judge could have gone into the case fairer or given a better judgment. And though, in course, those he decided against were not pleased, they had to put up with it. In the first place, the camp was with him, and in the second, there ain't much use disputing with the judge who can shoot as straight as he can and is ready to do it if necessary. The three partners had finished their day's work and sat down to a meal of tea, steak, and corn cakes that Limping Frank had prepared for them. "We shall have to be moving from here soon," the Englishman said. "Another week and our claim will be worked out. We have not done badly on the whole. The question is, had we better buy up somebody else's claim and go on working here, or make a start for some fresh field?" "I vote for a move," Sam Howlett said. "I don't say the claim hasn't panned out well, but there is no excitement about it. The gold lies regular right through the gravel, and it is almost as bad as working for wages. You can always tell within an ounce or so what there will be when you come to clean up the cradle. I like a bit of excitement. Nothing one day and 8 or 10 ounces the next." "It comes to the same thing in the long run," the Englishman said. "We don't get very much forwarder. Grub costs a lot of money, and then what there is over and above slips through our fingers somehow. The gambling tables take a large share of mine, and your weakness for champagne, Sim, when you break out about once a month, makes a hole in yours. And as to Frank's, he spends half his in getting meat for soups and wines and medicines for his patients." "What is one to do?" Frank said apologetically. "One cannot see people die for want of ordinary necessaries. Besides, Bill, you give away a lot too." "Only my money is not so well spent as yours, Doctor." "Well, no, I don't think it is." "I suppose it comes to the same thing in the end. I don't want to lay by money. What should I do with it if I had it?" "You don't want to lay by money because you are strong and can go on earning it for years yet, and you both know very well that if you had $100,000 you would chuck it all away in 6 months." Sim Howlett laughed aloud. "Perhaps you are right, Doctor," English Bill said, "but if your argument means anything, it means that we are fools for working as hard as we do." "Not at all," the doctor said gently. "You don't earn more than you want, as is shown by the fact that you lay by so little, and that we haven't more than enough dust in our sack to keep us for a month or two if we don't happen to strike it in the next claim we take up. No, I think we earn just enough. If you earned 3 times as much, you would go 3 times as often to that cursed gambling table, and it would be bad for your temper. If Sim earned 3 times as much, he would go on the spree 3 times as often, and it would be bad for his health. If I were to earn 3 times as much, I should have 3 times as many patients to attend to, and I couldn't stand such a strain. So you see, we are just right as we are," and he nodded pleasantly to his 2 comrades. "You are the most perplexing beggar I ever came across, Doctor," the Englishman said, "and I have seen some rum specimens during the 20 years I have been knocking about in the States." The little man nodded as if it had been a compliment. "I know, Bill. That is what I think myself sometimes. There is a tile just a little loose somewhere." "Not at all, not at all," Bill said hotly, while Sim Howlett growled that he would like to hear anyone else say so. "Not off, you know," Frank said, "but just a little loose. I know, dear boys. You see, my machine gets muddled up. It may work right enough sometimes, but the chances are that a cog has got bent or that there is a little twist in a crank, and the thing never works quite even. It just catches, you know, rattles now and then. You may look it all over as much as you like, but you cannot spot where it is. You say it wants grease, but you may pour bucketfuls over it, and it makes no difference. There," and he broke off. "They are at it again up in that saloon." 2 or 3 pistol shots rang out in the evening air. "Things are not going on as they ought to," he went on quietly. "That is another machine that wants regulating. There are more bad men in this camp than there ought to be." "Don't you worry yourself," Bill said hastily. "You cannot expect a mining camp to be a sort of paradise, Doctor, and all the bad men kept outside. Things have been going on pretty smooth of late. It has been quite a peaceful camp." "I don't like the ways of that man Simmons the gambler," the doctor said meditatively, with his head a little on one side. "He is a bad lot," Sim Howlett agreed. "But he is going. I heard tell yesterday that he said he was going down to Frisco at the end of the week, and if he doesn't go, Bill and I will get a dozen other fellows to go with us and tell him that he better get, or the air of this camp is likely to be unhealthy for him." "Well, if that is so, we need not think any more about it," the doctor said. "I dreamt last night I saw him with a bullet mark in the center of his forehead, but perhaps that was a mistake, or the mark will not come at present. It will come sooner or later," he added musingly, "but perhaps not for a good time yet." "Well, well," Sim Hallett broke in, "we are wandering about like green hens lost in a sagebush. We started by talking about whether, when we have worked up our claim, we shall stop here or foot it. If we foot it, where do you propose to go, Sim?" "I heard this morning they are doing well in that new place they call Gold Run. Then again, you know we have always had a fancy for a month's prospecting up at the head of the Yuba. The gold must come from somewhere, though nobody has ever hit the spot yet." "I'm ready to go where you like, Sim," the doctor said. "But as I have often told you before, you miners are altogether wrong in your notions, as anyone can see with half an eye by the fact that, whether you are down here in the bottom of a gulch, or whether you are up on those flats 2,000 feet above us, you always find gravel. Now those flats were once the bed of a great river. That was when the mountains round were tens of thousands of feet higher than they are now. They must have been all that, or there would never be enough water for such a river as that must have been. The river must have rolled on for thousands of years, for the gravel, which you can see in some places is 500 feet thick, is all water-worn. Whether it is big boulders or little stones, it has all been rolled about. Well, in time these mountains were all worn away. There wasn't water then for the big river, and the water from the hills, as you can see them now, began to cut fresh channels, and this Yuba, which is one of them, lies 1,000 feet below the old gravel bed. In some places it has crossed the old bed, and the gold that came down from the former mountains into the gravel has been washed down into these valleys. You will never find, as you all dream of doing, a quartz vein stuck full of gold. There may have been veins like that in the old mountains, but the quartz veins that you find now, and lots of them have been assayed, are all very poor. They've got gold in them, but scarce enough to pay for working even when they get the best machinery. I fancy gold goes off with depth, though why it should I cannot say, and that these quartz veins, which near the surface had big nuggets and were choked full of small stuff, just pettered away to nothing as they went deeper. That is why I think, Sim, that you will find no quartz reefs worth working anywhere now, and why you are less likely to find much pay dirt in the upper gorges, because the water there has not gone through the old gravel fields as it has in its windings lower down. But according to that, doctor, we should find it richest of all if we were to sink in the bed of the river down by the plains." Not at all, Bill. From the point where the Yuba's course leaves the old gravel bed of the big river and makes its own way through the hills down to the plains, it has picked up no more gold. As you know, the big nuggets are generally found pretty high up, as was natural they should be, for as soon as the new river washed them out of the old bed, they would sink down in some convenient hole, and as in the course of ages the Yuba cut down deeper and deeper, they would go down too. Their weight would prevent their rolling far, the light stuff would wash down, moving onwards with the sand and gravel. And so, as you search lower down, you get better surface washings, but find less coarse gold. "I dare say you are right, doctor," Sim Hallett said, yawning. "So we won't go prospecting up in the hills, though some nice little finds have been made up there in spite of what you say. I vote we leave it open until we have cleared up, and then look round. A new rush may be started before a week is over, and if we are ready to move at once, we may manage to take up claims in the thick of it. If one isn't pretty early at a new place, one may just as well stay away altogether. There's the horn. The mail is late tonight. I will go out and see if I can get a hold of a Sacramento paper. One sees all about the new places there. Not that one need swallow all they say, for the lies about what is being got are tremendous. One fellow strikes it rich, and then they put it in that every fellow in the camp is making from 4 to 10 ounces a day. I believe most of these lies come from the storekeepers. Of course, it is to their interest to get up a rush to places where they have set up their stores, and if a newspaper man comes along, they lay it on thick. Well, here goes." And throwing on his wide-awake, Sim Hallett sauntered off. In a quarter of an hour he returned with the newspaper. "Here you are, Bill. You may as well do the reading. I'm out of practice, and the doctor is not to be depended upon, and will miss the very bits we want to know." Taking the paper, the Englishman read the columns devoted to reports from the mining camps. A stranger would have thought from the perusal that every miner on the Pacific slope must have been making a fortune, so brilliant were the accounts of gold that was being obtained in every mining camp. John Wilkins and party obtained at their week's clear-up 304 ounces of gold, including many fine nuggets. Many others have met with almost equal good fortune. The sand on the shoulder is panning out very rich. Such was a sample of the descriptions. The three men were unmoved by them. They knew too well how untrustworthy were the reports. Many were, as has been said, the work of the storekeepers. Others were the invention of miners desirous of disposing of their claims to newcomers and shifting to more promising regions. Little was said of the fabulous prices of provisions, of the fever that decimated some of the camps, of the total abandonment of others. And yet even the miners, although knowing by frequent experience that no dependence could be placed on these reports, were prone to cling to the hope that this time they were correct, and the roads were thronged by parties who, having failed at one camp, were making their way to a distant location of which they had heard brilliant reports, and who were met perhaps on their way by parties coming from that very camp to the one they had just quitted. "It sounds well," the doctor said with a quiet smile when the reading was concluded. "Sounds be blowed," Sim growled. "They're thundering lies. What do they say of this camp? Read it again, Bill." It is difficult to get at the exact state of things at Cedar Gulch. Men who are doing well are always reticent as to their earnings. But there is little doubt that all are doing well, and that while those working in companies are obtaining very large results, the average through the camp is not less than from 2 to 3 ounces a day. "The camp is not doing badly," Sim remarked. "There are mighty few here who ain't earning their grub. I don't believe there is one who is making from 3 to 4 ounces a day, not regular. Of course, if he comes on a pocket or strikes the bedrock, he may earn a good bit over that, 10 times as much perhaps in a day. But take it all round, an ounce, or at most an ounce and a quarter, would be the outside." English Bill nodded. "I should say an ounce at the outside. There are scores who ain't earning half an ounce regular, and there are a few who have to run into debt for their grub. Well, there is nothing very tempting in that lot of notices. We have tried a good many of them in the last 2 years, and at any rate we have got another week before we need make up our minds. I expect it will come again, Bill, to what it has come to a half a dozen times before. Write all the names on a piece of paper, put them into a bag, let the doctor draw one, and go for it. It is as good a plan as another, and the doctor's luck has always pulled us through." Sim and the Englishman stretched themselves upon their blankets and lay there smoking, while Limping Frank squatted down by the side of the solitary candle and began to look at the small portion of the paper devoted to general news. This was soon finished, and then he ran his eye over the advertisements. These principally related to articles in demand by miners: patent rockers and cradles, picks and shovels, revolvers and bowie knives, iron houses for stores, tents, clothing, waterproof boots, and flannel shirts. Then there was a column of town lots in Sacramento, notices of steamers starting for San Francisco, notices of stolen horses, offers of rewards for the capture of notorious criminals, and advertisements for missing friends. "Bill," he said presently. "Hello," said the Englishman with a start. He had just laid his pipe down and was already dozing. "Didn't you once say your name was Tunstall?" "Yes, that's it, though I have pretty well forgotten it. What is it?" "Well, there's an advertisement here that may relate to you." "What is it, say? I haven't been running off with a horse or shooting a sheriff, so I don't know why they are advertising for me." $500 reward. The above sum will be paid by James Campbell, attorney, San Francisco, to any one who will give him information as to the whereabouts of William Tunstall, who was last heard of 4 years ago in California. The said William Tunstall is entitled to property in England under the will of his brother, the late Edgar Tunstall of Burnside, Cumberland." "That's me," the Englishman said, sitting upright and staring at the doctor. "Well, well, so Edgar has gone, poor lad. Well, I am sorry." Sim Howlett had also roused himself at the news. "Well, Bill, I was going to congratulate you," he said, "but that doesn't seem the light you take the news in." "No, I am not thinking of money," the other said. "I could have had that long ago if I had chosen to take it. I was thinking of my brother. It is 20 years since I saw him, and I don't suppose I should have ever seen him again anyway, but it is a shock to know that he is gone. It never was his fault, and I am sorry now I held off so. I never thought of this. It has come to me sometimes that when I got old and past work, I might go back to the old place and end my days there, but I never thought that he would go before me. I am sorry, mates, more sorry than I can say." "How was it, Bill?" the doctor asked. "Don't tell us if you don't like. It is no business of ours. Here in the diggings there are few men who talk of old times. Their eyes are all on the future and what they will do with their wealth when they gain it, but no one asks another as to his past history. The answer might sometimes be a pistol shot. Here we three have been living together for more than 2 years, and not one of us has wanted to know what the others were before we met. It is quite an accident that I know your name. You gave it when you gave evidence as to the murder of that old German that we hung Red Hugh for. It struck me it was an odd name then, but I never thought of it again until I saw it in the paper. And you once said, it was Christmas Day, I remember, you said there was a home for you in England if you liked to go to it." "I will tell you the story," the Englishman said. "I would have told it to you long ago, only there was nothing in it to tell you. It was just what has happened 10,000 times and will happen as often again. My father was one of the largest landowners in Cumberland. I was his eldest son. We never got on well together. He was cold and haughty, a hard landlord, and a despot at home. We should have quarreled earlier than we did, but I was sent to Rugby and often did not even come home for the holidays, for I had a good many friends in those days. I went back when I was 18 and was to have gone to college a month or 2 later. I made a fool of myself, as boys do, and fancied I was in love with one of our tenants' daughters. Some meddling busybody, I always thought it was the parson's wife, for she drove along one evening just as I was saying goodbye to the girl at the stile, told my father about it, and there was a frightful row. For once he got in a passion, and I lost my temper too. It was really a harmless flirtation, I think, and would have died out when I went off to college. However, when my father swore that if I ever spoke to her again he would turn me out of the house, I said he might do as he liked, and that I would marry her when I came of age. He ordered me to leave the house and never see his face again, said that I was no longer his son and might go to the devil, or words to that effect. So, being just as obstinate in my ways as he was in his, I went and never did see him again. Of course, I went first to see the girl. She was frightened out of her life when she heard of what had happened, said that her father would be turned out of his house and all sorts of things, and at any rate she would have nothing more to say to me. So I walked to Liverpool and took my berth in the first sailing ship to the States. My brother Edgar, who was 2 years younger than I, was away at the time. We had always been capital friends. 10 years later, when my father died, he advertised for me, and, the name being an uncommon one, someone pointed it out to me, and I answered. He wrote most affectionately and lamented that our father had died without forgiving me, and had not only cut me entirely out of his will, but had, knowing his affection for me, inserted a clause that should he endeavor to alter the purport of the will, or to hand over by deed or otherwise any part or share of the estates to me, the property should revert at once to a distant relative. Edgar said, however, that he had consulted his lawyers, and they were of opinion that this clause in no way affected his power to dispose of his income drawn from the estate, and that he proposed to share this equally with me. I wrote back that while I was obliged to him for his offer, I should not accept it, for as the property was not entailed, our father had a perfect right to leave it as he liked. He had left it to him, and there was an end of it. We exchanged several letters, but I was just as obstinate as my father had been. I was too busy or too lazy for letter writing. Somehow no one writes letters here, and then one is constantly on the move. Anyhow, I had 1 or 2 letters from him which I never answered. The last was 3 or 4 years ago, and now he is dead, and I suppose has left me some of the property I would not take during his lifetime. Of course, I was a fool, and an obstinate fool, all along, but one never acknowledges this until it is too late. The others made no remark for some time. Well, anyhow, Bill, you ought to go down to Frisco and see this lawyer. I will think it over, the other said, as, after relighting his pipe, he lay back on the blankets again. There is no hurry for a day or 2. No further mention was made of the matter until the claim was cleared up, but that evening Bill returned to the subject. I have thought it over, and I suppose I had better go down to Frisco. I don't think I shall take this money. I should be like a fish out of water in England, and should be miserable there. If I take anything, it will be £1,000 or so. I should sink that in buying a snug little place on the foothills, and I should put somebody on to work it and plant it up with fruit trees or vines or that sort of thing, And then someday, when I get too old for knocking about, I shall settle down there. And I needn't say that my home will also be yours, mates. I shan't be much more than a week away. I shall come back here, and if you hear of anything before I return, leave a line with the storekeeper telling me where you are off to. I have my kit packed, and if I start in half an hour, I shall catch the night coach as it comes along past the top of the gulch." Sim Howlett made no comment, but simply observed, "I expect you will find us here." But just as Bill was starting, the doctor put his hand on his arm and said, "Don't do anything hasty, mate. You see you made rather a mess of your life by putting your foot down before when it seemed there was no occasion for it. There is never any good comes of making up your mind in a hurry when there is no need for it. When you see a man slipping his hand round towards his back trouser pocket, I allow this is not the time for thinking. You have got to act, and to act mighty sharp, too, or you will get a bullet in you before you have drawn. But in a thing of this sort, it makes no difference whether you decide now or 6 months hence. You need only write and say that you are found, and ask for particulars and so on, and when you've got them, you can take your time about giving an answer. Many men before now have refused a good thing and been sorry for it afterwards. Your brother, according to your own account, has acted kindly and well towards you. Why should you refuse what he wished you to have merely because you think that it ought to have come to you in the first place? That is all I have to say, Bill." And he walked slowly back to the tent, while Bill started at a steady pace up the long steep hill from the gulch to the plateau above, along which ran one of the principal roads from Sacramento through the mining district. "We shall miss him, Sim," Limping Frank said as he and his mate lighted their pipes after their meal that evening. "It seems kinder lonely without him after sitting down regularly for 2 years now." "He ain't gone yet," Sim growled, "and I don't think as he is going. What Bill said he will stick to, you bet." "Oh, yes, he means what he says, Sim. Bill has gone away from here with the fixed idea of going down there, writing a letter or two, coming back here, waiting for his money to come over, investing it in a farm, and going on working with us just as before. But, bless you, it is one thing to make up your mind and another to carry it out." "What is to prevent his carrying it out, Doctor?" "Lots of things, Sim. When a man once gets mixed up in a will or in any kind of law business, he ceases to be a free agent." "Ceases to be what, Doctor?" "Well, he ceases to be his own master. Bill thinks he has only got to go into a lawyer's office and say, 'Here I am. I'm the chap mentioned in that advertisement. I dare say my brother has left me a good lot, but I don't want it. Just write and tell them to send me on $5,000. That's all I want out of it. I'm going back to Sacramento tomorrow. When the money comes, pay it into the bank there for me.' Then he thinks that he will have a day's spree at Frisco and come back by steamer next day." "And why shouldn't he? What is to hinder him?" "Well, it won't be like that, Sim, at all. When he goes in and says, 'I am William Tunstall,' the lawyer will say, 'I am heartily glad to see you, sir. Allow me to congratulate you.' And he will shake Bill by the hand, and Bill will say to himself, 'This is just as it should be. 5 minutes will do this job. I will go out and look up 2 or 3 friends who are in from the mines, and we will have a bottle of champagne apiece over this business.' Just as he has thought that over, the lawyer will say to him, 'Of course you are in a position to prove that you are the Mr. Tunstall advertised for?' Bill will say, 'Oh, yes, here are my brother's letters.' Then the lawyer will smile and nod and say, 'Most satisfactory.' And then he will add, 'Of course you are in a position to prove that you are the person to whom these letters were sent?' Of course, I don't doubt it for a moment, but letters do get lost, you know, and fall into other people's hands. In a matter of this kind, we must proceed in a legal and business way.' Then Bill will say, 'Of course I can prove that. There is Sim Howlett and Frank Bennett, my mates. They know I am Bill Tunstall.' 'They knew you before you came out here, I suppose?' 'Oh, no, but they have known me for 2 years.' 'Known you as William Tunstall?' 'Yes, of course,' Bill will say, beginning to get riled. Then the lawyer will point out to him that we can only say that he called himself Will Tunstall, and that as the last of these letters he has got is dated earlier than that, it comes to the fact that there is only his word to go upon, and that the law requires very much stronger proofs of identity than this. Then Bill will get mad and will say the money can go to the deuce, and that he shan't trouble any more about it." "What then, Doctor?" Sim Howlett asked as his companion stopped. "Ah, well, that I cannot say. He may come straight off without doing anything more, or the lawyer may get him to talk it over. As to that I cannot say, but you may be quite sure that if Bill is to touch a penny of the money left to him, he will have to go back to England to prove who he is, and it is like enough he may not succeed when he gets there. By what he says, he was only at home just occasionally during his school holidays. He was little more than a boy when he left, and after 20 years knocking about on the plains, and here it is like enough he may not be able to find a soul to recognize him. End of Chapter 1, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 2 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Terrible News. William Tunstall returned to Cedar Gulch the very day upon which his mates began to expect him. Having finished up the work in their claim on the previous day, they strolled up the hill to meet the coach on the chance of his coming. "Well, mate, how goes it?" Sim Howlett asked. "Well, it doesn't go at all, Sim." "How's that?" "Well, the lawyer was civil and all that, but if I had let him, he would have made me believe that I was not Will Tunstall at all. I showed him my brother's letters, which ought to have satisfied anyone, and he hinted that these might have come into my possession anyhow, that Tunstall might be dead, or that his kit, with these letters in it, might have been stolen." "That is the very thing the doctor said he would be after," Sim Howlett exclaimed in great admiration at the latter's perspicacity. "I suppose he didn't say he thought so, Bill?" the doctor asked. "No, he knew better than that, Doctor. He kept on saying he was quite satisfied, but that other people wouldn't be satisfied. Then he asked about references. Who could I refer to? Could I refer to anyone who had known me as William Tunstall before the date of these letters? I said that I had been knocking about on the plains and doing trapping and Indian fighting for years, and that I was known as English Bill, and that I did not suppose there were half a dozen fellows ever did know my name, and that for aught I knew, they had all been scalped, shot, or hung long ago. He said in that case I should have to go to England to prove my claim. I said I would see the claim at the bottom of the sea first, and then I left him. I met some fellows and made a night of it, but in the morning the lawyer turned up at the hotel just as I had finished breakfast. I had told him the hotel where I was staying. He said it was no use being hasty. I said I wasn't hasty, and we were near having a row again. Then he said that he had only had instructions to find me and did not know how much was left me under the will, or anything about it, except what he had put in the advertisement. At any rate, he would write to the people who had instructed him in England and tell them that a gentleman representing himself to be William Tunstall had called, and that he possessed letters from the late Mr. Edgar Tunstall. That in the present state of affairs I declined to make the voyage to England for the purpose of proving my identity, but that he had my address and could communicate further with me upon receiving instructions from them. I told him to say that I didn't want the money and was not going to put myself out one way or the other about it. He listened and shook his head, just the way the doctor does when he don't agree with you. Then he remarked that he would not do anything rash if he were in my place. I told him it was no odds to me whether he would or would not, and as I had just time to catch the steamer, I wasn't going to waste any more time jawing over it. So off I came, and here I am. Well, what is doing here? Has there been any fresh rush? Nary one. The doctor and I think we cannot do better than stay here. I was talking with Halkett and his partners this afternoon. They don't get on well together. Halkett said they would sell out if they could get a fair price. They are getting out about 6 ounces a day. No great thing, but they are only halfway down at present. It is in 4 shares, for 2 of the gang are on day wages. Of course, I said that it wasn't much of a thing to buy, as they were only getting an ounce apiece, and besides, the shaft is badly timbered. Still, if they would say what they wanted for it, we would talk it over with you when you got back. Halkett was evidently anxious to sell, and said they would take 100 ounces for it right out. Of course, I said that was too much, but I think it is a bargain, so does the doctor. They've got through the worst half, and there is the best behind. It don't always turn out rich on the bedrock here. It didn't with us. Still, there is the chance of it, and if it only keeps as it is now, and we take on a couple of men to work with us, we should, after paying them and keeping ourselves, be making 3 ounces a day anyhow, and it will take us a couple of months to get to the bottom, and perhaps more. How do we stand after the clear-up, Doctor? For Frank was the treasurer of the party. We got 20 ounces at the last clear-up, and we had 89 before, so if we give him his price, we should have 9 ounces left. It will take $50 or $60, Sim Howlett said, to make that shaft safe. Halkett is the only one of the lot that knows anything about that, and it has been done in a very slovenly style. I shouldn't like to work down there until we have strengthened it all the way down. I told Halkett the other day that if he didn't mind, it would be caving in. I think that is partly why they are selling. Well, I think we couldn't do better than take it, Sim, but you must get them to knock a few ounces off. Otherwise, we shan't have enough to repair the shaft, and from what you say, we must do that before we go to work on the bottom. Let us go and make a bargain at once. That will never do, Bill, Sim Hallett said. That would look as if we had made up our mind to take it, and they wouldn't come down an ounce. No, we will have our meal and wait an hour or two. Then I will stroll round to Halkett's tent and say that as we calculate it would cost a heap of money to make the shaft safe, we do not see our way to it, though we might otherwise have taken to the job. Then you will see tomorrow morning, when they knock off for breakfast, Halkett will come round here and make some proposal. So indeed it turned out. Soon after breakfast, Halkett came to the tent door. Look here, boys, he said. I want to get out of this lot. The men I'm working with ain't worth shucks. The three of them don't do a fair man's work, and I'm sick of it. But I have been talking to them, and they won't take less than 25 ounces a share, and they have been talking to some men who have pretty well made up their minds to give it. If I had the dust, I would buy the others out, but I haven't. If you will buy the other three out at their terms, I will keep my share and work partners with you. I've got enough dust to pay my share of retimbering the shaft. What do you say? The doctor had gone off to take some broth to two of his patients. The other two looked at each other, and then Sim Hallett said, Well, this is how it stands, Halkett. My mate here and I would have no objection to work with you, but it is this way. We and the doctor have chummed together and have never taken anyone else in with us, partly because we are quite content as it is, and partly because the doctor can't do his share of the work. He hasn't got it in him. We don't want to go away from here now, and we have dust enough to buy your three partners out. I suppose we should want to work 4 at the shaft. I don't know what you have been working 6 for, except that 3 of your lot are of no use. That is about it, Halkett said. So you see, we should have to take on a man to do the doctor's work. Well, you would have to do that if you worked it yourselves. So we should, Sim Hallett assented. What do you say, Bill? Halkett's proposal seems a fair one, Sim. It seems to me we can't do better than accept it. We must consult the doctor, Halkett. He is sure to agree, but we should not like to do it without speaking to him. That would not be fair. But you may consider it a bargain. Very well. I will go back and tell them I have made the agreement with you. Then I will come back and bring you 15 ounces of dust, which is all I have got. I don't want them to know that I am going to stop in it. If I do, like enough, they will cut up rusty, so I want you to make it up and hand the 100 ounces over clear. Then they will hand me my share, and I can give you the other 10 ounces. They will leave the camp as soon as they get their money. Somebody has been blowing to them about a find he has made prospecting among the hills, and I fancy they mean going off with him, and it would be no use letting on that I'm going to stop in the partnership until they have gone. They are just the sort of fellows to think that I have been somehow besting them, and if they said so, there would be trouble, and I don't want to do any of them harm. The doctor on his return fell in, as a matter of course, with his mate's arrangement. At dinner time, Halkett and his partners came in, and the dust was weighed out and handed over to them. Sim Hallett and Tunstall spent the afternoon in making a careful examination of the shaft and in deciding upon the best plan for strengthening it. Halkett's former partners left a couple of hours after they got the money, and on the following morning the new proprietors of the claim set to work. The first step was to make an arrangement with a man who had horses to haul timber from a little sawmill that had been erected 2 miles away. And as soon as this began to arrive, the work of strengthening the shaft was set about. It took the 3 men and another whom they had taken on at daily pay a week, and at the end of that time it was pronounced safe against any pressure it was likely to have to bear. The advertisement in the Sacramento paper had been noticed by others than by those for whom it was intended, and there happened to be among the miners who had worked at various times in the same diggings with William Tunstall another who had been on the jury when he had mentioned his name. He did not, however, notice the advertisement until a day or 2 after the newspaper had arrived in camp. There, he said to some mates who were sitting round the fire, that is just like my luck. There is $500 slipped clean through my fingers because I did not happen to see this here paper before. How is that, Jones? Why, here is $500 offered for information as to the whereabouts of William Tunstall. And who is William Tunstall? I never heard of him. Why, English Bill, that is his name sure enough. He gave it on a jury we served on together. I told him then I had never heard the name before. That is how I come to remember it. Well, why are you too late? Why don't you ride off at once and say he is here and claim the money? Because he is gone, mate. Sim Hallett asked Black Johnson yesterday when I was standing by if he knew of a good man he could take on for a week's work, as he was single-handed, for of course limping Frank don't count in the way of work. I asked him if English Bill was laid up, and he said no, he had gone the night before down to Frisco. I wondered then at his starting just before they had cleaned up their claim. Now it is clear enough he had seen this advertisement. Bolted? One of the other men asked. Bolted? No, Jones said in a tone of contemptuous disgust. You don't suppose English Bill has been cutting anyone's throat, do you? Or robbing some digger of his swag? No, he has gone down to Frisco to see the chap that put this into the paper. Why, look here. And he read the advertisement aloud. He has come into a fortune, I expect. They would never have taken the trouble to advertise for him if it hadn't been a big sum. You bet English Bill has struck it rich. Like enough, it is a thundering big ranch with 200,000 or 300,000 head of cattle. They don't have estates like that in England, another digger put in. I was chatting with an Englishman at Holly Creek. He said land was worth a heap there, but it was all cultivated and hedged in, and he didn't suppose as there was a man in the whole country who had got as much as 5,000 head of cattle. However, cattle or not, I expect it is a big thing English Bill has come in for, and we shan't see him in here again. The news spread quickly through the camp. It was discussed by the men as they worked the rockers, by the gamblers up at the saloon, and in the tents when the work was done. Sim Hallett was soon questioned, but was surly, and little could be got from him. Limping Frank was no more communicative. He was accosted frequently as he went from the tents with his soups and medicines with, Well, Frank, so I hear your mate has come in for a big thing and gone down to Frisco. Jack Jones saw the advertisement for him in the paper. If Jack Jones saw it, of course it was there, the doctor said with a quiet smile. Couldn't have seen it otherwise, could he? Yes, Bill has gone off. I'm glad to hear that it is a big thing. Hadn't heard it before. It will be a surprise to him, for he didn't expect it would be a big thing. Didn't think it would be worth troubling about, you see. However, I dare say he will be back in a week or two, and then no doubt he will tell you all about it. Cedar Gulch was greatly disappointed when English Bill reappeared in his ordinary red shirt, high boots, and miner's hat, and went to work on the following afternoon as if nothing had happened. There had been a general idea that if he came back, he would appear in store clothes and a high hat, and perhaps come in a carriage with 4 horses all to himself, and that he would stand champagne to the whole camp, and that there would be generally a good time. He himself, when questioned on the subject, turned the matter off by saying he had not thought the thing worth bothering about, that he could not get what there was without going to England to fetch it, and that it might go to the bottom of the sea before he took that trouble. The only person to whom he said more was the man who ran the gambling table. Things had been lately going on more quietly there, and the gambler had postponed his departure to San Francisco. Bill Tunstall spent, as the doctor said, no inconsiderable portion of his earnings at the gambling tables, and had struck up an acquaintance with Simmons. The latter was, like many of his class, a man of quiet and pleasant manners. For his profession a nerve of iron was required, for pistols were frequently drawn by disappointed miners, flushed with drink and furious at their losses, and the professional gambler had his life constantly in his hands. The accusation, "You cheated me," was the sure signal for 1 or 2 pistol shots to ring out in sharp succession. Then a body would be carried out and play resumed. Simmons bore no worse reputation than others of the class. It was assumed, of course, that he would cheat if he had the chance, but with a dozen men looking on and watching every movement of the fingers, even the cleverest gambler generally played fair. These men were generally, by birth and education, far above those with whom they played. They had fallen from the position they had once occupied, had perhaps in the first place been victims of gamblers, just as they now victimized others, had been cast out from society as detected cheats or convicted swindlers, but now, thanks to nerve, recklessness of life, and sleight of hand, they reaped a fortune until the bullet of a ruined miner or the rope of Judge Lynch cut short their career. Simmons was not unpopular among the miners. He was liberal with his money, had many times spared men who, according to the code of the diggings, had forfeited their lives by an insult or by a shot that had missed its aim. He had often set men on their legs again who had lost their all to him, and if there was a subscription raised for some man down with fever, or for a woman whose husband had been killed in a shaft, Simmons would head the list with a handsome sum. And yet there were few men more feared. Magnanimous on some occasions, he was ruthless on others. He was a dead shot and handled his pistol with a lightning speed that in 9 cases out of 10 enabled him to fire first. And while he would contemptuously spare a man who was simply maddened by ruin and drink, the notorious bully, the terror of a camp, a man who deliberately forced a quarrel upon him, relying upon his strength or skill, would be shot down without hesitation. Thus, in 9 cases out of 10, the feeling of the communities among whom he plied his vocation was in his favor. While he himself was a dangerous man, he rid the camp of others who were still more obnoxious, and the verdict after most of these saloon frays was, served him right. But as a rule, men avoided discussing Simmons or his affairs. It was dangerous to do so, for somehow he seemed always to learn what was said of him, and sooner or later the words were paid for. Will Tunstall knew that he was a dangerous man, and had no doubt that he was an utterly unscrupulous one, but he himself never drank while he played, and was never out of temper when he lost. Therefore he had no reason whatever to fear the man, and Simmons had always been civil and pleasant with him, recognizing that there was something in him that placed him somewhat apart from the rough crowd. He met him one afternoon soon after his return. "Is it all true this they are saying about you, Bill?" Simmons asked. "Well, it is true enough that I was advertised for and went down to Frisco to see a man there about it. Of course it is all nonsense as to what they are saying about the value of it. It is some family property that might have come to me long ago if I hadn't kicked over the traces, but I am not going to trouble about it. I shall have all the bother and expense of going to England to prove who I am, and I wouldn't do it if it were 10 times as much. Come and have a glass of sham, Bill. My own story is a good deal like yours. I dare say I might be master of a good estate in the old country now, if I hadn't gone a mucker." "It is too early to drink," Will said. "If I did drink, it would be just a cocktail. The champagne you get is poison." "Just as you say. By the way, if I can be of any use to you, let me know. It is an expensive run home to England from here, and if you have need for $1,000, I could let you have them. I have had a good run of luck this last 6 months. It would be a business transaction, you know, and you could pay me a couple of hundred for the use of it. It is of no use losing a good thing for the want of funds." "Thank you, Simmons. I have enough to take me home if I have to go, but I am very much obliged for the offer all the same." "It is business," the other said carelessly, "and there are no thanks due. If you change your mind, let me know. Mind, I owe you a cocktail next time we meet in the saloon." The gambler went on. Will Tunstall looked after him with a little wonder at the offer he had made. "It is a good-natured thing to offer, for of course if I went to England, he could not make anything out of me beyond the interest of the money, and he would get more than that putting it on a house property in Frisco. He is a queer card, and would look more at home in New York than in Cedar Gulch." The gambler's dress, indeed, was out of place with the surroundings. Like most of his class, he dressed with scrupulous neatness. His clothes were well made and fitted him. He wore a white shirt, the only one in the camp, and abstained from the diamond studs and rings and heavy gold watch chain that was generally affected by professional gamblers. He was tall as Tunstall himself, though not so broad or so strongly built. But his figure was well knit, and there was in his walk and action an air of lightness and activity, and he had more than once shown that he possessed an altogether unusual amount of muscular strength. "It is a pity that the fellow is what he is," Will Tunstall said when he turned away. "What a soldier he would have made, with his strength and pluck and wonderful coolness." This little conversation was followed by several others. Somehow or other they met more frequently than they had done before, and one evening, when there was no play in the saloon, Simmons asked him to come in and have a chat with him in his private room at the hotel. For some time they chatted on different subjects. Simmons had brought out a box of superb cigars and a bottle of such claret as Will Tunstall had not drunk for years, saying carelessly as he did so, "I always carry my own tipple about with me. It would ruin my nerves to drink the poison they keep at these places." After a time he brought the subject round to the legacy. "I've been thinking over what you said about not going back, and I think you were wrong, if you don't mind my saying so. What have you got to look forward to here? Toil and slave year after year without ever getting a step further, living all the time a life harder than that of the poorest laborer at home. It is well enough now, I suppose. You are 7 or 8 and 30, just about my own age. In another 10 years you will be sorry you let the chance slip. Of course it is different with me. As far as money goes, I could give it up now, but I cannot go back again. Men don't take to my sort of life," he said with some bitterness, "unless they have got a pretty bad record behind them. But I shall give it up before very long, unless I am wiped out first. Then I'll go and settle in South America or some place of that sort, buy an estate, and set up as a rich and virtuous Englishman whose own climate doesn't agree with him." Then he carelessly changed the subject again, but it was reverted to once or twice in the course of the evening, and before Will left he had said enough to enable his companion to gather a fair estimate of the value of the property and the share he was likely to have of it. The new claim turned out fairly well, improving somewhat in depth and yielding a good though not an extraordinary profit to the partners. Some 4 months after Will Tunstall had been down to San Francisco, he received a bulky letter from the attorney there. It contained an abstract of his brother's will. This left him half the property, with a statement saying that he considered it to be his brother's by right, and enclosed with it was a copy of a letter written a few days before his death. It ran as follows: "My dear Will, you have wandered about long enough. It is high time for you to come back to the old place that you ought never to have left. I shall not see you again, for I have long been suffering from heart disease, and the doctors tell me the end may come any day. I have had the opinion of some of the best authorities, and they all say that, thanks to some peculiar wording in the will, which I don't understand in the slightest, the prohibition to divide with you is only binding during my lifetime, and that nothing is said that restricts my right to leave it as I please. I don't suppose the contingency of your surviving me ever entered into our father's mind, and probably he thought that you would never be heard of again. However, you see it has turned out otherwise. You have wandered and roughed it, and gone through dangers of all sorts, and are still, you tell me, strong and healthy. I have lived quietly and comfortably with every luxury, and without a day's trouble, save my terrible grief when my wife died, and the ever-constant regret that you were not here beside me. Yet I am dying, but that enables me at last to redress to some extent the cruel wrong you have suffered. I have left you half the estate, and it makes me happy to think that you will come back again to it. I have appointed you sole guardian of my boy. He is only 12 years old, and I want you to be a father to him. The estate is large enough for you both, and I hope that you may, on your return, marry and be happy here. If not, I suppose it will all go to him at your death. In any case, I pray you to come home, for the boy's sake, and for your own. It is my last request, and I hope and believe that you will grant it. You were always good to me when we were boys together, and I feel sure that you will well supply my place to Hugh. God bless you, old fellow. Your affectionate brother, Edgar." With these documents was a letter from the solicitors to the family saying that they had heard from their agents at San Francisco that he had presented himself in answer to their advertisement, and had shown them the letters of the late Mr. Edgar Tunstall. They therefore forwarded him copies of the will and of Mr. Tunstall's letter, and begged him to return home without delay, as his presence was urgently required. They assumed, of course, that they were writing to Mr. William Tunstall, and that when he arrived he would have no difficulty whatever in proving his identity. "I think I must go, boys," he said, as, after reading his brother's letter 3 or 4 times, he folded the papers up and put them in his pocket. "My brother has made me guardian of his boy, and puts it so strongly that I think I must go over for a bit. I don't suppose I shall have to stop, although the lawyers say that I am urgently required there. But mind, I mean to do just what I said. I shall take £1,000 or so and renounce the rest. A nice figure I should make setting up at home as a big landowner. I should be perfectly miserable there. No, you take my word for it, I shall be back here in 6 months at the outside. I shall get a joint guardian appointed to the boy, the clergyman of the place, or someone who is better fitted to see after his education and bringing up than I am. When he gets to 17 or 18, and a staunch friend who knows the world pretty well may be really of use to him, I shall go over and take him on his travels for 2 or 3 years. Bring him out here a bit, perhaps. However, that is in the distance. I am going now for a few months. Then you will see me back here. I wish I wasn't going. It is a horrible nuisance, but I don't see that I can get out of it." "Certainly you cannot, Bill. It is your plain duty. We don't go by duty much in these diggings, and it will be pleasant to see somebody do a thing that he doesn't like because it is right. We shall miss you, of course, miss you badly, but we all lose friends, and nowhere so much as here, for what with drink and fever and bullets, the percentage wiped out is large. You are going because, in fact, you can't help yourself. We shall be glad when you come back, but if you don't come back, we shall know that it was because you couldn't. Yes, I know you have quite made up your mind about that, but circumstances are too strong for men, and it may be that, however much you may wish it, you won't be able to come. Well, we shall be clearing up the claim in another 2 or 3 days, so it could not come at a better time if it had to come." The work was continued to the end of the week, and then, the last pan of dirt having been washed, the partners divided the result. Each week's take had been sent down by the weekly convoy to the bank at Sacramento, for robberies were not uncommon, and prudent men only retained enough gold dust by them for their immediate wants. But adding the dust and nuggets acquired during the last and best week's work to the amount for which they had the bank's receipt, the 4 partners found that they had, after paying all their expenses, 250 ounces of gold. 62 ounces and a half each, the doctor said. It might have been better, it might have been worse. We put in 25 each 4 months ago, so we have got 37 ounces each for our work after paying expenses, and each drawing half an ounce a day to spend as he liked. This we have, of course, all of us laid by. There was a general laugh, for not one of them had above an ounce or 2 remaining. "Well, it isn't bad anyhow, Doctor," William Tunstall said. 62 ounces apiece will make roughly 250 pounds, which is as much as we have ever had before on winding up a job. My share will be enough to take me to England and back." "Yes, providing you don't drop it all in some gambling saloon at Sacramento or San Francisco," the doctor said. "I shan't do that, Doctor. I have lost big sums before in a night's play, I confess, but I knew I could set to work and earn more. Now I have got an object before me." That afternoon English Bill went round the camp saying goodbye to his acquaintances, and although it was very seldom that he drank too much, the standing treat and being treated in turn was too much for his head, and it was with a very unsteady step indeed that he returned late in the evening to his tent. Sim Hallett, who had started with him, had succumbed hours before, and had been carried down from the saloon by a party who were scarcely able to keep on their own legs. When Will Tunstall woke in the morning, he had but a vague idea of the events of the latter part of the evening. He remembered hazily that there had been many quarrels and rows, but what they had been about he knew not, though he felt sure that there had been no shooting. He had a dim recollection that he had gone into Simmons's room at the hotel, where he had some champagne and a talk about his trip to England and about the people there. What the deuce could have set me talking about them, he wondered in his mind. He was roused from these thoughts by the doctor. "If you're going to catch this morning's coach, Bill, you must pull yourself together." "All right," he said, getting onto his feet. "I shall be myself when I have put my head in a bucket of water. I'm afraid I was very drunk last night." "Well, you were drunk, Bill. I have never seen you drunk but once before since we were partners, but I suppose no one ever did get out of a mining camp where he had been working for some time, and had fairly good luck, without getting pretty well bowled over after going the rounds to say goodbye. Now then, Sim, wake up. Bill will be off in a quarter of an hour. I've got breakfast ready." Sim Hallett needed no second call. It was no very unusual thing for him to be drunk overnight and at work by daybreak the following morning. So, after stretching himself and yawning, and following Will's example of having a wash, he was ready to sit down to breakfast with an excellent appetite. Will, however, did poor justice to the doctor's efforts, and 10 minutes later the trio started off to meet the coach. There were many shouts of "Goodbye, mate, good luck to you," from the men going down to the diggings, but they were soon beyond the camp. Few words were said as they went up the hill, for the 3 men were much attached to each other, and all felt the parting. Fortunately, they had but 2 or 3 minutes to wait before the coach came in sight. "Just you look out for me in about 6 months' time, mates, but I'll write directly and get home, and tell you all about things. I shall direct here, and you can get someone to ask for your letters and send them after you if you have moved to a new camp." With a last grasp of the hand, Tunstall climbed up to the top of the coach. His bundle was thrown up to him. The coachman cracked his whip. The horses started again at a gallop, and Sim Hallett and his mate went down to Cedar Gulch without another word being spoken between them. 3 days later, as they were breakfasting in their tent, for they had not yet made up their minds what they should do, a miner entered. "Hello, Dick, back from your spree? How'd you get on at Frisco?" "Yes, I've just got off the coach. I have some bad news to tell you, mates." "Bad news? Why, what is that, Dick?" Sim Hallett asked. "Well, I know it will hit you pretty hard, mates, for I know you thought a heap of him. Well, lads, it is no use making a long story of it, but your mate, English Bill, has been murdered." The two men started to their feet, Sim Hallett with a terrible imprecation, the doctor with a cry like the scream of a woman. "It is true, mates, for I saw the body. I should have been up yesterday, but I had to wait for the inquest to say who he was. I was going to the coach in the morning when I saw half a dozen men gathered round a body on the front way of a small street. There was nothing unusual in that at Sacramento. I don't know what made me turn off to have a look at the body. Directly I saw it, I knew who it was. It was English Bill, so I put off coming and stopped to the inquest. He hadn't been killed fair. He had been shot down from behind with a bullet in the back of his head. No one had heard the shot particular. No one thinks anything of a shot in Sacramento. No one seemed to know anything about him, and the inquest didn't take 5 minutes. Of course, they found a verdict of willful murder against some person unknown." Sim Hallett listened to the narration with his hands clenched as if grasping a weapon, his eyes blazing with fury and muttering ejaculations of rage and horror. The doctor hardly seemed to hear what was said. He was moving about the tent in a seemingly aimless way, blinded with tears. Presently he came upon his revolver, which he thrust into his belt. Then he dropped his bag of gold dust inside his shirt, and he then picked up his hat. "Come along, Sim," he said in hurried tones, touching his companion on the arm. "Come along," Sim repeated. "Where are you going?" "To Sacramento, of course. We will hunt him down, whoever did it. I will find him and kill him if it takes years to do it." "I'm with you," Sim said, "but there's no coach until tonight." "There is a coach that passes through Alta at 12 o'clock. It is 15 miles to walk, but we shall be there in time, and it will take us into Sacramento by midnight." Sim Hallett snatched up his revolver, secured his bag of gold dust, and said to the man who had brought the news, "Fasten up the tent, Dick, and keep an eye on it and the traps. The best thing will be for you to fix yourself here until we come back." "That will suit me, Sim. I got rid of all my swag before I left. You will find it all right when you return." They had but 4 hours to do the distance across a very broken and hilly country, but they were at Alta a quarter of an hour before the coach was due. It taxed Sim Hallett's powers to the utmost, and even in his rage and grief he could not help looking with astonishment at his companion, who seemed to keep up with him without difficulty. They ran down the steep hills and toiled up the formidable ascents. The doctor's breath came quick and short, but he seemed almost unconscious of the exertions he was making. His eyes were fixed in front of him. His face was deadly pale, his white hair damp with perspiration. Not a word had been spoken since the start, except that, towards the end of the journey, Hallett had glanced at his watch and said they were in good time and could take it easy. His companion paid no attention, but kept on at the top of his speed. When the coach arrived it was full, but the doctor cried out, "It is a matter of life and death. We must go. We will give 5 ounces apiece to anyone who will give us up their places and go on by the next coach." 2 men gladly availed themselves of the offer, and at midnight the 2 companions arrived at Sacramento. The doctor's strength had given way when the necessity for exertion was over, and he had collapsed. "Perhaps someone has got a flask with him," Sim Hallett suggested. "My mate and I have just heard of the murder of an old chum of ours at Sacramento, and we are on our way to find out who did it and to wipe him out. We have had a hard push for it, and as you see, it has been too much for my mate, who is not overstrong." 6 bottles were instantly produced, and some whiskey poured down the doctor's throat. It was not long before he opened his eyes, but remained for some time leaning upon Sim Hallett's shoulder. "Take it easy, doctor, take it easy," the latter said as he felt the doctor straightening himself up. "You've got to save yourself. You know we may have a long job before us." There was nothing to do when they entered the town but to find a lodging for the night. In the morning they commenced their search. It was easy to find the under-sheriff who had conducted the inquest. He had but little to tell. The body had been found, as they had already heard. There were no signs of a struggle. The pockets were all turned inside out. The sheriff supposed that the man had probably been in a gambling house, had won money there, and had been followed and murdered. Their first care was to find where Will Tunstall was buried, and then to order a stone to be erected at his head. Then they spent a week visiting every gambling den in Sacramento, but nowhere could they find that anyone at all answering to their mate's description had been gambling there on the night before he was killed. They then found the hotel where he had put up on the arrival of the coach. He had gone out after breakfast and had returned alone to dinner, and had then gone out again. He had not returned. It was supposed that he had gone away suddenly, and as the value of the clothes he had left behind was sufficient to cover his bill, no inquiries had been made. At the bank they learned that in the course of the afternoon he had drawn his portion of the joint fund on the order signed by them all. At another hotel, they learned that a man certainly answering to his description had come in one evening a week or so before with a gentleman staying at the house. They did not know who the gentleman was. He was a stranger, but he was well dressed, and they thought he must have come from Frisco. He had left the next day. They had not noticed him particularly, but he was tall and dark, and so was the man who came in with him. The latter was in regular miner's dress. They had not sat in the saloon, but had gone up to the stranger's bedroom, and a bottle of spirits had been taken up there. They did not notice what time the miner left, or whether the other went out with him. The house was full, and they did not bother themselves as to who went in or out. It was from a German waiter that they learned all this, after having made inquiries in vain 2 or 3 times previously at this hotel. As soon as they left the place, the doctor seized Sim's arm. "We have got a clue at last, Sim." "Not much of a clue, Doctor. Still, there is something to go upon. We've got to hunt out this man." "Do you mind going back to the camp tonight, Sim?" "No, I don't mind, but what for, Doctor?" "You go and see whether Simmons is still there, and if not, find out what day and hour he left." "Good heavens, you don't suspect him?" "I feel sure, Sim, just as sure as if I had seen it. The description fits him exactly. Who else could Bill have known, dressed like a gentleman, that he would have gone up to drink with when he had 250 pounds about him? You know he had got rather thick with that villain before he left the camp, and likely enough the fellow may have got out of him that he was going to draw his money from the bank, and thought that it was a good bit more than it was. At any rate, go and see." 2 days later, Sim Howlett returned with the news that Simmons had left 2 or 3 hours after Tunstall had done so. He had said that he had a letter that rendered it necessary that he should go to Frisco, and had hired a vehicle, driven to Alta, and caught the coach there. He had not returned to the camp. "That settles it, Sim. When I find Simmons the gambler, I find the murderer of Bill Tunstall. I've been thinking it over. It may be months before I catch him. He may have gone east into Colorado or south into Mexico, but I am going to find him and kill him. I don't think it is any use for us both to hunt. It may take months and years." "Perhaps he thinks he is safe and hasn't gone far. He may think that poor Bill will be picked up and buried, and that no one will be any the wiser. We would have thought that he had gone off to England, and so it would have been if Dick hadn't happened to come along and turn off to look at the body. Like enough he will turn up at Cedar Gulch again." "He may," the doctor said thoughtfully, "and that is the more reason why you should stop about here. You would hear of his coming back to any of the mining camps on the slopes, but I don't think he will. He will feel safe, and yet he won't feel quite safe. Besides, you know, I dreamt that I should kill him. However, if he does come back anywhere here, I leave him to you, Sim. Shoot him at sight as if he were a mad dog. You don't want any fair play with a fellow like that. When you tell the boys the story, they will all say you did right. I will write to you from time to time to let you know where I am. If you have killed him, let me know. I shall come back to you as soon as I have found him." And so it was settled. For, eager as Sim Howlett was for vengeance, he did not care for the thought of years spent in a vain search, and believed that his chance of meeting Simmons again was as good among the mining camps as elsewhere. End of Chapter 2. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 3 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Wanderer's Return. Had the circumstances of William Tunstall's leaving his home been more recent, or had the son of Edgar Tunstall been older, the news that William Tunstall had returned and had taken up his residence at Burnside as master of the portion of the estate left him by his brother, and as guardian to the young heir to the remainder, would have caused a good deal of interest and excitement in the county. The 20 years, however, that had elapsed since Will Tunstall had left home, and the fact that when he went away he was but a lad quite unknown personally to his father's acquaintances, deprived the matter of any personal interest. It had generally been thought that it was hard that he should have been entirely cut out of his father's will, and the clause forbidding his brother to make any division of the property was considered particularly so, especially since it was known that Edgar was attached to his brother and would have gladly shared the property with him. But William had been away 20 years, and no one had a personal interest in him. 10 years had elapsed since he had been finally disinherited by his father's will. Beyond a feeling of satisfaction that justice had been done, and that there would not be a long minority at Burnside, The news that the eldest son had returned created no excitement. Messrs. Randolph and Son of Carlisle, who were business agents for half the estates in the county, reported well of the newcomer. They had never seen him as a boy, but they expressed themselves as agreeably surprised that the long period he had passed knocking about among rough people in the States had in no way affected him unfavorably. His manners were particularly good, his appearance was altogether in his favor. He was a true Cumberland man, tall and powerful like his father and brother, though somewhat slighter in build. He was accompanied by his wife. Yes, they had seen her. They had both dined with them. They had not been previously aware that Mr. Tunstall was married. Their client, Mr. Edgar Tunstall, had not mentioned the fact to them. They were not prepared to give any decided opinion as to Mrs. Tunstall. She had spoken but little, and struck them as being nervous. Probably the position was a novel one for her. There were, they understood, no children. Messrs. Randolph, father and son, old-fashioned practitioners, had from the first considered the scruples of their agents in San Francisco to be absurd. Mr. Tunstall had presented himself as soon as they had advertised. He had produced the letters of his brother as proof of his identity, and had offered to bring forward witnesses who had known him for years as William Tunstall. What on earth would they have had more than that? Mr. Tunstall had had reason already for resentment, and it was not surprising that he had refused to set out at once for England when he found his identity so absurdly questioned. So they had immediately sent off the abstract of the will and a copy of Edgar Tunstall's letter, and were much gratified when in due time Mr. Tunstall had presented himself at their office and had personally announced his arrival. It was indeed a relief to them, for had he not arrived, various difficulties would have arisen as to his moiety of the estate, there being no provision in the will as to what was to be done should he refuse to accept it. Moreover, application must have been made to the court for the appointment of fresh guardians for the boy. Altogether, they were glad that a business that might have been troublesome was satisfactorily settled. Mr. Tunstall, after introducing himself, had produced the letters he had received from his brother, with the abstract of the will and copy of the letter they had sent him. He had said smilingly, "I don't know whether this is sufficient, gentlemen, for I am not up in English law. If it is necessary, I can, of course, get a dozen witnesses from the States to prove that I have been always known as William Tunstall, though I generally passed, as is the custom there, under a variety of nicknames, such as English Bill, Stiff Bill, and a whole lot of others. It will naturally take some little time and great expense to get witnesses over, especially as men are earning pretty high wages in California at present. But of course it can be managed if necessary." "I do not see that there is any necessity for it," Mr. Randolph said. "Besides, no doubt we shall find plenty of people here to identify you." "I don't know that, Mr. Randolph. You see, I was little more than a boy when I went away. I had been at Rugby for years and often did not come home for the holidays. 20 years have completely changed me in appearance, and I own that I have but a very faint recollection of Burnside. Of course, I remember the house itself and the stables and grounds, but as to the neighbors, I don't recollect any of them. Neither my brother nor myself dined in the parlor when my father had dinner parties, but it seems to me that, after all, the best proof of my identity is my correspondence with my brother. Certainly he would not have been deceived by any stranger, and the fact that we exchanged letters occasionally for some years seems to me definite proof that he recognized me as his brother." "Undoubtedly so," Mr. Randolph said. "That in itself is the strongest proof that can be brought. We mentioned that in our letter to Mr. Campbell in San Francisco. His doubts appeared to us, I may say, to be absurd." "Not altogether absurd, Mr. Randolph. California has been turned pretty well topsy-turvy during the last 4 or 5 years, and he was not to be blamed for being suspicious. May I ask you if you have come across my letters to my brother among his papers?" "No, we have not done so. In fact, your brother told us that he had not preserved them, for as you were wandering about constantly, the addresses you gave were no benefit, and that beyond the fact that you were in California, he had no idea where you could be found. That is why it became necessary to advertise for you." "It is unfortunate that he did not keep them, Mr. Randolph, for in that case, of course, I could have told you most of their contents, and that would have been an additional proof of my identity." "There is not the least occasion for it, Mr. Tunstall. We are perfectly and entirely satisfied. Mr. Edgar's recognition of you as his brother, your possession of his letters, the fact that you answered at once to the advertisement in California, your knowledge of your early life at Rugby, and so on, all tend to one plain conclusion. In fact, no shadow of doubt was entertained by my son or myself from the first. I congratulate you very heartily on your return, because to some extent the very hard treatment which was dealt to you by your father, Mr. Philip Tunstall, has now been atoned for. Of course you only received a short abstract of your brother's will. The various properties which fall to you are detailed in full in it. Burnside itself goes to his son, but against that may be set off a sum invested in good securities and equal to the value of the house and home park, so that you can either build or purchase a mansion as good as Burnside. We may tell you also that the estates were added to in your father's time, but that other properties have been bought by your brother, who, owing to the death of his wife and the state of his health, has for some years led a very secluded life, investing the greater part of his savings in land. So that, in fact, your moiety of the estates will be quite as large as the elder son's portion you might have expected to receive in the ordinary course of events. What sort of boy is my nephew, Mr. Randolph? I have seen him 2 or 3 times when I have been over at Burnside. Of course, I did not notice him particularly, but he is a bright lad and promises to grow into a very fine young man. I fancy from something his father let drop that his disposition resembles yours. He is very fond of outdoor exercises, knows every foot of the hills round Burnside, and though but 11 or 12 years old, he is perfectly at home on horseback, and he is a good shot. He has, in fact, run a little wild. His father spoke of him as being warm-hearted and of excellent impulses, but lamented that, like you, he was somewhat quick-tempered and headstrong. Edgar ought not to have selected me for his guardian, Mr. Randolph. I almost said as much, Mr. Tunstall, when I drew out the will, but Mr. Edgar remarked that you had doubtless got over all that long ago, and would be able to make more allowance for him and to manage him far better than anyone else could do. I shall try and merit Edgar's confidence, Mr. Randolph. I have suffered enough from my headstrong temper, and have certainly learnt to control it. I shall not be hard upon him, never fear. Are you going over to Burnside at once, Mr. Tunstall? No, I shall go up to London tomorrow morning. I want a regular outfit before I present myself there for inspection. Besides, I would rather that you should give notice to them at Burnside that I have returned. It is unpleasant to arrive at a place unannounced and to have to explain who you are. Perhaps you would like to see the will and go through the schedule? Not at all, Mr. Randolph. There will be plenty of time for that after my return. You will excuse my asking if you want any money for present use, Mr. Tunstall. No, thank you. I am amply provided, for I was doing well at the diggings when your letters called me away, and I have plenty of cash for present purposes. You will, I hope, dine with us today, Mr. Tunstall? I thank you. I should have been very happy, but I have my wife with me. I have left her at the Bull. Oh, indeed, I was not aware. That I was married? Yes, I have been married for some years. I did not think it necessary to mention it to Edgar, as he would only have used it as an additional argument why I should accept his generous offers. We shall be very glad, Mrs. Randolph and myself, if you will bring Mrs. Tunstall with you. And so Mrs. Tunstall came. She was a dark woman, and as Mr. Randolph and his wife agreed, she was probably of Mexican or Spanish blood, and spoke English with a strange accent. She had evidently at one time been strikingly pretty, though now faded. She had rather a worn, hard expression on her face, and impressed Mr. Randolph, his wife, son, and daughter-in-law less favorably than the lawyer had thought it right to say to those who made inquiries about her. But she had, as they said, spoken but little, and had seemed somewhat nervous and ill at ease. Mr. Tunstall did not appear for some time at Burnside. He went down to Rugby to see his nephew, who had, in accordance with his father's wish, been placed there a month or 2 after his death. The holidays were to begin a week later, and Hugh was delighted when his uncle told him that he and his aunt were thinking of going to the continent for a few months before settling down at Burnside, and would take him with them. Hugh was very much pleased with his new relative. He is a splendid fellow, he told his high school boy friends. Awfully jolly to talk to, and has been doing all sorts of things, fighting Indians and hunting buffalo, and working in the gold diggings. Of course, he didn't tell me much about them. There wasn't time for that. He tipped me a couple of sovs. I am sure we shall get on first rate together. And so, during the summer holidays, Hugh traveled with his uncle and aunt in Switzerland and Italy. He did not very much like his aunt. She seemed to try to be kind to him, and yet he thought she did not like him. His uncle had taken him about everywhere, and had told him lots of splendid yarns. At Christmas they would be all together at Burnside. His uncle had been very much interested in the place, and was never tired of his talk about his rambles there. He remembered the pool where his father had told him they both used to fish as boys, and about Harry Gowan, the fisherman who used to go out in his boat, and who was with them when that storm suddenly broke when the boat was wrecked on the island, and they were all nearly drowned. He was very glad to hear that Gowan was still alive, and that James Wilson, who was then understableman and used to look after their ponies, was now coachman, and that Sam, the gardener's boy who used to show them where the birds' nests were, was now head gardener, and that Mr. Holbeach the vicar was still alive, and so was his sister, Miss Elizabeth, and that, in fact, he remembered quite well all the people who had been there when he was a boy. Altogether, it had been a glorious holiday. His uncle and aunt returned with him when it was over, the former saying he had had enough of traveling for the present, and instead of being away, as he had intended, for another couple of months, he should go down home at once. They went with him as far as Rugby, dropped him there, and then journeyed north. On their arrival at Burnside, where they had not been expected, Mr. Tunstall soon made himself extremely popular. Scarcely had they entered the house when he sent out for James the coachman and greeted him with the greatest heartiness. "I should not have known you, James," he said, "and I don't suppose you would have known me." "No, sir, I cannot say as I should. You were only a slip of a lad then, though you didn't think yourself so. No, I should not have known you a bit." 20 years makes a lot of difference, Jim. Oh, we had good fun in those days. Don't you remember that day's ratting we had when the big stack was pulled down, and how one of them bit you in the ear, and how you hollowed? "I remember that, sir. Mr. Edgar has often laughed with me about it." "And you remember how my poor brother and I dressed up in sheets once and nearly scared you out of your life, Jim?" I mind that too, sir. That wasn't a fair joke, that wasn't." "No, that wasn't fair, Jim. Well, I am past such pranks now. Well, I am very glad to see you again after all these years, and to find you well. I hear that Sam is still about the old place, and is now head gardener. You may as well come out and help me find him while Mrs. Tunstall is taking off her things." Sam was soon found, and was as delighted as James at Mr. Tunstall's recollection of some of their bird-nesting exploits. After a long chat with him, Mr. Tunstall returned to the house where a meal was already prepared. "You need not wait," he said, after the butler had handed the dishes. "I have not been accustomed to have a manservant behind my chair for the last 20 years, and can do without it now." He laid down his knife and fork with an air of relief as the door closed behind the servant. "Well, Lola," he said in Spanish, "everything has gone off well." "Yes," she said, "I suppose it has," in the same language. "It is all very oppressive. I wish we were back in California again." "You used to be always grumbling there," he said savagely. "I was always away from you, and altogether you were the most ill-used woman in the world. Now you have got everything a woman could want, a grand house and carriages and horses, the garden and park. What can you want more?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I shall get accustomed to them in time," she said. "But so far I do not like it. It is all stiff and cold. I would rather have a little hacienda down on the Del Norte with a hammock to swing in, and a cigarette between my lips, and a horse to take a scamper on if I am disposed, and you with me, than live in this dreary palace." "Baby, you will get accustomed to it in time, and you can have a hammock here if you like, though it is not often that it is warm enough to use it. And you can smoke cigarettes all day. It would shock them if you were an Englishwoman, but in a Mexican they will think it right and proper enough. And you have got your guitar with you, so you can have most of your pleasures. And as for the heat, there is sure to be some big glass houses where they grow fruit and flowers, and you can have one of them fitted up with Mexican plants, and hang your hammock there. And it won't need a very long stretch of imagination to fancy that you are at your hacienda on the Del Norte." "If you can manage that, it will be nice," the woman said. "Anything can be managed in this country when we have got money to pay for it." "At any rate, it will be a comfort to know that there is no fear of your being shot here. Every time you went away from me, if it was only for a week or two, I knew I might never see you again, and that you might get shot by some of those drunken miners. Well, I shall be free of all that now, and I own that I was wrong to grumble. I shall be happy here with you, and I see that it was indeed fortunate that you found those papers on the body of the man you came across dead in the woods." She looked at him closely as she spoke. "Well, that is a subject that there is no use talking about, Lola. It was a slice of luck, but there is an English proverb that walls have ears, and it is much better that you should try and forget the past. Remember only that I am William Tunstall, who has come back here after being away 20 years. She nodded. "I shall not forget it. You know, you always said I was a splendid actress, and many a fool with more dollars than wit have I lured on and got to play with you in the old days at Santa Fe. There, drop it, Lola, he said. The less we have of old memories, the better. Now we will have the servants in, or they will begin to think we have gone to sleep over our meal. And he struck the bell which the butler, when he went out, had placed on the table beside him. Have you been over the house? He asked when they were alone again. Not over it all. The old woman, she called herself the housekeeper, showed me a great room which she said was the drawing-room, and a pretty little room which had been her mistress's boudoir, and another room full of books, and a gallery with a lot of ugly pictures in it, and the bedroom that is to be ours, and a lot of others opening out of it. Well, I will go over them now with you, Lola. Of course I am supposed to know them all. Ah, this is the boudoir. Well, I am sure you can be comfortable here, Lola. Those chairs are as soft and easy as a hammock. This will be your sanctum, and you can lounge and smoke and play your guitar to your heart's content. Yes, this is a fine drawing-room, but it is a deal too large for the two of us, though in summer, with the windows all open, I dare say it is pleasant enough. Having made a tour of the rooms that had been shown Lola, they came down to the hall again. Now let us stroll out into the garden, he said. You will like that. He lit a cigar and Lola a cigarette. The latter was unfeignedly delighted with the masses of flowers and the beautifully kept lawns, and the views from the terrace, with a stretch of fair country, and the sea sparkling in the sunshine 2 miles away. Here comes the head gardener, Lola, my old friend. This is Sam, Lola, he said, as the gardener came up and touched his hat. You know you have heard me speak of him. My wife is delighted with the garden, Sam. She has never seen an English garden before. It is past its best now, sir. You should have seen it 2 months ago. I don't think it could have been more beautiful, Lola said. There is nothing like this in my country. We have gardens with many flowers, but not grass like this, so smooth and so level. Does it grow no higher? Oh, it grows fast enough, and a good deal too fast to please us, and has to be cut twice a week. I see you are looking surprised at my wife smoking, William Tunstall said with a smile. In her country, all ladies smoke. Show her the greenhouses. I think they will surprise her even more than the gardens. The long ranges of greenhouses were visited, and Sam was gratified at his new mistress's delight at the flowers, many of which she recognized, and still more at the fruit, the grapes covering the roofs with black and yellow bunches, the peaches and nectarines nestling against the walls. The early sorts are all over, Sam said, but I made a shift to keep these back, though I did not think there was much chance of any but the grapes being here when you got back, as we heard that you would not be home much before Christmas. We changed our mind, you see, Sam, and I'm glad we did, for if we had come then, Mrs. Tunstall would have been frightened at the cold and bleakness. I'll tell you what I want done, Sam. I want this conservatory next the house filled as much as possible with Mexican and South American plants. Of course, you can put palms and other things that will stand heat along with them. I want the stages cleared away and the place made to look as much like a room as possible. Mrs. Tunstall will use it as a sitting room. I think we shall have to put another row of pipes in, Mr. William. Those plants will want more heat than we have got here. Then we must put them in. My wife will not care how hot it is, but of course we don't want tropical heat. I should put some rockery down the side here to hide the pipes, and in the center we will have a fountain with water plants, a foot or two below the level of the floor, and a low bank of ferns around. That is the only change, as far as I can see, that we shall want in the house. I shall be going over to Carlisle in a day or two, and I'll arrange with somebody there to make the alterations. Very well, Mr. William. If you will get some masons to do the rockery and fountain, I can answer for the rest. But I think I shall need a good many fresh plants. We are not very strong in hot subjects. Mr. Edgar never cared for them much. If you will make out a list of what you want and tell me who is the best man to send to, Sam, I will order them as soon as you are ready to put them in. And so, when Hugh returned at Christmas for the holidays, he was astonished at finding his aunt swinging in a hammock, smoking a cigarette, slung near a sparkling little fountain, and surrounded by semi-tropical plants. The smoking did not surprise him, for he had often seen her with a cigarette during their trip together, but the transformation of the conservatory astonished him. "Well, Hugh, what do you think of it?" she asked, smiling at his surprise. "It is beautiful," he said. "It isn't like a greenhouse. It is just like a bit out of a foreign country." "That is what we tried to make it, Hugh. You see, on the side next to the house where there is a wall, we have had a Mexican view painted with a blue sky, such as we have there, and mountains, and a village at the foot of the hills. As I lie here, I can fancy myself back again, if I don't look up at the sashes overhead. Oh, how I wish I could do without them, and that it could be covered with one great sheet of glass." "It would be better," Hugh admitted, "but it is stunning as it is. Uncle told me, as he drove me over from Carlisle, that he has been altering the conservatory and making it a sort of sitting room for you, but I never thought it would be like this. What are those plants growing on the rocks?" "Those are American aloes. They are one of our most useful plants, Hugh. They have strong fibers which we use for string, and they make a drink out of the juice fermented. It is called pulque, and is our national drink, though of late years people drink spirits too, which are bad for them and make them quarrelsome." During the holidays, Hugh got over his former dislike for his aunt and came to like her more than his uncle. She was always kind and pleasant with him, while he found that, although his uncle at times was very friendly, his temper was uncertain. The want of some regular occupation and the absence of anything like excitement told heavily upon a man accustomed to both. At first there was the interest in playing his part, of meeting people who had known him in his boyhood, of receiving and returning the visits of the few resident gentry within a circuit of 10 miles, of avoiding mistakes and evading dangers. But all this was so easy that he soon tired of it. He had tried to make Lola contented, and yet her lazy contentment with her surroundings irritated him. She had created a good impression upon the ladies who had called. The expression of her face had softened since her first visit to Carlisle, and the nervous expression that had struck Mr. Randolph then had disappeared. Her slight accent and the foreign style of her dress were interesting novelties to her visitors, and after the first dinner party given in their honor, at which she appeared in a dress of dull gold with a profusion of rich black lace, she was pronounced charming. Her husband, too, was considered to be an acquisition to the county. Everyone had expected that he would have returned, after so long an absence, rough and unpolished, whereas his manners were quiet and courteous. He was perhaps less popular among the sturdy Cumberland squires than with their wives. He did not hunt, he did not shoot. "I should have thought," one of his neighbors said to him, "that everyone who had been living a rough life in the States would have been a good shot." "A good many of us are good shots, perhaps most of us, but it is with the pistol and rifle. Shotguns are not of much use when you have a party of Redskins yelling and shooting round you, and it is not a handy weapon to go and fetch when a man draws a revolver on you. As to shooting little birds, it may be done by men who live on their farms and like an occasional change from the bacon and tinned meat that they live on from year's end to year's end. Out there a hunter is a man who shoots game. I mean deer and buffalo and bear and other animals, for the sake of their skins, although of course he does use the meat of such as are eatable. With us, a good shot means a man who can put a ball into a redskin's body at 500 yards certain, and who with a pistol can knock a pipe out of a man's mouth 10 yards away, 20 times following. And it isn't only straightness of shooting, but quickness of handling that is necessary. A man has to draw and cock and fire in an instant. The twinkling of an eye makes the difference of life or death. Oh yes, I am a good shot, but not in your way. I went away from here too young to get to care about tramping over the country all day to shoot a dozen or two of birds, and I have never been in the way of learning to like it since. I wish I had, for it seems an important part of country life here, and I know I shall never be considered as a credit to the county unless I spend half my time in winter riding after foxes or tramping after birds. But I am afraid I am too old now ever to take to those sports. I heartily wish I could, for I find it dull having no pursuit. When a man has been earning his living by hunting or gold digging or prospecting for mines all his life, he finds it hard to get up in the morning and know that there is nothing for him to do but just to look round the garden or to go out for a drive merely for the sake of driving. When summer came, Mr. Tunstall found some amusements to his taste. If there was a wrestling match anywhere in the county or in Westmoreland, he would be present, and he became a regular attendant at all the racecourses in the north of England. He did not bet. As he said to a sporting neighbor, who always had a 10-pound note on the principal races, "I like to bet when the chances are even or when I can match my skill against another man's. But in this horse racing you are risking your money against those who know more than you do. Unless you are up to all the tricks and dodges, you have no more chance of winning than a man who gambles with a cheat who plays with marked cards. I like to go because it is an excitement. Besides, at most of the large meetings there is a little gambling in the evening. In Mexico and California, everyone gambles more or less. It is one of the few ways of spending money, and I like a game occasionally." The result was that Mr. Tunstall was seldom at home during the summer. When Hugh came home, his aunt said, I have been talking to your uncle about you, and he does not care about going away this year. He has taken to have an interest in horse racing. Of course, it is a dull life for him here after leading an active one for so many years, and I am very glad he has found something to interest him. I should think that it is very dull for you, Aunt. I am accustomed to be alone, Hugh. In countries where every man has to earn his living, women cannot expect to have their husbands always with them. They may be away a month at a time up in the mountains, or at the mines, or hunting in the plains. I am quite accustomed to that. But I was going to talk about you. I should like a change, and you and I will go away where we like. Not, of course, to travel about as we did last year, but to any seaside place you would like to go to. We need not stop all the time at one, but can go to 3 or 4 of them. I have been getting some books about them lately, and I think it would be most pleasant to go down to Devonshire. There seem to be lots of pretty watering places there, and the climate is warmer than in the towns on the East Coast. I should like it very much, Aunt, but I should like a fortnight here first, if you don't mind. My pony wants exercise terribly, Jim says. He has been out at grass for months now. Besides, I shall forget how to ride if I don't have some practice. So for the next fortnight, Hugh was out from morning till night, either riding or sailing with Gowan, and then he went south with his aunt and spent the rest of his holidays in Devonshire and Cornwall. He had a delightful time of it, his aunt allowing him to do just as he liked in the way of sailing and going out excursions. She always took rooms overlooking the sea, and was well content to sit all day at the open window, seldom moving until towards evening, when she would go out for a stroll with Hugh. Occasionally she would take long drives with him in a pony carriage, but she seldom proposed these expeditions. As Hugh several times met with schoolfellows, and always struck up an acquaintance a few hours after arriving at a place with some of the boatmen and fishermen, he never found it dull. At first he was disposed to pity his aunt, and to urge her to go out with him, but she assured him that she was quite contented to be alone, and to enjoy the sight of the sea, and to breathe the balmy air. I have not enjoyed myself so much, Hugh, she said when the holidays were drawing to a close, since I was a girl. I'm awfully glad of that, Aunt. I have enjoyed myself tremendously, but it always seems to me that it must be dull for you. You English never seem to be happy unless you are exerting yourselves, Hugh, but that is not our idea of happiness. People in warm climates find their pleasure in sitting still, in going out after the heat of the day is over for a promenade, and in listening to the music, just as we have been doing here. Besides, it has been a pleasure to me to see that you have been happy. When the summer holidays had passed, Hugh returned to Rugby, and Lola went back to Cumberland. End of Chapter 3, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 4 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, An Explosion. At Christmas, Hugh found that things were not so pleasant at home. There was nothing now to take his uncle away from Burnside, and the dullness of the place told upon him. His outbursts of ill temper were therefore more frequent than they had been the last holidays Hugh had spent at home. He sat much longer in the dining room over his wine, after his wife and Hugh had left him, than he did before, and was sometimes moody, sometimes bad-tempered when he joined them. Hugh's own temper occasionally broke out at this, and there were several quarrels between him and his uncle, but there was a savage fierceness in the latter's manner that cowed the boy, and whatever he felt, he learned to hold his tongue. But he came more and more to dislike his uncle, especially as he saw that when angry he would turn upon his aunt and speak violently to her in her own language. Sometimes she would blaze out in return, but generally she continued to smoke her cigarette tranquilly, as if utterly unconscious that she was spoken to. So for the next 2 years matters went on. During the summer holidays, Hugh seldom saw his uncle, who was more and more away from home, being now a constant attendant at all the principal racecourses in the country. Even in winter he was often away in London, to Hugh's great satisfaction, for when he was at home there were frequent quarrels between them, and Hugh could see that his uncle habitually drank a great deal more wine than was good for him. Indeed, it was always in the evening that these scenes occurred. At other times his uncle seemed to make an effort to be pleasant with him. In summer, Hugh went away with his aunt for a time, but he spent a part of his holidays at Burnside, for of all exercises he best loved riding. His pony had been given up, but there were plenty of horses in the stables, for although William Tunstall did not care for hunting, he rode a good deal and was an excellent horseman. "What have you got in the stable, James?" Hugh asked one day on his return from the school. "I've got a set of the worst-tempered devils in the country, Master Hugh. Except them 2 ponies that I drives your aunt out with, There isn't a horse in the stables fit for a Christian to ride. They are all good horses, first-rate horses, putting aside their tempers, but your uncle seems to delight in buying creatures that no one else will ride. Of course he gets them cheap. He doesn't care how wicked they are, and he seems to enjoy it when they begin their pranks with him. I thought at first he would get his brains dashed out to a certainty, but I never saw a man keep his seat as he does. He told me once that when a man had been breaking broncos, that is what he called them, which means, he said, wild horses that had never been backed, he could sit anything, and that English horses were like sheep in comparison. Of course, it is no use saying no to you, Master Hugh, but if you want to go out, you must stick to that big meadow. You must mount there, and you must promise me not to go beyond it. I've been letting the hedges grow there on purpose for the last 2 years, and no horse will try to take them. The ground is pretty soft, and you will fall light. You've been getting on with your riding the last 3 years, and have had some pretty rough mounts, but none as bad as what we have got in the stables now. I shall always go out with you myself with one of the men in case of accident, and I can put you up to some of their tricks before you mount. Hugh was more than 15 now, and was very tall and strong for his age. He had ridden a great deal when he had been at home during the summer and the winter when the weather was open, and had learned to sit on nasty-tempered animals, for these had gradually taken the place of his father's steady hunters. But this year he found that the coachman's opinion of those now under his charge was by no means exaggerated. In spite of doing his best to keep his seat, he had many heavy falls, being once or twice stunned. But he stuck to it, and by the end of the holidays flattered himself that he could ride the worst-tempered animal in the stable. He did not go away this year, begging his aunt to remain at home. "It is a splendid chance of learning to ride well, Aunt," he said. "If I stick at it right through these 2 months every day, I shall really have got a good seat, and you know it is a lot better my getting chucked off now than if I was older. You see, boys' bones ain't set, and they hardly ever break them, and if they do, they mend up in no time." His aunt had at very first strongly opposed his riding any of the animals in the stable, and he had been obliged to bring in James to assure her that some of them were not much worse than those he had ridden before, and that a fall on the soft ground of the meadow was not likely to be very serious. But it was only on his giving her his solemn promise that he would not on any account go beyond the meadow that she finally consented. On his return at Christmas he found his uncle at home, and apparently in an unusually pleasant humor. A frost had set in that seemed likely to be a long one, and the ground was as hard as iron. "I hear, Hugh," his uncle said the second morning at breakfast, "that you are becoming a first-rate rider. I am glad to hear it. Out in the western states every man is a good rider. You may say that he lives on horseback, and it comes natural even to boys to be able to sit barebacked on the first horse that comes to hand. Of course it is not so important here. Still, a man who is a really good rider has many advantages. In the first place, all gentlemen here hunt, and a man who can go across any country and can keep his place in the front rank has much honor among his neighbors. In the second place, he is enabled to get his horses cheap. A horse that will fetch 200 if he is free from vice can be often picked up for 20 if he gets the reputation of being bad-tempered. There is another accomplishment we all have in the West, and that is to be good pistol shots. As we cannot ride, and there is nothing else to do, I will teach you if you like." Hugh accepted the offer with lively satisfaction, heedless of an exclamation of dissent from his aunt. When he had left the room, William Tunstall turned savagely upon his wife. "What did you want to interfere for? Just attend to your own business, or it will be the worst for you." "It is my own business," she said fearlessly. "I like that boy, and I am not going to see him hurt. Ever since you told me, soon after we first came here, that by his father's will the whole property came to you if Hugh died before he came of age, I have been anxious for him. I don't want to interfere with your way of going on. Lead your own life. Squander your share of the property if you like. It is nothing to me. When it is spent, I am ready to go back to our old life, but I won't have the boy hurt. I have always accepted your story as to how you became possessed of the papers without question. I know you have killed a score of men in what you call a fair fight, but I did not know that you were a murderer in cold blood. Anyhow, the boy shan't be hurt. I believe you bought those horses knowing that he would try them, and believing they would break his neck. They haven't, but no thanks to you. Now you have offered to teach him pistol shooting. It is so easy for an accident to take place, isn't it? But I warn you that if anything happens to him, I will go straight to the nearest magistrate and tell him who you really are, and that I am certain there was no accident, but a murder." The man was white with fury and advanced a step toward her. "Have you gone mad?" he asked between his teeth. By heavens! No, you won't, she interrupted. Don't make the threat, because I might not forgive you if you did. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You are not in California or Mexico now. People cannot be shot here without inquiry. I know what you were thinking of. An accident might happen to me, too. I know that any love you ever had for me has died out long ago, but I hold to my life. I have placed in safe hands, never mind where I have placed it, a paper telling all the truth. It is to be opened if I die suddenly and without sending for it. In it I say that if my death is said to have been caused by an accident, it would be no accident but murder, and that if I die suddenly without visible cause, that I shall have been poisoned. Do you think I don't know you, and that knowing you I would trust my life altogether in your hands? There, that is enough. We need not threaten each other. I know you, and you know me. We will both go our own way. And she walked out of the room, leaving her husband speechless with fury at this open and unexpected revolt. Half an hour later his dog-cart was at the door, and he left for London. Hugh was astonished when, on his return from a walk down to Gowan's cottage, he found that his uncle had gone up to town. Why, I thought, Aunt, he was going to be at home all the holidays, and he said that he was going to teach me pistol shooting. Your uncle often changes his mind suddenly. I will teach you pistol shooting, Hugh. Most Mexican women can use a pistol in case of need. I cannot shoot as he does, but I can teach you to shoot fairly, and after that it is merely a matter of incessant practice. If you ever travel, I dare say you will find it very useful to be able to use a pistol cleverly. There are 2 or 3 revolvers upstairs and plenty of ammunition, so if you like we will practice in the conservatory. It is too cold to go out. You had better go and ask James to give you some thick planks, 5 or 6 of them, to set up as targets. If he has got such a thing as an iron plate, it will be better still. I don't want to spoil my picture. The place is 40 feet long, which will be a long enough range to begin with. Half an hour later, the sharp cracks of a revolver rang out in the conservatory, and from that time to the end of the holidays, Hugh practiced for 2 or 3 hours a day, the carrier bringing over fresh supplies of ammunition twice a week. He found at first that the sharp recoil of the revolver rendered it very difficult for him to shoot straight, but in time he became accustomed to this, and at the end of a fortnight could put every shot in or close to the spot he had marked as a bullseye. After the first day his aunt laid aside her pistol and betook herself to her favorite hammock, where, sometimes touching her guitar, sometimes glancing at a book, she watched his progress. At the end of the fortnight she said, "You begin to shoot fairly straight. Keep on, Hugh, and with constant practice you will be able to hit a half-crown every time. In the West it is a common thing for a man to hold a copper coin between his finger and thumb for another to shoot at. I have seen it done scores of times, but it will take you some time to get to that. You must remember that there is very seldom time to take a steady, deliberate aim as you do. When a man shoots, he has got to shoot quickly. Now practice standing with your face the other way, and then turn and fire the instant your eye catches the mark. After that you must practice firing from your hip. Sometimes there is no time to raise the arm. Out in the West a man has got to do one of 2 things, either not to carry a revolver at all, or else he must be able to shoot as quickly as a flash of lightning. I don't suppose I am ever going to the West, Aunt. Still, I should like to be able to shoot like that, for if one does a thing at all, one likes to do it well." And so to the end of the holidays the revolver practice went on steadily every morning, Hugh generally firing 70 or 80 cartridges. He could not do this at first, for the wrench of the recoil strained his wrist, but this gained strength as he went on. Before he went back to school he himself thought that he was becoming a very fair shot, although his aunt assured him that he had hardly begun to shoot according to Western notions. Mrs. Tunstall had one day, a year before this, driven over to Carlisle and, somewhat to the surprise of Mr. Randolph, had called upon him at his office. "Mr. Randolph," she began, "I do not know anything about English law. I want to ask you a question." "Certainly, my dear madam." "If a married woman was to leave a sealed letter in the hands of a lawyer, could he retain possession of it for her, even if her husband called upon him to give it up?" "It is a nice question, Mrs. Tunstall. If the lawyer was acting as the fiduciary agent of a lady, he would at any rate see that her wishes were complied with. Whether he could absolutely hold the paper against her husband's claim is a point upon which I am not prepared at present to give an answer. But anyhow, there are ways of evading the law. For instance, he could pass it on to a third party, and then, unless the husband had been absolutely informed by his wife that she had handed over this document to him, the husband would be powerless. The lawyer would simply declare that he had no such document." Are you asking for your own sake, Mrs. Tunstall, or in the interest of a friend? In my own interest, Mr. Randolph. I have a written paper here. I have not signed it yet because I believe it is necessary to sign papers in the presence of witnesses. It depends upon the nature of the paper, Mrs. Tunstall, but in all cases it is a prudent step, for then no question as to the authenticity can arise. And it is not necessary for the witnesses of the signature to read the contents of the documents? By no means. They simply witness the signature. Well, Mr. Randolph, this is the document I want to leave in safe hands so that it can be opened after my death unless I previously request, not by letter but by word of mouth, that it should be returned to me. I know of no one else to whom I could commit the paper, which is, in my opinion, a very important one. The only question is whether, as you are Mr. Tunstall's solicitor, you would like to take it. Frankly, without knowing the nature of the contents, Mrs. Tunstall, I should certainly prefer not to undertake such a charge. Should it remain in my hands, or rather in the hands of our firm, for we may sincerely trust that there would be no occasion for opening it until very many years after my death, it might be found to contain instructions which could hardly be carried out by a firm situated as we are with regard to Mr. Tunstall. I see that, Mr. Randolph. There was a pause, and then the lawyer said, Will you be going up to town shortly, Mrs. Tunstall? Yes, in the course of a month or so I shall be passing through London with Hugh. Will the matter keep until then? Certainly, there is no great hurry about it, but I wish the packet placed in safe hands where it would be opened in the event of my death, unless I recall it before that. In that case, Mrs. Tunstall, I will give you the address of a firm who do my London business. They are an old established firm of the highest respectability, and the documents will be perfectly safe in their hands until you demand it back, or until they hear of your demise. I will give you a letter of introduction to them. Accordingly, when Mrs. Tunstall went up to town the next time with Hugh, she called upon the firm of solicitors, whose place of business was in Essex Street, and upon reading Mr. Randolph's letter, which stated that she was the wife of one of his clients, a gentleman of means, she was courteously received, and they at once agreed to take charge of any document she might place in their hands, upon the understanding that if she did not write or call for it, it should be opened when they heard of her death, and its contents, whatever they might be, acted upon. You will stand in the position of our client, Mrs. Tunstall, and we will do all in our power to carry out your wishes as expressed in this document, whatever it may be. It is no unusual matter for a will to be left with us under precisely similar circumstances. If the packet should be opened under the conditions I name, Mrs. Tunstall said, you will probably not regret having undertaken its charge, for I can assure you that it may put a considerable amount of business in your hands. But how will you know of my death? Mr. Randolph or his successor would inform us. Of course, we shall request him to do so. And as soon as he knows of the event, Mrs. Tunstall added, it is of the utmost importance that the paper should be opened as soon as possible after my death. We will request Mr. Randolph to inform us by telegraph immediately he receives the news. But, pardon me, you look well and healthy, and are young to be making such careful provisions for an event that may be far distant. That may or may not be far distant, she said, but for certain important reasons I wish to be prepared for it at all points. I will now sign it in your presence, Mr. Curtis. I have not yet put my signature to it. Very well, Mrs. Tunstall. 2 of my clerks shall witness your signature. It may be many years before any questions as to the authenticity of the signature may arise, so I shall be a witness also. The document was a lengthy one, written on 16 pages of foolscap. 2 of the clerks were called in. Now, if you will turn that last page down, Mrs. Tunstall, so that its contents cannot be seen, you can sign your name and we will witness it. This was done. Now, Mrs. Tunstall, if you will put a sheet of brown paper over the other sheets and place your initials on the margin at the bottom, we will put ours, so that no question can arise as to the whole of them forming part of the document signed by you. Now, madam, if you will fold it up and place it in this envelope, I will attach my seal. I presume you do not carry a seal? No, sir. I think it would be more satisfactory that you should affix a seal of some sort, no matter how common a thing it may be. Mr. Carter, will you go up into the Strand with this lady and take her to some shop where she can purchase a seal? It does not matter what it is, Mrs. Tunstall. Any common thing with a bird or a motto or anything else upon it. These things are not cut in duplicate. Therefore, if you seal the envelope in 2 or 3 places with it and take the seal away with you, it will be a guarantee to you, should you ever require it to be returned, that it has not been opened. In the meantime, I will get a small, strong box similar to those you see round the room, and have your name painted on it. When it is completed, I shall put the envelope in it, lock it up, and place it in our strong room downstairs." The seal was purchased and fixed, and Mrs. Tunstall took her departure, satisfied that she had left the document in safe hands. Mr. Curtis talked the matter over with his partner. The latter laughed. "Women love a little mystery, Curtis. I suppose she has got a little property in her own right, and does not mean to leave it to her husband, and is afraid he may get hold of her will and find out how she has left it." "I don't think it is that," Mr. Curtis said, "although of course it may be. I should say she was a foreigner, a Spaniard or Italian. She spoke with a slight accent. Besides, the thing extends over 16 pages of foolscap." "That is likely enough if she made the will herself, Curtis. She may have gone into a whole history as to why she has not left her money to her husband." "Possibly, but I don't think so. You mark my words, Harris, if that packet ever comes to be opened, there will be some rum disclosures in it. That woman was no fool, and there is no doubt about her being thoroughly in earnest. She said it was likely to give us some work when it was opened, and I believe her. I will write a letter to Randolph and ask him to give us a few particulars about this client he has introduced us to." When he received Mr. Randolph's reply, stating briefly the history of Mr. William Tunstall, the husband of the lady he had introduced to them, Mr. Curtis was more convinced than before that the delivery of this packet into his charge was not a mere freak, and offered to bet his partner a new hat that the document was not merely a will, but that it would turn out something altogether unusual. Mr. Randolph congratulated himself on his forethought when, a year after Mrs. Tunstall's visit, Mr. Tunstall came into the office. "I am just on my way up to town," he said. "I wish you would let me have a couple of hundred in advance on the next rents." "Certainly, Mr. Tunstall. You have already had £200 on them, you know." "Yes, I know, but I have been a little unlucky lately and have got an account I want to settle. By the way," he said carelessly, as he placed the banknotes in his pocketbook, "Mrs. Tunstall asked me to get from you the letter or packet she left in your charge." "A letter, Mr. Tunstall? I think there must be some mistake. Mrs. Tunstall has certainly left nothing whatever in my charge." "Oh, I suppose I misunderstood her. I only made up my mind to start a short time before I came off, and did not pay much attention to what she was saying, but it was something about a letter, and she mentioned your name. There were half a dozen commissions she wanted me to execute for her in London, and I suppose they all got mixed up together. I dare say it is of no consequence one way or the other. Well, thanks for the money. Now I'm off." "I am very much afraid that William Tunstall is a liar," Mr. Randolph said to himself thoughtfully after his client had left. "He has found out that his wife has entrusted some document or other to someone, and he guessed naturally enough that she had most likely come to me with it, and he played a bold stroke to get it. I do not like the way he has fallen into of spending all his time going about the country to race courses. I don't believe he has been at home 2 months this year. Besides, he sounded me last time he was here about raising a few thousands on a mortgage. He is not turning out well. I thought when he first came back that his wanderings had done him no harm. No doubt I had been prepossessed in his favor by his refusal to accept Edgar's offers to divide the rents with him, but I was too hasty. I am afraid there will be trouble at Burnside. It is very fortunate Edgar put my name in as trustee for his son, so that his share of the property is safe whatever happens to the other. But I hate to see a man of a good old family like the Tunstalls going wrong. I wonder what this mysterious document his wife wanted to leave with me is. It must be something of great importance, or he would never have come to me and lied in order to get it into his hands. It is a queer business." Hugh did not see his uncle when he was at home for the summer holidays. His aunt seemed to take his absence as a matter of course. "Don't you expect Uncle home soon?" he asked her one day. "I never expect him," she said quietly. "I think it is a shame he stays away so, leaving you all by yourself, Aunt," Hugh said indignantly. "I am accustomed to it by this time, Hugh, and upon the whole I think perhaps he is better away than here while you are at home. You see, you do not get on very well together." "Well, Aunt, I am sure I don't want any rows." "I don't say you do, Hugh, but still there are rows. You see he is passionate, and you are passionate, and it is very much better you should be apart. As for me, I have always been accustomed to his being away from me a good deal ever since we married, and it does not trouble me at all. I would much rather have you all to myself. Your being here makes it a very pleasant time for me. We ride together, drive together, and practice shooting together. It is all a change to me, for except when you are here, I seldom stir beyond the gardens." Hugh had indeed no doubt that his aunt was more comfortable when his uncle was away, for he heard from Wilson that when Mr. Tunstall was at home, there were constant quarrels between him and his wife. "He ain't like your father, Mr. Hugh. Ah, he was a gentleman of the right sort. Not that your uncle is a bad master. He is hasty if everything is not quite right, but in general he is pleasant-spoken and easy to get on with. He is popular with the gentry, though of late they have held off a bit. I hear it said they don't hold to a gentleman spending all his life on the race-courses and leaving his wife by herself. Your aunt is well liked, and would be better liked if she would only go abroad and visit, but she never drives out unless when you are here, and people have given up calling. It is a bad job, but I hope when you come of age, Mr. Hugh, we shall have the old times back again, when the Tunstalls were one of the first families in the county, and took the lead of pretty nigh everything." "Well, they have 5 years to wait for that, Wilson. I am just 16 now, and I mean when I do come of age and am my own master to travel about for a bit before I settle down into a country squire." "Well, I suppose that is natural enough, Mr. Hugh, though why people want to be running off to foreign parts is more than I can make out. Anyway, sir, I hope you won't be bringing a foreign wife back with you." "There is no fear of that," Hugh laughed, "at least according to my present ideas. But I suppose that is a thing no one can settle about until their time comes. At any rate, Aunt is a foreigner, and I am sure no one could be kinder or nicer than she is." "That she is, Mr. Hugh. I am sure everyone says that. Still, you see, there is drawbacks. Her ways are different from the ways of the ladies about here, and that keeps her apart from them. She don't drive about and call and make herself sociable like, nor see to the charities down in the village. It ain't as though she doesn't give money, because I know that whenever the rector says there is a case wants help, she's ready enough with her purse, but she don't go among them or know anything about them herself. No, Mr. Hugh, your aunt is a wonderful nice lady, but you take my advice and bring home an English wife as mistress of the hall." When he came home for the Christmas holidays, Hugh found his uncle again at home. For a time, matters went on smoothly. Mr. Tunstall made an evident endeavor to be friendly with him, talked to him about his life at school, asked whether he wished to go to the university when he left, and when Hugh said that he didn't see any use in spending 3 years of his life there when he did not intend entering any of the professions, and that he would much rather travel and see something of foreign countries, he warmly encouraged the idea. "Quite right, Hugh. There is nothing opens a man's mind like foreign travel. But don't stick in the great towns. Of course you will want a year to do Europe. After that, strike out a line of your own. If I had my time over again, I would go into Central Asia or Africa or some place where there was credit to be gained and some spice of adventure and danger." "That is just what I should like, Uncle," Hugh said eagerly, and looking at his aunt for confirmation, he was surprised to see her watching her husband intently beneath her half-closed eyelids. "Don't you think so, Aunt?" "I don't know, Hugh," she said quietly. "There is a good deal to be said both ways. But I don't think we need settle it now. You have another year and a half at school yet, you know." Hugh went out skating that afternoon, for it was a sharp frost. After he was passing through the hall on his return, he heard his uncle's voice raised in anger in the drawing-room. He paused for a moment. He could not catch the words, for they were spoken in Mexican. There was silence for a moment, and he imagined that his aunt was answering. Then he heard a loud exclamation in Mexican, then a slight cry and a heavy fall. He rushed into the room. His aunt lay upon the hearthrug. His uncle was standing over her with clenched hand. "You coward! You brutal coward!" Hugh exclaimed, rushing forward and, throwing himself upon his uncle, he tried to force him back from the hearthrug. For a moment the fury of his assault forced his uncle back, but the latter's greatly superior strength then enabled him to shake off his grasp, and the moment he was free he struck the lad a savage blow across the face that sent him reeling backwards. Mad with passion, Hugh rushed to the fender and, seizing a poker, sprang at his uncle. William Tunstall's hand went behind him, and as Hugh struck he leveled a pistol. But he was too late. The blow came down heavily as the pistol exploded in the air. As the man fell back, his head came with terrible force against the edge of a cabinet, and he lay immovable. Hugh's passion was stilled in an instant. He dropped the poker and leaned over his uncle. The blood was flowing down his forehead from the blow he had given him, but it was the injury to the back of the head that most alarmed the lad. He lifted an arm, and it fell heavily again. He knelt down and listened, but could hear no sound of breathing. He rose to his feet and looked down, white and trembling, at the body. "I have killed him," he said. "Well, he brought it on himself, and I didn't mean it. It was the cabinet that did it. Perhaps he is only stunned. If he is, he will charge me with trying to murder him. Well, it is no use my staying here. They will be here in a moment," and he glanced at the door. But the servants at Burnside were so accustomed to the sound of pistol shots that they paid no attention to it. Hugh picked up the weapon that had dropped from his uncle's hand and put it in his pocket, then glanced at his aunt and hesitated. "She will come round in time," he muttered, "and I can do nothing for her." Then he walked out of the room, turned the key in the door, and took it with him. He went out to the stable and ordered his horse to be saddled, keeping in the stable while it was being done, so that his white face should not attract notice. As soon as the horse was brought out, he leapt into the saddle and galloped off. End of Chapter 4, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 5 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Across the Sea. Mr. Randolph was at dinner when the servant came in and said that young Mr. Tunstall wished to speak to him. He was in the library and begged the lawyer to give him 2 minutes' conversation. Hugh was walking up and down the little room when he entered. The old lawyer saw at once that something was wrong. "What is it, Hugh? What is the matter, lad?" "A good deal is the matter, Mr. Randolph, but I don't want you to ask me. I am sure you will be glad afterwards that you didn't know. You were a friend of my father's, sir. You have always been very kind to me. Will you give me £50 without asking why I want it?" "Certainly I will, lad, but in heaven's names don't do anything rash." "Anything that was to be done is done, Mr. Randolph. Please let me have the money at once. You don't know how important it is. You will know soon enough." Mr. Randolph unlocked his desk without a word and handed him 10 5-pound notes. Then he said, "By the way, I have gold if you would rather have it. There were some rents paid this afternoon." "I would much rather have gold." Mr. Randolph put the notes in the desk and then unlocked the safe. "Would you rather have 100? "Yes, sir, if you will let me have them." The lawyer handed him a small canvas bag. "God bless you, sir," the lad said. "Remember, please, whatever you hear, it was done in self-defense." Then, without another word, he opened the door and was gone. "Why, what is the matter, my dear?" Mrs. Randolph exclaimed, as her husband returned to the dining room. "Why, you are as pale as death." "I don't know what is the matter exactly," he said. "Hugh has borrowed £100 of me and is gone." "Gone? Where is he gone to?" "I don't know, my dear. I sincerely hope he is going out of the country and can get away before they lay hands on him." "Why, what has happened?" "I don't know what has happened. I know things haven't been going on well for some time at Burnside. I'm afraid there's been a terrible quarrel. He begged me to ask him no questions, and I was glad not to do so. The less one knows, the better. But I am afraid there has been a scuffle. All he said was, just as he went out, 'Whatever you hear, remember I did it in self-defense.'" "But goodness gracious, Thomas, you don't mean to say that he has killed his uncle?" "I don't mean anything," the lawyer said. "Those were his words. I'm afraid it won't be long before we hear what he meant. If they come to ask me questions, fortunately, I know nothing. I shall say no word except before a magistrate, and then my story is simple enough. He came and asked me to let me have £100, and as I was his trustee and have the rents of his estate for the past 5 years in my hands, I let him have it as a matter of course. I did not ask him why he wanted it. I saw that he was agitated, and from his manner and from my knowledge that he and his uncle did not get on very well together, I judged there had been a quarrel and that he intended to leave home for a while. It was only when he was leaving the room that I gathered there had been any personal fracas, and then, from his words, it was done in self-defense. I judged that his uncle had struck him, and that he had probably struck him in return. I hope that is all, my dear. I pray heaven that it may be all." Hugh had dismounted just outside the town, opened a gate leading to a field, taken off his horse's bridle, and turned the horse in and closed the gate behind it. Then he had turned up the collar of his coat, pulled his hat down over his eyes, and made his way to the lawyer's. He had cooled down now, but still felt no regret for what had passed. "He would have killed me," he said to himself, "and I had no thought of killing him when I knocked him down. Anyhow, he brought it on himself. If he is dead, and I am pretty sure he is, I have no one to prove that it was done in self-defense. But if he is not dead, he will give his own version of it when he recovers. I know he is a liar, and in his quiet manner he would be able to make everyone believe that I had attacked him without the least provocation. He might even say that I fired the pistol, that he knocked it out of my hand, and that I sprang upon him and struck him down with his head against that cabinet. Either way, I shall get years of imprisonment if I am caught, but I don't mean to be caught if I can help it." On leaving Mr. Randolph's, he proceeded to the railway station, consulted the timetables, and then took a third-class ticket to Glasgow. He bought a Bradshaw, and sitting down on a bench under a light, turned to the advertisements of the sailing of steamers. By the time he had done that, the train came in. It was a slow one, stopping at every station. He got out at the first station and paid the fare from Carlisle, then walked back to the town and took a second-class ticket by the night mail for London. Arriving at Euston, he walked across to the docks, whence he had found that a steamer started for Hamburg at 8 o'clock, and he would catch a transatlantic steamer that started the next day. On his arrival in Hamburg, he went to the steamboat office and took a second-class ticket to New York. Having done this, he bought at a shop near the wharves a supply of clothes for the voyage, placed them in a cheap German trunk, and walked on board the steamer. He was now, he thought, fairly safe from pursuit. The hour at which he would arrive at the station at Carlisle would be known, and as the northern train was nearly due, and someone answering to his description had taken a ticket to Glasgow, it would be at once suspected that he intended to sail by a steamer from that port. No pursuit could be set on foot before the morning. Indeed, it was probable that before the police took the matter fairly in hand, it would be late in the afternoon. It might then be another day before they picked up the clue that he had gone to Glasgow and followed him there. If a steamer had happened to start that morning or the day before, it would be supposed that he had gone by it, and they might telegraph across and search the ship for him when it arrived at New York. If no steamer had started, and they could obtain no clue to him in Glasgow, they would think that he had gone back to Liverpool and would make search there, watching all the steamers sailing. They would in any case hardly suspect that he could have gone up to London, across to Hamburg, and caught the steamer sailing from there. Indeed, it would not have been possible for him to do so had he first gone up to Glasgow, as they would believe he had done. As soon as the vessel was fairly under way, Hugh looked round. On deck there was no distinction made between second-class emigrants and steerage, but it was easy to distinguish the two classes. The second class kept somewhat together near the companion leading to their portion of the ship, while the steerage passengers were well forward. The number of the latter was not very large, for the emigrant traffic across the Atlantic was carried principally in sailing ships. The second class were composed chiefly of substantial-looking Germans, for the most part farmers going out with a small amount of capital to settle in the West. There were 2 or 3 other young Englishmen, and with one of these, named Luscombe, Hugh struck up an acquaintance before he had been many hours on board. He was a young man of about 20, and Hugh soon learned from him that he was the son of a large landed proprietor in Norfolk. He had for a few months been in a crack regiment of hussars, but had gone, as he expressed it, a fearful mucker. His father had paid the greater portion of his debts, but had refused to settle some that he considered debts of honor. Luscombe, therefore, sold out, and was now, as he expressed it, going over to knock about it for a bit in the States, till his father took a sensible view of things. It was rough on him, he said, for I had run him up a pretty heavy bill twice before. However, I think it is all for the best. I should never have got out of that line if I had stopped in the regiment. 2 or 3 years knocking about and hard work won't do me any harm, and by that time the governor will be prepared to receive the prodigal son with open arms. Hugh was slower in giving his confidence, but before the voyage was over he had told Luscombe why he had left England. "Well, you did quite right, of course," Luscombe said, "in knocking that brute of a fellow down, and if you did split his skull and make your aunt a widow, you have nothing to reproach yourself with. Still, I agree with you that it will be more pleasant for you if he gets round, as I dare say he will, or else it will be a long while before you can show up at home. Well, you will know by the time we have been in New York a few days. If the papers the next mail brings out don't say anything about it, you may be sure he has got over it. 'A gentleman killed by his nephew' would be a startling heading, and if it is not there, you may go about your work with a light heart." The voyage was marked by no incident whatever. On arriving at New York, Luscombe and Hugh put up at a good hotel for a few days before making a start west. They had agreed to keep together, at any rate for a time. Luscombe was several years older than Hugh, but he saw that the lad had plenty of good sense and a fund of resolution, and knew that he himself was more likely to stick to work in such companionship than he should be by himself. Luscombe's light-hearted carelessness amused Hugh, and though he did not think that his companion was likely to stick very long to anything he took up, he was very glad to have his companionship for a time. Hugh was thankful indeed when the next mail brought a batch of papers of a date a week later than that of his leaving Cumberland, and when a careful examination of the file disclosed no allusion whatever to the event at Burnside. "Well, I congratulate you, Hugh," Luscombe said when he told him. "I expected it would be all right. If he had been a good old man, you would have killed him, no doubt, but bad men always have wonderfully thick skulls. Well, now you are ready, I suppose, to make our start tomorrow." "Quite ready, Luscombe. We are only throwing away our money here." They had already made many enquiries and had settled that they would in the first place go down to Texas and would there take the first job of any kind that offered itself, keeping it until they had time to look round to see what would suit them best. Luscombe, however, said frankly that he thought it probable that sooner or later he should enlist in the cavalry out west. "I know I shall never stick to hard work very long, Hugh. I've not got my fortune to make, and I only want to pass away the time for a year or two until the old lady and the girls get the governor into a charitable state of mind again. Here is a first-rate fellow, and I am not surprised that he cut up rough at last. I expect a few months will bring him round, but I should not know what to do if I went back. I will give myself 3 years, anyhow." "I'm very much in the same position, Luscombe. I shan't go back until I come of age. Then I can snap my fingers at my uncle. I have got a very good trustee who will look after the estate. I will write to him tonight and let him know that I am all right and very glad to find that uncle has not been killed, and that he may expect me when I come of age, but not before." On the following morning they took their places in the train and traveled west, and proceeded to what was then the nearest terminus to their destination, northern Texas. Traveling sometimes by stage wagons, sometimes on foot, they arrived at McKinney, which they had been told was a young place, but growing fast. "Well, here we are at last," Luscombe said as they alighted at a one-storied building on which was a board roughly painted, "The Empire Hotel." "At any rate, the scenery is better than it has been for the last 200 or 300 miles. There are some good-sized hills. Some of those across the country ahead might almost claim to be mountains, and that is a relief to the eyes after these dreary flats. Well, let us go in and have a meal first, then we will look around. The place has certainly not an imposing aspect." The meals here, as at the other places where they had stopped, consisted of fried steak, which, although tough, was edible, and abundance of potatoes and cabbages, followed by stewed fruit. They had arrived just at the dinner hour, and 7 or 8 men in their shirt-sleeves came in and sat down with them. The tea was somewhat better than they had hitherto obtained, and there was, in addition, the luxury of milk. Scarcely a word was spoken during the meal. It was evidently considered a serious business, and the chief duty of each man was to eat as much as possible in the shortest possible time. After the meal was over, and the other diners had gone out, the landlord, who had taken his seat at the top of the table, opened the conversation. "Are you thinking of making a stay here, gentlemen?" "Yes, if we can get any work to suit us," Luscombe said. "It is a rising place," the landlord said as he lit his pipe. "There are 2 stores and 8 houses being built now. The town has a great future before it." Luscombe and Hugh had some difficulty in preserving their gravity. "It is the chief town of the county," the landlord went on. "They are going to set about the courthouse in a month or 2. Our sheriff is a pretty spry man and doesn't stand nonsense. We have an orderly population, sir. We had only 2 men shot here last week." "That is satisfactory," Luscombe said dryly. "We are peaceable characters ourselves. And is 2 about your average?" "Well, I can't say that," the landlord said. "That would be too much to expect. The week before last, Buck Harris with 3 of his gang came in and set up the town." "What do you mean by set up?" Luscombe asked. The landlord looked surprised at the question. "Oh, to set up a town is to ride into it, and to clear out the saloons, and to shoot at anyone seen outside their doors, and to ride about and fire through the windows. They had done it 3 or 4 times before, and as 4 or 5 men had been killed, the citizens became annoyed." "I am not surprised at that," Hugh put in. "The sheriff got a few men together, and the citizens began to shoot out of their windows. Buck Harris and 2 of his gang were killed, and 4 of the citizens. Since then, we have had quiet. And what sort of work do you want, gentlemen? Perhaps I could put you in the way of getting it." "Well, we wanted to get work among horses," Luscombe said. The landlord shook his head. "You want to go further south among the big ranches for that. This is not much of a horse country. If you had been carpenters now, there would have been no difficulty. A good workman can get his $4 a day. Then there is James Pawson's woodyard. I reckon you might get a job there. One of his hands got shot in that affair with Buck Harris, and another broke his leg last week. I should say there was room for you there. Madden, that's the man who was shot, used to board here. What is your charge for boarding, landlord? 75 cents a day for 3 square meals, $1 a day if you lodge as well, but I could not lodge you at present. I must keep a couple of rooms for travelers, and the others are full. But you will have no difficulty in getting lodgings in the town. You can get a room for about $1 a week. Well, let us try the woodyard, Luscombe. All right, Luscombe said. There's a certain sense of novelty about a woodyard. Well, landlord, if we agree with this Mr. Pawson, we will arrange to board with you at any rate for the present. They went down the straggling street until they came to a lot on which was piled a quantity of sawn timber of various dimensions. The name Pawson was painted in large letters on the fence. A man and a boy were moving planks. Here goes, Luscombe said, and entered the gate. Want a job? The man asked, looking up as they approached him. Yes, we are on the lookout for a job and heard there might be a chance here. I am James Pawson, the man said, and I want hands. What wages do you want? As much as we can get, Luscombe replied. Pawson looked them up and down. Not much accustomed to hard work, I reckon. Not much, Luscombe said, but we are both plenty strong and ready to do our best. Well, I tell you what, the man said. I will give you $1.50 a day for a week, and at the end of that time, if you get through your work well, I will raise it to $2. Luscombe looked at Hugh, who nodded. All right, he said, we'll try. Pawson gave a sigh of relief, for hands were scarce. Take off your coats, then, he said, and set to work right here. There is a lot to be done. Luscombe and Hugh took off their coats and were soon hard at work moving and piling planks. Before they had been half an hour at it, there was a shout, and a wagon heavily laden with planks entered the yard. James Pawson himself jumped up onto the wagon and assisted the teamster to throw down the planks, while the other two carried them away and stacked them. Both of them had rolled up their sleeves to have a freer use of their arms. The sun blazed hotly down, and they were soon bathed in perspiration. They stuck to their work until 6 o'clock, but by that time their backs were so stiff with stooping that they could scarcely stand upright, and their hands were blistered with the rough wood. Pawson was well satisfied with their work. Well, he said, you move about pretty spry, you two do, and handle the wood quicker'n most. I see you will suit me if I shall suit you, so I will make it $2 a day at once. I ain't a man that stints $50 when I see hands work willing. Well, that is not a bad beginning, Luscombe, Hugh said as they went to put on their coats. We have earned $1, Hugh, Luscombe said, and we have broken our backs and blistered our hands, to say nothing of losing 3 or 4 pounds of solid flesh. We did wrong to turn up our sleeves, Hugh said. I had no idea that the sun was so strong. Why, my arms are a mass of blisters. So are mine, Luscombe said ruefully, and they are beginning to smart furiously. They will be in a nice state tomorrow. Let us stay at the hotel tonight, Hugh. I feel so tired that I am sure I could never set out to look for lodgings after supper. The next morning their arms were literally raw. Before starting to work, they got some oil from the landlord and rubbed them. It will be some time before I turn up my sleeves to work again, Luscombe said. I have had my arms pretty bad sometimes after the first long day's row in summer, but I have never had them like this. They worked until dinner time, and then Luscombe went up to Pawson and pulled up his sleeve. I think, he said, you must let us both knock off for the day. We are really not fit to work. We daren't turn up our sleeves, and yet the flannel rubbing on them makes them smart so that we can hardly work. Besides, as you said yesterday, we are not accustomed to work. We are so stiff that we are not doing justice either to ourselves or you. If you have any particular job you want done, of course we will come after dinner and do it. But if not, we would rather be off altogether. Your arms are bad, Pawson said. I thought yesterday when you were working that, being newcomers, you would feel it a bit. Certainly you can knock off. You ain't fit for it as you are. Take it easy, boys, for a few days till you get accustomed to it. We ain't slave drivers out here, and I don't expect nothing beyond what is reasonable. I should get my arms well rubbed with oil at once, then tonight wash the oil off and give them a chance to harden, and in the morning powder them well with flour. As soon as they had had their dinner, they went out and found a room with 2 beds in it and moved their small kits across there. Then they took a stroll around the town, of which they had seen little, and then lay down in the shade of the thick cactus hedge and dozed all the afternoon. The next morning they felt all the better for their rest. The inflammation of their joints had greatly abated, and they were able to work briskly. What do you want with that revolver of an evening, Hugh, when you do not wear it during the day? Luscombe asked as he saw Hugh put his revolver in his pocket when they went to their lodgings for a wash after work was over for the day. I take off my coat during the day, Luscombe, and whatever may be the custom here, I think it ridiculous to see a man at work in a wood yard with a revolver stuck into his pocket at the back of his trousers. At night it is different. The pistol is not noticed under the coat, and I don't suppose there is a man here without one. I think one is just as safe without a pistol, Luscombe said. Even these rowdies would hardly shoot down an unarmed man. They might not if they were sober, Hugh agreed, but most of this shooting is done when men are pretty nearly, if not quite, tipsy. I heard my uncle say once, a man may not often want to have a revolver on him, but when he does want a revolver, he wants it pretty badly. A few days later, they heard at supper that 3 notorious ruffians had just ridden into the place. I believe one of them is a mate of Buck Harris, who was shot here 3 weeks ago. I hear he has been in the bar swaggering about and swearing that he means to wipe out every man in the place who had a hand in that business. The sheriff is away. He went out yesterday with 2 men to search for a fellow who murdered a man and his wife somewhere down south, and who has been seen down in the swamps of the East Fork. He may be away 2 or 3 days, worse luck. There is the under-sheriff, but he isn't much good by himself. He can fight, Gilbert can, but he never likes going into a row on his own account. He will back up the sheriff in anything he does, but he has got no head to take a thing up by himself. But surely, Hugh said, people are not going to let 3 men terrorize the whole place and shoot and carry on just as they like. Well, mate, I don't suppose we like these things more than anyone else, but I can tell you that when one of the 3 men is Dutch Sam, and another is Wild Harvey, and the third is Black Jake, it is not the sort of business as anyone takes to kindly, seeing that if there is one thing more tarnal sartain than another, it is that each of them is good to lay out 5 or 6 men before he goes under. When things are like that, one puts up with a goodish lot before one kicks. They are 3 as ugly men as there are anywhere along this part of Texas. Any one of them is game to set up a town by himself, and when it comes to 3 of them together, I tell you it would be a game in which I certainly should not like to take a hand. You are new to these parts, mate, or you wouldn't talk about it so lightly. When you have been out here for a few months, you will see that it is small blame to men if they get out of the way when 2 or 3 fellows like this are on the warpath. At this moment there was a sound of shouting and yelling with a clatter of horses' hoofs outside. Then came the rapid discharge of firearms, and the 3 upper panes of glass in the window were pierced almost simultaneously with small round holes in the very centers. Every one bent down over their plates. The next shot might come through the second line of window panes, in which case they would have taken effect among those sitting at the table. Then there was a yell of laughter, and the horses were heard to gallop furiously away. That is only their fun at present, one of the men said. It will be more serious later on when they have drunk enough to be savage. I don't see much fun in firing through the windows of a house, Luscombe said. Oh, that is nothing, another put in. I have seen a score of cowboys come into a place, and half an hour afterwards there wasn't a window pane that hadn't a round hole in its middle. They will shoot the hats off a score of men. That is one of their favorite amusements. In the first place, it shows their skill with the pistol, and in the next, it scares people pretty nigh to death, and I have seen the cowboys laugh until they have nearly tumbled off their horses to see a fellow jump and make a straight line into a house. Nobody minds the cowboys. They're a good sort. They are reckless enough when they are on a spree, but they don't really mean to do harm. They spend their money freely, and they hate ruffians like those 3 fellows outside. If it wasn't for cowboys, the bad men, as we call them, would be pretty well masters of Texas. But the cowboys hunt them down like vermin, and I have known them to hang or shoot over a dozen murderers and gamblers in one afternoon. They fight among themselves sometimes pretty hard. Perhaps the men on 2 ranches will quarrel, and then if it happens that a party from one ranch meets a party from the other down in a town, there is sure to be trouble. I remember one battle in which there were over 20 cowboys killed, besides 6 or 8 citizens who happened to get in the way of their bullets. Just as they had finished the meal, a man ran in. Have you heard the news? Dutch Sam and his party have broken open the door of the undersheriff's house, pulled him out, and put a dozen bullets into him. There was an exclamation of indignation. There, Hugh said, if the undersheriff had done his duty and called upon everyone to help him to capture or shoot these fellows as soon as they came into the town, he wouldn't have lost his life, and I suppose it will have to be done after all. The best thing we can do, one of the men said, is to go round from house to house and agree that every man shall take his rifle and pistol and take his stand at a window, and then we will shoot them down as they ride past. But that wouldn't be giving them a fair show, another objected. A fair show, the other repeated scornfully. Did they give the undersheriff a fair show? Do you think they give notice to a man before they shoot him and ask him to draw and be fairly heeled before they draw a trigger? Not a bit of it, and I say we ought to clear them out." There was a general expression of approval, and after one of the party had opened the door and looked out cautiously to see if the coast was clear, and reported that none of the desperadoes were in sight, the party at once scattered. Luscombe and Hugh stopped for half an hour chatting with the landlord. The latter did not believe that the people would attack the ruffians. "If the sheriff had been here to take the lead," he said, "they might have acted. But as he is away, I don't think it is likely that any one will draw a bead upon them. You see, no one is sure of anyone else, and he knows that if he were to kill or wound one of them, the others would both be upon him. If we had a regular street here with a row of houses running along each side so that a volley could be poured into them, it would be a different thing. But you see, the houses are separated. Some stand back from the road, some stand forward. They are all scattered like, and I don't expect anyone will begin. They will be in here presently," he said, "and they will drink my bar pretty well dry, and I don't expect I shall get a dime for the liquor they drink, and that is not the worst of it. They are like enough to begin popping at the bottles and smashing more than they drink." "Well, it seems to me a disgraceful thing," Hugh said, "that a place with something like 100 men in it should be kept down by 3. "It sounds bad if you put it that way," the landlord agreed, "but you must remember that each of these 3 men could hit every pip on a card 20 yards away. They each carry 2 revolvers, that is to say, they have got 12 men's lives in their belt, and they are so quick with their weapons that they could fire the 12 shots before an ordinary man could get out his revolver and cock it." "Why not shut up your place for the night?" Luscombe asked. "Then they couldn't come in and drink your spirits and wreck your bar." "They couldn't, eh? Well, they would blow the door open with their pistols, and if it was so barred they couldn't get in that way, they would like enough burn the house about my ears. I have known such things done many times." "Well, let us get home, Hugh," Luscombe said. "It seems to me the sooner we are quietly in bed, the better. As our room is at the back of the house, they may fire away as much as they like without a chance of our being hit." Hugh put on his hat, and the 2 started down the street. They had gone but a short distance when the sound of a horse's hoofs was heard. "Here's one of them," a voice shouted from an upper window. "Run round to the back of the house. The door is open there. I have heard 2 or 3 pistol shots, and he will shoot you down to a certainty." "Come on, Hugh," Luscombe said. "You go round, Luscombe. You're unarmed." "I'm not going to run away from anyone," Hugh said doggedly. "Go on, man. It is no use your staying here. You have no pistol." "I shan't leave you by yourself," Luscombe said quietly. "Besides, here he comes." Hugh's hand had already slipped round to his back, and he now had his pistol in his hand in the pocket of his coat. The horseman threw up his arms as he came along, and Hugh saw the glitter of the moonlight on a pistol barrel. Another instant the pistol cracked, but Hugh, the moment he saw it bear on him, dropped onto one knee, and the ball struck the wall just above his head. He lifted his arm and fired, while 2 other shots rang out from the window. The man threw up his hands and fell back over the crupper of his horse to the ground, and the well-trained animal stopped instantaneously in his gallop, and turning, stood still by his side. "Come on, Luscombe," Hugh said. "The sooner we are out of this, the better." Before, however, they had gone 20 yards, they heard the sound of 2 horses coming up behind them. "Let us get round the corner of that house, Luscombe. I don't suppose they will pass those men at the windows. If they do, they will be thinking of their own safety as they gallop past and won't notice us." They had scarcely got round the corner when there was a discharge of firearms, and the reports of the rifles were followed by the quick, sharp cracks of revolvers. Then a man dashed past them at a gallop. One of his arms hung by his side, and the reins were loose on the horse's neck. "I suppose they have killed the other," Hugh said, "and this fellow is evidently hit. Well, let us go on to bed." Luscombe did not speak until they reached their room. Hugh struck a match and lighted a candle. "Well, you are a nice lad, Hugh," Luscombe said. "I thought you were always against quarrels and wanted nothing but to go on with your work peaceably, and here you are throwing yourself into this and standing the chance of being shot as if you had been fighting ruffians all your life." "It was he attacked me," Hugh said. "I didn't fire first. I gave him no provocation and was not going to run away when I was armed. It is you ought to be blamed, stopping there to be shot at when you had no weapon. I call it the act of a madman. Well, there is nothing more to say about it, so let us get into bed." End of Chapter 5, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 6 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, A Horse Deal. After having been at work for a week, Hugh and Luscombe found it comparatively easy to them. Their hands had hardened, and their back and legs no longer ached with the exertion of stooping and lifting planks and beams. They had now got the yard into order, the various lengths and thicknesses of planks piled together, and also the various sized timber for the framework of the houses. Their work was now more varied. The dray had, of course, to be unloaded on its arrival from the mills and its contents stowed away, and as soon as James Pawson found that his new hands could be trusted to see after things, he left them pretty much to themselves, going up himself to the mill of which he was part owner. It now fell to them to keep an account of the outgoings, to see that the planks they handed over to purchasers were of the right lengths and thicknesses, and also to saw the woodwork of the frames for the houses into their required lengths. All this afforded a change and gave them an interest in their work, and they came to know a good many, not only of those living in the town, but men who were taking up ground in the neighborhood, and who came in with their teams for planks and shingles to construct the rough houses which were to shelter them until, at any rate, they got their land under cultivation and things began to prosper. 3 months after their arrival, Luscombe began to show signs of getting wearied of the work. Hugh was quick to notice it. "I can see you are getting tired of it," he said one Sunday as they started for a walk to a small ranch 3 miles away, whose owner had been buying wood for a cow house and had asked them to come over for dinner. "You didn't mean me to see it, but I know that it is so." "I don't know that I am tired, Hugh, but I feel a restless sort of feeling." "Well, my dear Luscombe, I don't want you to feel that you are in any way bound here on my account. We agreed that from the first, you know. It was a great thing our being together at first, but now the ice is broken, we have fallen into the groove and can either of us shoulder our kits and go where we like in search of a job. We are no longer fresh from the other side of the Atlantic." "I shall carry out my idea of enlisting," Luscombe said. "There is a military post at Fort McKayett. I can strike down by road to Meridian. I can get wagons as far as that, pick up a horse for a few dollars there, and then make my way down until I strike the Colorado River, and, crossing that, bear west, stopping at cattle ranches until I get to the fort. I shall be happier as a trooper than at any other work. Of course the pay is not high, but that does not matter a rap to me. It goes further here than it does at home, and there is not much use for money out on the plains. They say the Indians are very troublesome, and there will be some excitement in the life, while here there is none. I don't like leaving you, Hugh. That is the only drawback." "Don't let that stop you," Hugh said. "Of course I shall be very sorry when you go, but as you have your plans and I have none, it would come at any rate before long, and, as I have said, now that I have got over the feelings of strangeness, I don't suppose that I shall stay here long after you have left." The following day, Luscombe told his employer that he should leave at the end of the week. "I'm sorry you're going," he said, "but I expected that you would be on the move before long. That is the worst of it out here. Nobody sticks to a job. However, I cannot blame you. You have stopped a good bit longer than they generally do. And are you going too?" he asked, turning to Hugh. "Not just yet," Hugh replied, "but I do think of going in another week or two. You see, boss, one is not learning anything here." "That's so. Say, would you like to go up to the mill for a bit? That is different sort of work, and as you say, you would be learning something. One of the men jammed his hand on Saturday and won't be fit for that kind of work for some time, so as your mate is going off at the end of the week, you can go up there if you like." Hugh gladly accepted the offer. He would have felt it very dull without Luscombe, but by going to a different sort of work he would feel his companion's departure less hardly. He would have much to learn and be among new companions and have much to attend to. So, at the end of the week, Luscombe set out upon his long journey to Fort McKayett, and on Monday morning Hugh started for the sawmill at daybreak in a wagon that had come in on Saturday afternoon with timber. James Pawson had told him that he had spoken to the foreman about him, and the latter would know what to do with him. The team consisted of 2 fine mules in the shafts and 2 horses ahead. "Climb up," the driver said. "We shall go a goodish pace till we get to the hills. That is right, hold on." As he cracked his whip, the animal started at a trot and presently broke into a gallop. The road was nothing but a track across the country, and Hugh held on to the seat, expecting every moment to be jerked off. The track was as hard as iron, but the passages of the wagons in wet weather had worn deep holes and ruts in it, and Hugh thought it was a miracle that the wagon did not upset and smash to pieces, as the wheels went down first on one side and then on the other, and the whole framework creaked and quivered with the shock. At the end of about 3 miles, the animals slackened their pace, to Hugh's intense relief. "That's just their little play," the driver said. "They know they won't get a chance again today, and they generally lay themselves down for a gallop where it is good going." "Do you call that good going?" Hugh asked in astonishment. "Sartin. Why, it is level ground and not a watercourse to go over. You don't expect a railway track graded and level, do you? Hugh hastened to say that he entertained no such extravagant ideas. This road ain't nowhere, so to speak, real bad, the driver went on. That is, not for a hill road. I don't say as there ain't some baddish places, but nothing to what I have driven teams over. The animals had now dropped down into a walk, although, so far as Hugh could see, the track was no worse than that which they had been hitherto following. The critters are just getting their breath, the driver said as he proceeded to light his pipe. They have had their fling, and now they are settling down to the day's work. They know as well as I do what they have got before them, don't you, Pete? The mule addressed lifted one of its long ears and partly turned his head around. They are fine mules, Hugh remarked. You will see bigger than them. Them's Mexicans, and they have wonderful big mules in North Mexico. I've seen them standing a hand higher than these, but Pete and Bob are good mules. They would be better if they were a bit heavier when it comes to a dead pull, but except for that, I would as lief have them as the biggest. Are they better than horses? Better than horses? You bet. Why, I'd rather have a pair of mules than 3 pair of horses. Why, for steady work and for stay and for strength, there ain't no comparison between a mule and a horse. Why, that pair of mules is worth twice as much as the best pair of horses you could find in Texas, except, of course, picked horses for riding. If you pay $100 for a horse, you have paid a long price in this country, but that pair of mules wouldn't be dear at $800 for the 2 of them. There is no trouble with mules. They won't stray far when you turn them out. They won't stampede, not if they are properly trained. Why, there is as much sense in a mule as there is in a score of horses, and the horses know it themselves. If there's a mule turned out among a troop of horses, he takes the lead natural, and they will follow him wherever he goes, knowing right well that he's got more sense than they have. Besides, mules seem to get fond of each other, and you don't see horses do that. In a roundup, the team horses will just mix up with the others. You don't see 2 of them keep together or have any sort of friendship, but if there are a pair of mules among the lot, you will see them keep together. I had an idea that mules were obstinate beasts. I won't deny as they have their temper sometimes, but in most cases it comes from their getting into bad hands. But treat a mule well, and he will, in general, do his best. When they once find they have got a job beyond them, they ain't going to break their hearts by trying to do it, and if they are treated bad when there is no call for it, then they puts up their backs and won't stir another foot. And when they makes up their minds to that, you may kill them, and they won't do it then. But treat a mule fair and kind, and there is no better beast in the world. You know all about it, Pete, don't you? And he gave the animal a slight flick on the neck with his whip, to which it replied by throwing up its hindquarters and giving a playful kick, which caused Hugh, whose legs were hanging down over the front of the wagon, to withdraw them hastily. You are a rascal, Pete, the driver said. Come now, you've all got your winds. Just sharpen up a bit till you get among the hills. As if they understood what he said, the mules threw their weight on the traces, broke into a slow trot, and the crack of the driver's whip woke the leaders into activity. This pace was not kept up long, for the ground had now begun to rise. They presently entered a valley between 2 spurs of the hills, and soon began to mount by a rough road. This became steeper and steeper, and Hugh was glad to get off and walk in front. At times the track they had to cross was bare rock, so smooth and slippery that the animals could scarcely keep their feet and drag up the wagon. Then they wound along the side of a hill, the ground on one side being so much higher than on the other that it seemed to Hugh that a loaded wagon would infallibly topple over and go rolling down into the valley below. Sometimes they descended sharply into some lateral ravine cut by a stream and climbed up the other. The hills now were covered with a growth of small trees and brushwood. The larger timber had already been felled. At last the wagon turned up the bed of a stream running through a rocky gorge. Here we are, the driver said, and 50 yards further they came upon the sawmill, a roughly built structure with a water wheel. A low log hut stood beside it. Beyond, the valley opened out. At the upper end, its sides far up the hills were covered with trees, but the woodsman's axe had already stripped the lower part of the valley of all its timber trees. A dam had been built across the stream and a lead cut to the water wheel, which was sunk 5 or 6 feet below the level of the ground around it, and the tail race continued nearly down to the mouth of the gorge, where the water fell again into the old bed of the stream. The wheel was revolving, and the sound of the machinery inside the mill deadened that of the mules and wagon, but a shrill whistle from the driver brought a man to the door. He nodded to Hugh. "You're the new hand the boss spoke of, I suppose? Well, Clarkson, have you brought the things we wanted?" "Yes, I think the list is complete. I gave it to the old man, and he had all the things on board the first thing this morning. Here they are. 6 pounds of tea, a barrel of pork, sack of flour, keg of molasses, 20 pounds of sugar. Here's a box of dried apples and the 2 cross-cut saws. He will see about a grindstone. He thinks you might make that one last a bit longer." It was pretty well worn out when it was put up, the foreman grumbled. It ain't fit to grind axes on. I told the boss the other day that it had cost him 10 times its value already, because the men couldn't keep a sharp edge on their tools with it. Well, you know Ben, grindstones don't grow down in McKinney, and he's got to get them sent out from Missouri. If he had to get them from China, he might have had one here by this time, the foreman grumbled. Have you got that bag of iron dogs I wanted? No, there warn't one to be had in McKinney. The old man told me to tell you he rode off on Saturday to Little Rock and told them to express them on. A Negro now came out from the hut and began to carry the provisions in, and Hugh followed the foreman into the mill. There was another man there. One side of the mill was open to a yard behind, in which lay the logs as brought down by the team. These were placed on rollers and so run into the mill. One end of the log was then lifted by a screw jack until level with the saw bench. Here it was packed up and the jack then taken to the other end. The machinery consisted solely of one large circular saw and of another of smaller size. The water power would not have been sufficient to drive frame saws, and the whole work had to be done with the circular saws. The mill was not large, but it sufficed for the wants of McKinney and the neighborhood, and 2 wagon loads of planks were sent down daily. 3 axemen, who felled and squared the trees, and a teamster with 4 horses to drag the balks down to the mill completed the establishment. Hugh soon found that the work was far more interesting than it had been in the woodyard. It needed a good deal of skill to handle the heavy pieces of timber and get them upon the saw bench, although they were cross-cut by the woodmen into lengths suitable for planks. Then the great saw cut the balks into planks 3 inches wide. These were taken to the smaller saw, which ran them down into half, 3/4, or inch planks as required. The benches were of a primitive description, the balks being laid on fixed rollers, and the necessary movement given to them by a rope passed through blocks and taken round a shaft, which, as it revolved, wound up the rope and brought the logs forward against the saw. The noise at first of the saws and of the water wheel and its machinery almost deafened Hugh, but he soon ceased to notice it. He found that his duties were of a general kind. He assisted in raising the logs to their places and in getting them properly placed on the rollers, and then he helped to fix the blocks and pulleys, to remove the planks as they were cut off, and to work the log back to its place in readiness for another plank to be cut from it. The small saw required one man's constant attention, as the 3-inch planks were simply pushed forward by hand against it, being kept in their true position by guides. "You have got to be careful when you get near the end," the foreman said to him, "or you will find yourself without a finger or two in no time. When you get to within a foot of the end, you must not push the plank any further, but go on to the other end of the saw and pull it to you. It is a pretty rough business altogether, but it will only last another few months. There are not enough trees to supply it longer than that. Pawson has bought up another place a bit further among the hills, and he has ordered a better plant than this and reckons it will be up and ready to run by the time we are done here. This place ain't fit for carrying on much trade. When it was put up 2 years ago, there were but few people about on the plain, and a wagon load a week was about the outside Pawson could get rid of. I've been here from the first. In those days, we used to work with our rifles handy, for there was always a chance of an attack by Indians, but the country has grown so much since then that the Indians move further north and don't bother us. Ah, there's Joe's dinner bell." Hugh, following the example of the others, went down to the mill stream and gave his hands a rinse, dried them on a towel hanging from a nail on the door of a hut, and then went in. In 5 minutes, the whole party were assembled and took their seats on benches beside a long, narrow table. The Negro cook brought in bowls of pea soup. This was followed by boiled pork and potatoes, and then came a great dish of dried apples boiled with molasses poured over them. "We get our board up here," the foreman, who had placed Hugh beside him, said. "I suppose the boss told you?" "Yes, he said I should get $40 a month and my grub." "That's it. It is better pay than you can get on a farm below, but it is harder work and lonesome. Besides, unless you are careful, you run a pretty good risk of an accident. There have been 8 or 10 fellows hurt here since we began. It is healthy among the hills, and we don't get fevers, and it is cool enough to sleep comfortably at night, even in summer. But in winter it is cold, I can tell you. The old man feeds us pretty well, I must say that for him, and he is as good a boss as there is about here." Hugh liked the life. The keen mountain air braced him up, and every day he found it more and more easy to do his share of the work of moving the heavy balks. The men as a whole were pleasant fellows, and of an evening Hugh listened with great interest to the stories they told as they smoked their pipes. It was wonderful how many occupations most of them had followed. 2 of them had been mining in California before they came down to Texas. 1 of them had been working with teams across the Santa Fe route. Another, named Bill Royce, had been a sailor, had deserted his ship at Galveston, had enlisted and served for 3 years at a cavalry post west, had deserted again, had worked for 2 years as a cowboy on one of the Texan ranches, had gone down into Mexico and worked at a ranch there, had come up by sea to Galveston, working his passage, had served as a farmhand for a few months, and then, after various experiences, had come to McKinney when there were only 3 or 4 houses there. Another of the men had also worked as a cowboy, but his experience had been but a short one. "I stopped just a week at it," he said, "and what with being thrown off a horse 20 times a day, and what with the work, and what with the goings-on of the boys, I had enough of it by that time. I had been in 1 or 2 Indian fights, and I didn't feel scared then, but those cowboys scared me pretty nigh to death. The way they let off their pistols was a caution. 4 or 5 times, when I was sitting quiet, smoking, bang, and a revolver bullet would knock my pipe into chips, and then they'd laugh fit to kill themselves when I got up and swore. Then, without the least reason, someone, as we were all sitting round the fire, would take it into his head to hit a little bit of flaming wood. Then half a dozen others would go at it, and the bits of fire would be sent flying in all directions, and how it was that none of them got killed was more than I could make out. I stood it for a week, and then I weakened. I had got that nervous that I would jump if a fellow moved suddenly, and I concluded that I was not made the same way as the cowboys and had better quit and take to some other job." "I reckon you were about right there," Bill Royce said. "Anyone as is thinking of going for a cowboy had best know how to ride, how to throw a rope, and how to draw his pistol as quick as lightning before he begins." The next day, Hugh asked the teamster to bring him up from the town a rope such as the cowherders used. "This will do," Bill Royce said as he examined it. "The cowboys and Mexicans both use ropes sometimes, but they chiefly make them themselves from strips of rawhide, which they work and grease until they run almost as easy as if they were made of silk. Yes, this is the right length, 40 feet. Some men will use 50, and I've known Mexicans who would throw a 60-foot length with certainty, but that is quite out of the way. 40 feet is the right length. I will splice one end into an eye for you. The other goes through it and makes a running noose. When you throw it, the loop is 3 or 4 feet across. Of course, the better you can throw, the smaller you can have the loop, and the smaller it is, the better, for the jerk comes all the quicker before the horse or steer is prepared for it. Now, you see that stump of a young tree sticking up 2 feet above ground? Well, you form your loop, and you gather the rest in coils in your hand like this, and you stand, to begin with, 20 feet away, and you cast the loop over the stump, so." Of an evening, when supper was over, Hugh went out and practiced with the rope, and at the end of a month found that he could throw it at a distance of 30 feet with a fair certainty of dropping the loop over the stump. He also took Royce's advice as to the pistol. He had laid it by since arriving at McKinney, but he now got a belt similar to those worn by the cowboys and took to carrying the pistol in it, but unloaded, and at odd moments practiced drawing from the belt, leveling it, and pulling the trigger with the greatest possible speed. The action seemed simple enough, but he was surprised to find how, with practice, the time taken in doing it diminished, and his fingers came to close upon the handle in exactly the right position almost instantaneously, and as his hand shot out, his thumb drew back the hammer and his forefinger closed on the trigger. All this he had practiced before, more or less, when he had learned to use the weapon in the conservatory at Burnside, but at that time it had not appeared probable the accomplishment would be of any use. Now he knew that his life might depend upon it, and he came in time to be able to perform it with, as Royce had said, something of the sleight of hand of a conjurer. He devoted the whole of his spare time to practicing with the pistol and rope, and by the time that summer had gone, Hugh was able to throw the rope with certainty over any fixed object within reach, and to draw his revolver with a quickness that astounded Bill Royce. "I have seen a lot of pistol shooting," the latter said, "since I came out west. Cowboys and Mexicans and horse thieves and such like, but I have never seen one draw as quick as you do, and there are many as draw as quick. You shoot fair, but nothing out of the way. There's many a cowboy can shoot a sight straighter, but for quick drawing you are wonderful, and that is the great thing. When one fella gets his pistol out, the other one has got to cave in." The valley was now pretty well cleared of its trees, and the party prepared to go down to McKinney for the winter. The woodcutters were to move at once to the new location and to begin to fell trees, and as soon as the snow fell deep, the teams would go up and drag them down to the new sawmill, for the timber is hauled down much more easily over the snow than over the rough ground in summer. Thus there would be a big stock in readiness when the thaw came and the mill began to work in the spring. Hugh was not sorry when the work of the mill came to an end. He had determined to remain until the season closed, and he was glad he had done so. The time had been by no means lost. He had learned a good deal as to the ways and character of the men with whom he should have to associate. He had from one or other of them picked up a great deal of knowledge about the country, and knew the best places for making a start, the towns from which most of the teams started, and the localities that were best to make for in order to gain the heart of the cattle country. He had learned to throw a rope with enough dexterity to aid him materially in any work he might undertake among cattle or horses, and his constant practice with his revolver gave him a confidence in himself and in his ability to hold his own in the wild life of the plains and mountains. In the 9 months which had elapsed since he left England, he had gained strength, had become manly and self-reliant, and felt that his apprenticeship had been of great value to him. The first thing to do after he came down to McKinney was to look out for a horse. He had been put up to a useful wrinkle in this respect by Bill Royce. "You be careful about any horse trade you make. Bet your boots that any horse that is offered to you here is stolen, and you would get into one of the awkwardest of scrapes if you chanced to go into a district where that horse is known. They don't trouble themselves to ask many questions over a stolen horse. If you buy a horse, the best thing to do is to go before a justice, or the sheriff will do, pay your money before him, and get him to sign his name as a witness to the bargain. His fee will be $1 or $2, and you could not lay out the money better. Men ain't altogether unreasonable, even where a horse is concerned, and a paper issued from a sheriff's office certifying that you had bought the horse and paid a fair price for it might save your neck from a noose. You may ride a stolen horse all your life and never happen to light on the place he was taken from, but if you do happen to light on it, you may find yourself in a tight corner." Hugh put up at the hotel, and having told the landlord that he was on the lookout for a horse, the latter told him one evening when he returned from a visit to some friends at a farm, that 2 men had come in an hour before and had said they had a good horse to dispose of. Bill Royce was sitting in the saloon when Hugh went in. "I dropped in to see you, Hugh. I saw 2 fellas come in an hour ago on 2 likely-looking horses, and they were leading 2 others, one of which seemed to me as good a bit of horseflesh as I have seen for a long time. I expect they're on for a trade. The horse is a mustang. I don't expect they come by it honest, but that ain't your business, and you will get it cheaper than if they had. Go slow in bargaining. Don't you let out you really want him." Presently 2 men came in. They were dressed in broad hats, red shirts over which they wore jackets with silver buttons, breeches made of soft leather, and high boots. They wore bright-colored sashes round the waist. "They look pretty hard," Bill Royce said quietly. "They may be anything. They are not regular cowboys, but they may have been working on a ranch. They may have been prospecting. They may be horse thieves. They may be regular border ruffians. Anyhow, they've got a horse to sell. Maybe they have stole it from a ranch. Maybe they have got it from the Indians. Maybe they have wiped out its owner. You'll be able to tell pretty well by the price they want for it. He would be cheap at $200 if he is anything as good as he looks. If they will take anything under that, it is because they daren't keep him." After standing at the bar and talking for some time to the landlord, one of the men came across to Hugh. "I hear you're looking for a horse." "Yes, I am wanting to buy one if I find one to suit me at my price." "I've a horse to trade that would suit anyone, and as to its price, I'm ready to let him go a bargain." "I should like to have a look at him," Hugh said. "Well, he's in the stable now." "Yes, but I should want to see him in daylight to get on his back and try him." "Look here," the man said. "Me and my mate are pressed for time. Perhaps we've got an appointment with the president. Perhaps we haven't. Anyhow, we want to go on. We've got 2 spare horses, and we don't wish to bother with them no further." "Well, I will look at the horse now," Hugh said, and accompanied by Bill Royce, he followed the man to the stables. 2 horses were standing, ready saddled and bridled, hitched to hooks outside the shed. Inside were 2 others. One was an ordinary-looking horse, bony and angular. A pack saddle hung on a beam close by. He had evidently been used for carrying baggage. The other was a handsome roan, which snorted angrily as they approached with lanterns. "That is something like a horse," the man said. 5 years old, strong and up to anything, clean-limbed, full of courage and fast." "He has got a temper," Hugh said as the horse laid back his ears and made a sudden and vicious snap at the man's hand. "He is a bit playful," the man said. "Well, I don't like buying him without trying him," Hugh said. "He may be up to all sorts of tricks and may kick his saddle over his head. What do you want for him?" "I'll tell you what," the man said. "That horse would be dirt cheap at $250, but as I've told you, we want to be moving on, and I will sell him for $150. I would rather put a bullet through his head than let him go for less than that." "Well, let us go back into the saloon and talk it over," Hugh said. "It is a rum way to buy a horse, but I like his looks." The other man was still standing at the bar when they entered. Hugh, knowing that it would be an unheard-of thing to buy a horse without the ceremony of taking drinks being performed, went to the bar and ordered them for the four. "If I buy that horse," he said, "it will be on one condition. You see, I don't know where he has come from. The man you got him from may have stolen him, and I might happen to come across the former owner, and I haven't any fancy for being strung up as a horse thief." "You don't mean, stranger, to say as we have stolen him," one of the men said angrily. "Not at all. It may have gone through half a dozen hands before it came into yours, and yet it may have been stolen. Of course, if you know anyone here who can guarantee that you raised the horse or have owned him for a couple of years, I shall be quite content. But if you don't, you can hardly expect me to take your word any more than I should expect them to take my word if a party were to ride up to me and accuse me of stealing it. That is right enough, isn't it, landlord?" "I don't see as there is anything to be said against that," the landlord said. "It is a mighty unpleasant thing in this country to be found riding on the back of a horse that has mayhap been stolen." "What I propose is this," Hugh went on. "Seeing that these gentlemen are strangers here, I propose that I should call in the sheriff and James Pawson, who is a justice, and that they should witness the sale and give me a signed paper saying that they know me as a resident here, and that I have in their presence bought this horse. I don't think there is anything unreasonable in that. If at any time I am held up for stealing it, I can show the paper, and if they doubt it, they can write to the sheriff here and find that it is genuine." The two men exchanged a few words together in a low voice, and then the one who had shown the horse said, "Well, I reckon that is fair enough offer. We know we came by the horse honestly, but as we are strangers, it is right enough you should be cautious. Bring your sheriff along and let's be done with it." "I will fetch the sheriff across," Royce said, "if you go over to Pawson's, Hugh." In 5 minutes they returned with the two men. The sheriff looked sharply at the two horse dealers. They were unknown to him. "Will you give me my belt, landlord?" Hugh said. The landlord went out and returned with Hugh's belt, which had been locked up in his chest since Hugh arrived in the town. The latter counted out $150 in gold. "Wait a minute," the sheriff said. "I must see the horse first and see what brand is on him. I cannot describe the horse unless I see him." Again, taking lanterns, the party went out to the stable. The horse had been branded with a circle in which was the letter E. There was no other mark on him. The sheriff brought across with him some official paper, and returning to the bar wrote, "I bear witness to the purchase by," and he paused, "Hugh Tunstall," Hugh put in, "who is well known to me as having been working for 6 months in and near the town of a roan horse branded Circle E of Jake Whittingham," the man said, "and to the passing of payment for the same." The sheriff then added his name, writing under it, "Sheriff of McKinney County," and James Pawson added his signature with the word "Judge." "That is right and square," the sheriff said. "Now hand over the money and the trade is done." "I will throw in the other horse for $20. "I will take it," Hugh said, and adding this sum to that he had counted out, handed it over to the men. "If you will just step over with me, Hugh," the sheriff said, "I will put my official seal to that paper. I have no doubt," he went on as they left the saloon, "that those two fellows have stolen that horse. They would never have sold him for that money had they come by him honestly. I should have been glad to buy him myself for anything like that price. I don't know the men, and I reckon I know most of the rogues for 100 miles around here, so that if it has been stolen, it has probably been brought a good distance. I shouldn't be surprised if there has been murder as well as robbery. If I knew the men, I would seize them and have them searched, but as I have never seen them before and know nothing against them, I cannot do that. I think it is a very good idea of yours getting me in to witness the sale. That horse might yet get you into serious trouble if you could not prove that you came by it honestly." He had now reached his house and proceeded to stamp the document with the official seal. "You may as well put your signature to this," he said, "and I will witness it. Then if there is any question about your being Hugh Tunstall, you would only have to sign your name and they would see that you are the man mentioned. That is right. My fee is $2. Hugh gladly paid the money, and putting the document in his pocket, returned to the hotel. "Those fellows have just ridden off," Royce said when he entered. "Pretty hard couple, that. I wonder where they got that horse. Nowhere about here the sheriff would have known it. A horse like that would be sure to catch the eye." The next morning, Hugh got up early to inspect his purchase. The horse again made hostile demonstrations when he approached it, but, talking to it quietly, Hugh went into the stall, patted and soothed it. When it had quieted down, he took the head rope and led it out into the yard. "You are a beauty," he said. "There is no mistake about that," and tying it up to a post, he walked round it. "Well put together, plenty of muscle, fine bone, and splendid quarters. What a hunter you would make if I had you at home." The landlord came out as he was admiring the animal. "A mustang," he said. "Bigger than they usually run a good bit, and a beauty all over. He's worth double what you gave for him. This is not much of horse country. If you had him down south, you could get 300 for him any day. I expect those fellows were afraid to take him down there. Too well known, I reckon. Look here, I'll give you a paper too, and if I were you, I would get another from Pawson saying that you have been working for him at his sawmill, and that he recommends you as a good hand at that work. You can't have too many certificates as to who you are when you're riding an animal like that in this country. If you want a saddle and bridle, Jim Hoskins has got one to sell. He was speaking to me about it a fortnight ago." Half an hour later, Hugh became the owner of a saddle and bridle. The former was made in the Texan fashion, which closely resembles the Mexican, being very heavy and with a high peak and cantle. "I hardly see how a man can be thrown off a horse with such a saddle as this," Hugh said as he examined it. "One would be boxed in before and behind." "Wait till you get on a bad bucking horse," the man said with a smile. "You won't wonder about it then." Carrying it back to the hotel, Hugh saddled his horse and mounted. He felt strange and uncomfortable at first, for the stirrup leathers were placed much further back than those to which he was accustomed. The stirrups were very large and broad, and the position of the stirrup leathers rendered it necessary for him to ride almost with a straight leg, so that his grip was with his thighs instead of his knees. "I shall get accustomed to him in time," he said to himself, "but at present I feel as if I was riding barebacked. Well, I had plenty of practice at that, so I ought to be able to stick on." He rode at a quiet pace down the street, and then shook the reins, and the horse at once started at a hand gallop. Hugh was delighted with his pace, which was wonderfully smooth and easy, and returned in an hour, fully satisfied with his purchase. End of Chapter 6. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 7 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Among the Cowboys. "Well, now you've got your horse and outfit, Hugh. What are you going to do next?" Bill Royce said after the rest of the party had got up from breakfast and gone out. "I don't quite know, Bill," Hugh laughed. "I thought of going teaming, but I am afraid my horse has spoilt me for that." "Well, I should say so." "I should like to be my own master for a bit," Hugh went on, "and do some shooting and hunting on the plains, work across to Santa Fe, and then take anything that turns up. I have got $300 in cash. That will last me for a long time. But I don't like striking out for myself. I know nothing of the country or the life. What do you say to going with me, Bill?" "That is just what I've been turning over in my mind," Bill said. "I know the plains powerful well and have been hunting and shooting there for months. I was saying to myself, as like enough you would be thinking of striking out for a bit before you settled down again to anything, and you would be wanting someone with you as could put you up to the ropes. I've got pretty sick of working here, but I have spent my money as fast as I've got it and cannot afford to get an outfit. So I said to myself, if Hugh likes to start me with an outfit, I think it would be about square, seeing as he knows nothing of the country and I could put him straight there. We've worked together for a bit, and I reckon we would get on first rate. So if that would suit you, it would just suit me." "It suits me capitally, Bill. Nothing could be better. It is just what I wanted. I don't suppose I should ever have gone by myself, but with you it would be the very thing to suit me. There's my hand to it." In another 3 days their preparations were made. Bill knew of a horse that could be picked up for $40. 2 rifles were bought, a saddle and a bridle for Bill, and saddlebags for the spare horse. A large stock of ammunition was laid in. 50 pounds of flour, a few pounds of tea and sugar, 4 blankets, and a few odds and ends completed the outfit. Royce had already a revolver, and on the morning of the 4th day they started from McKinney, striking nearly due south so as to work round the range of hills. For the first few days they passed occasional settlements, and then struck out across an open country. "Now we may begin to look out for game," Royce said. "You can shoot, I suppose, Hugh?" "I've had no practice whatever with the rifle, but I am a pretty good shot with the shotgun." "You will soon pick it up anyhow," Royce said. Anyone who can shoot as you do with a Colt is sure to shoot pretty straight with a rifle. For the next 4 months, Hugh and his companion wandered over the plains, and Hugh enjoyed the life immensely. They had directed their course toward the southwest, for winter was setting in when they started, and as the cold is sometimes severe in northern Texas, they made down towards the Mexican frontier and there enjoyed delightful weather. They found an abundance of game and could have shot any number of deer, but they were useless to them except for food. Herds of wild horses were sometimes seen, and occasionally, in quiet valleys, they came across half-wild cattle which had strayed away from far-distant ranches. It was strange to Hugh to travel thus at will, to wander freely in whichever direction fancy led them, sometimes passing a week or two without seeing any other human being, sometimes stopping for a night at the campfire of a party of cowboys, sometimes bivouacking with a wandering hunter like themselves or with a ranchman in search of stray animals. During this time their expenses had been next to nothing, their sole outlay being for flour, tea, and sugar, and even these they generally obtained in exchange for venison or other game. Hugh had learned to use his rope with considerable skill on horseback, for as soon as he got fairly away on the plains he had begun to practice. The first time he tried it upon his companion he would have given him a very heavy fall, had not Bill reined in his horse onto its haunches as soon as the rope fell over his shoulders, for Prince, as Hugh called his horse, was thoroughly up in his work. The instant the rope had been thrown, he stopped and braced himself, with his forelegs extended, to meet the shock, and had it not been for Bill's quickness, he would in an instant have been torn from the saddle. "Thunder!" the latter exclaimed. "Do you want to break my neck, Hugh?" "I had nothing to do with it," Hugh protested. "Prince nearly sent me over his head. I had not the least idea of pulling him in, and was perfectly taken aback by his playing me that trick." "We ought to have thought of it," Bill said. "It was dead sure he would be trained to the work. The idea flashed across me just as the rope came down, and lucky it was so. Well, you will find plenty of other things to practice on as we go along. There are cattle enough running about here without owners, and if you come across a bunch of wild horses, you can give chase and rope some of the young ones. And there are coyotes. They will give you plenty of sport that way." Hugh had used all these opportunities and had come to throw the noose over the head of a flying animal as well as Bill Royce himself could do. But as yet he was unable to throw the rope round their legs with any certainty. As the spring approached, Hugh proposed that instead of carrying out their plan of going to Santa Fe, they should for a time take service on a ranch. "I enjoy this life immensely, Bill, and I should like to become thoroughly up to all the work. At present I am what you call a tenderfoot, and I should certainly like to have a few months among the cowboys." "Just as well do that as anything else," Bill said. "It is always handy to know that you can hold your own in a roundup and know the ways of cattle, and I tell you that there is plenty to learn. But, mind you, it ain't going to be like this time we've been having. There's no fooling about a cowboy's life. It is just about the hardest life there is. However, it won't be as hard for you as it is for most fellows. You can ride, though there ain't much merit in sitting on that horse of yours. Still, I see you know your way among horses, and you've taught him to come to you when you whistle, and to do pretty nigh everything you want him to. But you will find it a mighty different thing when you get on the back of a bronco. However, it is worth learning to ride a horse that has never been backed. Anyhow, I'm with you. I've had a spell at it and don't mind having another. And there is one thing, you can quit when you like." "But how about this horse? I should not like to give up Prince." "Well, you can do as you like about that. Each cowboy has 6 or 8 horses. Sometimes he has as many as a dozen, and he just ropes one out of the crowd and rides him as he has a fancy. So you could let Prince run with the rest and use him when you liked, or you could leave him at the headquarters station." "What do they want such a lot of horses for?" Hugh asked. "They want them to do the work," Bill said. "A man can go on pretty nigh forever, but a horse can't. You will find that you can use up 6 horses in the 24 hours, and they want a day to rest before they are fit for work again. Well, they will be starting on their roundup soon, so we may as well head in their direction so as to get taken on before they are full. I was working in the O Triangle Ranch 2 years ago. Their station ain't above 150 miles from where we are. The boss wasn't a bad sort. We may as well go there as to another." "What do you mean by the O Triangle, Bill?" "That is their brand, a circle in a triangle. We call them always by their brands. They have all sorts of names of their own, but they are never known by them. There is the O Triangle and the double A and the cross T's and the diamond square and the half circles and a dozen others. Well, we will head that way tomorrow morning. I don't know that I shall be sorry to be in a crowd again for a bit. It gets lonesome when there are only 2 of you after a while." Hugh was beginning to feel this also. Their subjects of conversation had long been exhausted, and after the events of the day's hunting had been discussed, there was little for them to talk about as they sat by their fire. On the evening of the third day, they arrived at the headquarters station of the ranch. It consisted of a long, low building which formed the storehouse and general room. Near it was the manager's house, and behind the barracks for the men. A short distance away was a fence which enclosed 50 or 60 acres of ground. Here were some of the more valuable of the animals, some handsome bulls and a couple of dozen good horses. 3 or 4 wagons stood near the huts, and a number of horses were grazing about over the country. The huts themselves lay in a hollow, down which a small belt of trees extended. A score of men were standing or sitting near the huts, and as many more came out as the newcomers rode up. 1 or 2 of these recognized Bill Royce. "Hello, Bill," one of them said. "Back again. I thought you had got rubbed out. Where have you been all this time?" "Been down in Mexico and then back among the settlements. Got tired of it, and here I am. Been hunting last. This is my mate, gentlemen. He's a good sort, a Britisher, and his name is Hugh. Now you are properly introduced." "Glad to see you," the man said, holding out his hand to Hugh. "Come to pay us a visit?" "No, I have come to get work, if I can get work," Hugh said. "Oh, there's plenty of work. Well, get off your horse. He's a good 'un, he is." Such was evidently the opinion of the rest of the cowboys, for they gathered round and made remarks on Prince's points. "He is too good for this sort of work altogether, leastways for most of it, though he would do well enough for scouting round and hunting for cattle among the foothills. Where'd you get him?" "I bought him at McKinney," Hugh said. 2 fellows came along with him and wanted to sell so bad, so I got him a bargain." "I expect he didn't cost them much," the man said. "Well, it is all right as long as you don't fall across the chap he was stolen from. If you do, there will be a good many questions asked, I can tell you. I guess he came from some Mexican ranch down south. You don't often see such a bit of horseflesh about here." "Here's the boss, Hugh," Bill said. "We may as well speak to him at once," and they walked together to a man who had just come out from the manager's house. "Have you got room for 2 hands?" Bill asked. "I was here a couple of years back. My mate is new at this work, but he can ride and shoot and throw a rope." "Oh, it's you, Bill, is it? Yes, I can put you both on. I'm not quite full yet. $40 a month for you, 30 for your mate till he learns his business." "That'll suit," Bill said. "He won't be long before he gets up to the 40. "He will find it hard work at first," the manager said, "but he doesn't look as if that would hurt him." Bill and his companion now rejoined the group of cowboys, while the manager went into the store. Hugh looked with interest at the men who were to be his associates for some time. Their dress was similar to that of all the cowboys he had met while hunting. They wore hats with a very wide, straight brim, and made of a stiff felt almost as hard as a board. Most of them wore a cord of gold or silver mixed with color round it. All wore flannel shirts with a handkerchief, which in the majority of cases was of silk, round their throats. Round the waist they wore a Mexican sash of bright color. Their trousers were either of thick material or of very soft tanned leather, and over these were chaparajos, or Mexican overalls, with a colored fringe down the outside seam. A few had jackets on, and these also had tufts of colored fringe on the seams of the arms. They were most of them spare, active men, without an ounce of superfluous flesh. They were quiet in manner, with little of the reckless jollity of the ordinary frontiersman. Hugh was particularly struck with the keen, watchful expression of their eyes, the result of long nights of watching and of days spent on horseback in search of stray animals and of danger from Indians. All carried a revolver on the hip or hind pocket, had a long knife stuck in their sash, and wore high boots cut away behind at the bend of the knee, but coming several inches higher in front. Following Bill's example, Hugh unsaddled his horse. "Go off, boy," he said, giving him a pat, and Prince walked leisurely away accompanied by his 2 companions who always kept near to him. "We cannot offer you a drink," one of the cowboys said to Hugh. "No liquor is allowed on the ranch. It comes rather hard at first, but it is best for us all." "I have touched nothing for the last 4 months but tea," Hugh said, "and don't care for spirits anyway." "It would be a good thing if none of us did," the other said, "but one must do something when one goes down to a town." Just at this moment a bell began to ring. "There is supper," the man said. There was a general movement into the large hut. Here long tables were laid out and dishes piled up with meat, and great platters of potatoes were ranged along at short intervals. Hugh was gifted with an excellent appetite, but he was astonished at the way in which the food disappeared. The meal was accompanied by a supply of very fair bread fresh from the oven and tea with milk. "Ewart keeps a few cows down here," the man next to Hugh said in answer to his remark about his not having seen milk for 3 months. "Of course, we don't get it at all the outstations." "Who is Ewart?" Hugh asked. "Oh, he is boss. We don't have any misters out here. One man is as good as another. You have just arrived here at the right time. We've been driving in the horses from the ranch for the last 3 days, and tomorrow we are going to begin breaking them. Of course, a good many of them were ridden last year, but there are a lot of broncos among them. We've got a bronco breaker out here." A bronco, Hugh knew, was a horse that had never been ridden. "How do you do about horses?" he said. "Well, 3 or 4 of those that have been ridden before are told off to each man. Then, if anyone fancies a bronco, he can take him and break him for himself. Then men can swap with each other. You see, some men ride better than others. Some men like quiet mounts. Others don't mind what they sit on. And you see, the best horses are very often the most full of tricks. You ride your horse as you like, but everyone keeps his quietest for night watches. You must have a quiet horse for that, for if your horse was to begin to play tricks, he would stampede the cattle, sure." "I suppose after they have been ridden one season, they are quiet enough?" Hugh said. "Not a bit of it," the man replied. "Some of them seem to get wickeder and wickeder. They get a bit better towards the end of the season, but 6 months running wild does away with all that. I would just as soon take my chances with a fresh broken bronco as with one that has been ridden before. They are wilder, you know, but not so cunning. An old horse seems to spend most of his time in thinking what game he shall be up to next, and when you see one walking along as if he had never done anything but walk along all his time, just look out, or you will find yourself 6 feet up in the air." Supper over, pipes were lighted, and Hugh listened with great interest to the talk going on around him. Some of the men had been on the ranch all the winter. Others had been away, some back in the settlements, others in New Mexico, where they had been either loitering away their time in the towns or working on Mexican ranches. Hugh was struck with the quiet way in which they talked, the absence of argument, and the air of attention with which each speaker was listened to. He thought he had never been among a more quiet set of men, and wondered if these could be really the cowboys of whose wild doings he had heard such tales. Gradually, one by one, they lounged off to the hut behind, and he and Bill soon went off also. It consisted of one room about 60 feet long. A stove with a huge fire burned in the middle, for the nights were cold. Down both sides and along the ends extended a double row of bunks. In the great majority of these lay blankets, showing that they were occupied. Choosing 2 empty ones, they placed the blankets and other articles they had taken from their saddles in them, put their belongings under their heads, rolled themselves up in their blankets, and were soon sound asleep. The first thing next morning, they handed over to the storekeeper the remainder of their flour, tea, and sugar. The value of these was credited to them, and they took out the amount in a couple of pairs of chaparajos, 2 cowboy hats, and 2 pairs of high boots, paying the balance in cash. Then they joined the cowboys. These were gathered in an enclosure with a very strong fence adjoining the fenced-in ground. Several cowboys rode off as they entered, and in a quarter of an hour a mob of horses was seen approaching, the men riding behind, cracking their whips and yelling at the top of their voices. The gates were opened, and a couple of minutes later the horses rushed in. There were some 40 or 50 of them, and of these about 2/3 were branded. In the first place, the others were speedily roped both by the head and hind legs. 4 cowboys hung onto the ropes while another approached with a heated brand and applied it to the animal's hindquarters, the horses kicking and struggling wildly. As soon as the operation, which lasted but a second or two, was completed, the ropes were loosed, and the frightened animals rejoined their companions, who were huddled in the corner of the enclosure. "Now, each man of number 1 and number 2 outfit take one of the horses," the manager said. Hugh and Bill had the night before been told that they were to form part of number 2 outfit. Like the others, they had their ropes in their hands, and had brought their saddles inside the enclosure. Hugh picked out a horse that struck him as being a good one, and threw his lasso round its neck. One of the cowboys belonging to the other outfit, who was standing by, said, "That is a pretty bad horse, mate. I would take a quieter one if I were you." "I have got to learn to sit them," Hugh replied, "so I may as well begin with a bad one as a good one." "All right," the other said, taking hold of the rope and helping Hugh haul upon it. The animal resisted violently, but the pressure of the rope half choked him, and he was forced to leave the group and come up to them. "I will hold him," Hugh's assistant said. "Get your saddle and bridle." There was some difficulty in putting these on, for the animal kicked, plunged, and reared furiously, and it was only when another cowboy threw a rope and, catching one of its hind legs, pulled it out stiffly behind, that Hugh succeeded in saddling it. "Now up you go," the man said. Gathering up the reins, Hugh sprang into the saddle, and the 2 men, as soon as they saw him seated, slipped off the ropes. For a moment the horse stood perfectly still. "Keep his head up," one of the men shouted, but before Hugh could draw in the reins, the horse dropped its head to its knees. Then it seemed to Hugh that it doubled itself up, and before he knew what had happened, he felt himself flying through the air and came down to the ground with a crash. There was a shout of laughter from the cowboys, but 2 or 3 of them helped Hugh, who for a moment was almost stunned, to his feet. "That is bucking, I suppose," he said as soon as he could get breath. "That's bucking, sure enough," one of those who had helped him said. "Well, I will try again in a minute," Hugh said. "Take it quietly," the man said, good-natured. "You fell pretty heavy, and you're shaken up a bit. You'd better hitch him onto the fence and look about you for a few minutes before you try again." Hugh thought the advice good, and after fastening up the horse, stood watching the man they called the bronco breaker, who was fighting one of the most vicious of the last year's horses. Had he not seen it, Hugh would not have believed it possible that a horse could go through such performances. He had ridden many vicious brutes at home, and had thought that he knew something of horses, but this was a new experience for him. In the rearing, kicking, and plunging there was nothing novel, and as the horses were much smaller than the English hunters to which he had been accustomed, he felt that if this had been all, he should have no difficulty in keeping his seat. But the bucking was new to him. To perform it, it was necessary that the horse should be able to get its head down. The moment this was done, it sprang straight into the air, at the same time rounding its back, and this with such a sharp, sudden jerk that it fairly threw the rider into the air. On coming down, the animal kept its legs stiff, so that the jerk to the rider was scarcely less than that of the upward spring, and before he had time to settle himself in the slightest, the horse repeated the performance, varying it occasionally by springing sideways, backwards, or forwards. The breaker, or as they were generally called, the bronco buster, kept his figure perfectly upright with a tremendous grip upon the saddle with his thighs, but depending, as Hugh could see, rather upon balance than upon his hold. The exertion was evidently great. The man's hat had been jerked off, the perspiration stood upon his bronzed forehead. From time to time he dug his spurs into the animal's flanks and excited it to continue its desperate efforts, until at last the horse was utterly exhausted and stood with its head drooping, unable to make another effort. There was a shout of applause from the cowboys looking on. "Bully for you, Jake! He is a brute, that is, and no mistake." "I will give him a turn every day for a week," Jake said. "He is worth taking trouble with. I will take him for a gallop tomorrow." "Do they buck when they are galloping?" Hugh asked the cowboy next to him. The latter nodded. "Not when they are going at their best pace. They haven't time to do it then. But when they are going at hand gallop, they will do it. They wait until you are off your guard, and then up they go in the air and come down perhaps 3 yards sideways, and it's 50 to 1 against your being on their back when they do come down." "I see how it is done now, though I don't see how I can do it," Hugh said. "But I will try again." The horse was led out, and Hugh again mounted. This time he was prepared for what was to come, but in spite of the grip with his legs, the blow lifted him far above the saddle. It seemed to him that the next buck came before he had fairly descended, for it struck him with the force and suddenness of an electric shock. Again and again he was thrown up until he felt his balance going, and the next jump threw him fairly over the horse's head, but as he was prepared for the fall, it was much less heavy than the first time. "Well done," several of the cowboys said as he rose to his feet. "You will do, you will, and make a good rider before long. That will do for today. I would not try any more." "I'm going to try it until I can sit him," Hugh said. "I have got to do it, and I may as well go on now before I get stiff." The bronco breaker came up to him as, after waiting a minute or two to get his breath, he again prepared to mount. "Don't keep your back so stiff, young fellow. Just let your back go as if there was no bones in it. I've known a man's spine broke before now by a bucker. Sit easy and listen. Keep your head. That is the principal thing. It ain't easy when you are being pitched up and down like a ball, but it all turns upon that. Let your legs close on him tight each time you come down, if only for a moment. That saves you from being thrown clean away from him." Hugh sprang onto the horse, and the struggle began again. It ended like the last, but Hugh had kept his seat somewhat longer than before. Again and again he tried, each time with more success. The 5th time he felt that the horse's action was less sudden and violent, and that it was becoming fatigued with its tremendous exertions. "Now, you brute," he muttered, "it is my turn," and he dug his spurs into the horse. A spring more violent than any he had yet felt followed the application, and for a minute or two he was almost bewildered by the force and rapidity of the animal's springs. But he was now confident that he was gaining the mastery, and the moment he found that its efforts were decreasing, he again applied the spurs. The response was less vigorous than before, and in 5 minutes the animal stood, exhausted and subdued. A cheer broke from the cowboys who were standing round looking on at the struggle. "Well done, young fellow! You are the toughest tenderfoot I have ever seen," one of them said, shaking him by the hand. I don't believe there are 10 men in the camp who would have sat that horse as you have, and you say that it is the very first time you have been on a bucker." "I have beaten him," Hugh said, "but he has pretty well beaten me. You must help me off my saddle, for I feel as if my back was broken and that I could not lift my leg over the saddle if my life depended on it." Two cowboys lifted him from his seat. "That is a hard tussle, mate," the bronco breaker said, coming up to him. "And you have stuck to it well. You are clear grit, you are. The best thing you can do is to walk about for the next hour. Just keep yourself moving. Then go and wrap yourself up in 2 or 3 blankets and lie down on your bunk for a bit. Have a thorough good sweat, and then strip and rub yourself down. Get your mate to rub your back well, and then dress and move about. The great thing is not to get stiff, but you will feel it for a day or 2. Hugh followed the advice, but he found it hard work to do so. He was bruised all over with his falls. He scarce seemed able to put one leg before another, and at every moment a sharp pain shot through the loins, and he felt as if his spine had been dislocated. Still, for an hour he walked about, and at the end of that time felt that his movements were more easy. Then he went to the hut, wrapped himself in Bill's blankets and his own, and presently dozed off to sleep. A couple of hours later he woke and saw Bill standing beside him. "Now, Hugh, you'd better turn out and let me give you a rub. Just take off that shirt. I've got a lump of hog's grease here." Hugh got out of the bunk with some difficulty and took off his shirt. "Now you lean your hands on that bunk and arch your back. That's it. Now here goes." For a good half hour Bill worked at his back, kneading it with his knuckles down both sides of the spine and across the loins. "Now you will do," he said at last. "Put on a dry shirt and come out." Hugh strolled down to the stockyard. He felt wonderfully better after the rubbing and was able to walk with far greater ease than before. The scene in the yard was unchanged. Fresh groups of horses had been driven in as fast as the others had been saddled and mounted, and by nightfall each of the cowboys had been provided with 3 horses. Hugh was greatly amused at the scene, for spills were numerous and the shouting and laughter incessant. The next day the work of breaking in the broncos commenced. One after another they were roped and dragged out of the drove. The bridle was slipped on, and they were then blindfolded while the saddle was put on and fastened. Then Jake mounted. The cloth was drawn off the animal's head, and the struggle commenced. The horses tried every means to unseat their rider, but in vain. Some submitted after comparatively short struggles. Others fought long and desperately. As soon as the first victory was won, bars were let down, and the horse was taken for a long gallop across the country, returning home subdued and trembling. Then the process was repeated with a fresh animal. "How long does he take to break them?" Hugh asked a cowboy. 3 days generally. Sometimes he will ride them 4 or 5 times, but 3 is generally enough. Then they are handed over to us to finish. "It must take a lot out of them," Hugh said. "It would be better to do it more gradually. You see, they are scared nearly to death before they are begun with." "He cannot afford the time," the man said. "He gets $2 a horse for breaking them. He will be here for a fortnight, and in that time he will do pretty well 100. Then he will go off somewhere else." "It must be tremendous work for him," Hugh said. "It is that, you bet. A bronco buster seldom lasts above 2 years. They get shaken all to pieces and clean broke up by the end of that time." As fast as the horses were broken in, they were handed over to the cowboys, and Hugh, who had been unable to do any work for 2 days, then began to break in the lot that were to be his particular property. But he was fond of horses and could not bring himself to use such violent measures as those which he saw adopted by his companions. The first lesson they taught him was to stand still the moment a rope fell over their necks. The animal was led up to the stump of a tree and then loosed. It at once went off at full speed, but as it did so, its owner threw the noose of his rope over its head and then gave the other end to turn round the stump. The shock was tremendous, the horses being frequently jerked right over onto their backs. 2 or 3 experiences of this sort was sufficient, and the animal thenceforth learned to stand, not only when a rope was thrown round its neck, but even when the reins were dropped upon it, so that when its master dismounted it remained perfectly quiet until he again mounted and took the reins in his hand, even if he was absent a considerable time. As the teams were to start in a few days on the roundup, Hugh felt that it would be useless for him to attempt to break the horses in by English methods, and he was therefore obliged to adopt those in use by his companions. He mollified them, however, to some extent by getting another rope and tying it to his own. He then took only a half turn round the stump, and let the rope run out, at first fast, but checking it gradually until its pressure upon the neck brought the animal half suffocated to a stop. It took him longer to accomplish his object, but he found that by the end of a week the 7 horses had all learned their lessons, each having been ridden for an hour every day. He had had several severe battles with the animal he had first mounted, which was by far the most vicious of them, but the struggle each day had become less severe as the horse recognized the futility of endeavoring to unseat its master. Hugh had many falls during the schooling, but he was upon the whole well satisfied with the result. Several of the cowboys had advised him to use the methods they adopted for securing them in their seats upon specially vicious horses. One of these methods was the fastening of a loop of leather to the high pommel. Holding this in the hand, it was well nigh impossible to be bucked from the saddle, but there was the disadvantage that if the strap broke, nothing could save a rider from a fall far more violent and heavy than that which came from being pitched from the saddle in the ordinary way. Another method was to fasten a strap passed under the horse's belly tightly below each knee. But this, although it held the riders in their saddles, had the serious disadvantage that in the event of a horse rearing and falling back, or of its falling headlong from putting its foot in a hole, the rider could not free himself and was almost certain to be crushed under the horse. Others again fastened themselves by bringing their feet together and crossing their spurs under the horse's belly, a safer measure than the last, but objectionable inasmuch as the spurs, when the animal bucked, struck him in the belly and so increased the violence of his action. Of course, the best riders refrained from using any of these methods, trusting only to their leg grip and to balance, and Hugh determined to ride in this way, even if it did cost him a few more falls. He was on excellent terms with the rest of the cowboys. The tenderfoot, as a newcomer is called, is always the subject of endless pranks and annoyances if he evinces the least timidity or nervousness. But if, on the other hand, he shows that he has pluck, determination to succeed, and good temper, he is treated with kindness and cordiality. Hugh's exhibition, therefore, of courage and horsemanship on the occasion of his first attempt at once won their liking and admiration, and all were ready to lend him a hand when necessary, and to give him hints and advice, and he was free from any of the annoyances to which new hands are often exposed. There were several other tenderfeet among the party. 2 or 3 of these got on fairly and soon ceased to be butts, but the rest, before a week was up, found the work altogether too trying, and one after another went off in search of some less dangerous occupation. End of Chapter 7. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 8 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, A Rattlesnake Diet. Everything was now ready, and one morning 4 wagons started. The O Triangle was one of the most northern of the ranches, and the 4 outfits would therefore travel south, searching the whole width of the country as they went along. Those from the other ranches would come up from the south, or in from the east, all moving towards a general meeting place. The range of country which served as common pasturage to some 8 or 10 ranches was about 200 miles from north to south, and nearly as much from east to west. The eastern portion of this great tract consisted of plain, sometimes flat and level, but more often undulating. The western portion was broken up into valleys and gorges by the spurs of the great ranges included under the name of the Rocky Mountains. The cattle of each ranch were as far as possible kept in that portion of the territory nearest their own stations, but during the winter they scattered to great distances in search of better grazing ground or shelter. In the more northern ranges, when snowstorms with violent winds swept down from the northwest, the cattle would drift before it, always keeping their heads from the wind, and feeding as they traveled. Sometimes great herds would thus travel hundreds of miles until brought up by some obstacle. At this time, such things as fences were absolutely unknown on the plains, and when, years after, they came to a certain extent into use, they were in the regions exposed to snowstorms, causes of terrible disaster. For when a herd drifting before a snowstorm came to one of them, it would be checked, and many thousands of cattle would, when the snow cleared, be found frozen or starved to death in a mass. 2 of the outfits of the O Triangle Ranch were to proceed due west, and then to search the ranges among the hills, while the other 2 were to work the plains. Numbers 1 and 2 were chosen for the former work, and were to keep within 20 or 30 miles of each other so as to be able to draw together for support should the Indians prove troublesome. It was not until the afternoon that the cowboys mounted, and the men of each outfit, collecting their own horses into a bunch, started for the spot where their wagon was to halt for the night. It had brought up near a stream, and the cook had already lighted his fires and put on his cooking pots when they arrived. Each outfit consisted of 10 cowboys and a man who acted as a wagon driver and cook. The duties of the cook of an outfit were by no means a sinecure, as he had to prepare 2 meals a day, breakfast and supper, at all times, and dinner for the men whose work allowed them to ride into it. He had to bake bread, to wash up pots, pans, and dishes, and to cut wood for the fire. In the latter task he was always assisted by the first arrivals at the camping place. The bread was baked in iron pans. The dough was made of flour and water with a mixture of saleratus, which took the place of yeast, and caused the dough to rise. The pans were placed in the wood embers, a quantity of which were piled upon the flat iron lid, so that the bread was baked equally on all sides. Meat was cut into steaks and fried, those of the men who preferred it cutting off chunks of the meat and grilling or roasting them on sticks over the fire. Once or twice a week there was duff or plum pudding. The cook was up long before daybreak preparing breakfast, and the men started as soon as it was light. Directly the meal was over, plates, pots, and pans were washed and packed in the wagon, the horses or mules harnessed, and he started for a spot named as the evening camping ground, where he had his fires lighted and the meal well on its way by the time the cowboys arrived. A good deal more meat than was required was cooked at breakfast, and each man, before he started on his day's work, cut off a chunk of bread and meat for his midday meal. Hugh had ridden Prince, who had been having a very easy time of it for the last 3 weeks. The horse had, for the first few days, kept somewhat apart and had resented any advances on the part of the strangers. He had now, however, fallen into their ways, and as soon as the saddle was taken off, he, like those ridden by the other cowboys, went off at a trot to join the bunch of horses a short distance out on the plain. "Well, Hugh, how do you think you should like cattle work?" one of the men, known as Long Tom, asked him, as they sat round the fire after supper was over. "So far I like it immensely," Hugh replied. "But, of course, I have only seen the smooth side of it. I have not been on night cattle guard yet." "Yes, that is the worst part of the work," the man said, "especially when you are short-handed, for then there is only one relief. Of course, on a fine night, if the cattle are quiet, there's no hardship about it. But on a dark night, when you cannot see your horse's ears, and the wind is blowing, and the rain coming down, and the cattle are restless, it is no joke. I've been a sailor in my time, and I tell you that keeping a watch on a wild night at sea isn't a circumstance to it. You know that if the cattle break, you have got to ride and head them off somehow. And I tell you, when you cannot see your horse's ears and are going at a wild gallop, and know that if he puts his foot in a hole there is no saying how far you may be chucked, and you have got the herd thundering along beside you, you begin to feel that a cowboy's life is not all meat and molasses. There is one comfort: when you do have to ride like that, you have no time to funk. Your blood just boils up with excitement, and the one thing that you think of is to head the herd." "Shall we place a horse guard tonight?" "Yes, there's always a horse guard when we are away from the station. The horses are more inclined to wander at first than they are afterwards, and ours are a pretty wild lot at present. But I don't think we shall have trouble with them, for we have brought that white jackass along, and the horses are sure to keep round him. There is nothing like a jack for keeping horses quiet. They seem to know that he has more sense than they have. As long as he takes things quietly, there's not much fear of their moving." "Do you think a donkey has more sense than a horse?" Hugh asked in surprise. "Ever so much," the man replied, "and so have mules, haven't they, mates?" There was a general chorus of assent. "I had no idea of that," Hugh said. "I should have thought that horses would look down upon a donkey." "That is where you are wrong," a cowboy called Bronco Harry said. "Trust to a jack to find out the best forage in the nearest water. He would manage to pick up a living where a horse would starve. He doesn't get scared and lose his head about nothing as a horse does. If there's a noise, he just cocks one ear forward and makes up his mind what it is about, and then goes on eating, while a horse fidgets and sweats and is ready to bolt from his own shadow. Besides, the horses know that the jack is their master." "Why, you don't mean to say that a donkey can kick harder than a horse?" "I don't say he can kick harder, though a mule can, and twice as quick. But a jack does not fight that way. He fights with his teeth. I've seen several fights between stallions and jacks, and the jack has always got the best of it. I remember down at the Red Springs, there was a big black stallion with a bunch of mares came down the valley where we camped, and he went at the horses and stampeded them all down the valley. Well, we had a jack with us. He did not seem to pay much attention to what was going on until the stallion came rushing at him, thinking no doubt that he was going to knock his brains straight out with a blow of his forefoot. But the jack went at him with an open mouth, dodged a blow of his hoofs, and made a spring and caught him by the neck. He held on like a bulldog. The stallion reared and plunged and lifted the jack off his feet time after time, but each time he came down with his legs stiff and well apart. The stallion struck at him with his forelegs and cut the skin off his shoulders. Once or twice they fell, but the jack never let go his hold, and he would have killed the stallion, sure, if it had not torn itself away, leaving a big bit of skin and flesh in the jack's mouth. The stallion went up the valley again like a flash, and the jack turned off and went on grazing as if nothing had happened. Jacks don't have a chance in towns, but give them a free hand out on the plains, and I'll tell you, they are just choke full of sense. But it is getting dark, and I'm first on guard, so I must be off. The other 3 men who had been told off for guard had each brought in a horse and fastened the end of their ropes to the picket pins driven into the ground, so that they could graze a little and yet be near at hand when the time came to relieve the guard. How do you know when to wake? It is habit, Bronco Harry said. One gets to wake up just at the right time, and if you ain't there within a quarter of an hour of the time you ought to be, you are likely to hear of it. One of the guards will ride in and talk pretty straight to you, or like enough he will drop his rope around your foot or arm and give you a jerk that will send you 10 yards. When you've been woke up once or twice like that, there ain't much fear of your oversleeping yourself. Ah, there's Black Sam's accordion. Black Sam was the cook, a merry, good-tempered Negro, and the outfit which secured Sam with the wagon considered itself in luck. Cowboys are very fond of music, and Sam's accordion helped to while away the evening. For the next 2 hours there was singing and choruses, and then the men rolled themselves in their blankets with their feet to the fire, and the camp was soon asleep. The next morning at daybreak the cowboys started in pairs. 2 of them accompanied the wagon in charge of the spare horse. The rest went in various directions to hunt up cattle. Before nightfall they had collected 50 or 60 cattle, mostly in bunches of 3s and 4s. At least a third of the number were calves by their mother's side. Some of them were only captured after a long chase, as they ran with a swiftness far beyond anything of which Hugh could have supposed cattle to be capable. The cows and steers were for the most part branded, but a few were found without marks. These were, Hugh learned, called mavericks. They were animals that had escaped search at the previous roundup, and it was consequently impossible to tell to what herd they belonged. When the day's work was done, these were roped, thrown down, and branded with the O triangle, and became property of the ranch whose cowboys discovered them. "There's many a man has become rich by branding mavericks," one of the cowboys said. "It was a regular business at one time. Of course, no one could tell whose cattle they were, and when a man had put his brand on them, he became the owner. But it was carried on so that the ranch owners all came to an agreement, and any man caught branding cattle with his own brand, except at the regular roundup, got shot. Of course, the calves belong to one or other of the ranches round, and as each ranch sends out a number of outfits to the roundups in proportion to the numbers of its cattle, the present rule is fair enough." When night fell, the cattle were bunched down by the stream by which the party had camped. 6 of them were told off on night guard, while 3 others, of whom Hugh was one, were to look after the horses. Hugh was to take the first watch, and as soon as he had eaten his supper, he received his instructions from John Cawley, the overseer of the outfit. "You will have little enough to do," he said. "You have merely got to keep near them, and you needn't even keep on your horse unless you like. As long as they graze quietly, leave them alone. If you see 2 or 3 wandering away from the rest, ride quickly and head them in." Hugh mounted one of the quietest of his horses and rode out to the bunch a few hundred yards from camp. At his whistle, Prince at once trotted out from the rest and came up to him and took from his hand the piece of bread Hugh had put in his pocket for him. "Go back to the others, Prince," he said with a wave of his hand. "Your business is to eat at present." The horses were all quiet, and Hugh, when darkness had fairly fallen, was struck with the quiet of the plain. Above, the stars shone through the clear, dry air. Near him were the dark bunch of horses, and he was surprised at the loudness of the sound of their cropping the grass, broken only by that of an occasional stamp of a hoof. He could easily hear the accordion and the singing away back at the camp. When this ceased, there came occasionally the crack of a breaking twig as the herd of cattle forced their way through the bushes by the stream on his left, and the songs of the cowboys on watch as they rode in circles around them. The time did not seem long, and he was quite surprised when Bill Royce cantered up and told him his watch was over. The next day's work was similar to the first, except that, soon after starting, on ascending a slope they saw a small herd of deer some 80 yards away. Before Hugh had time to think, Bronco Harry, who was his companion, had drawn his revolver and, as the deer bounded off, fired. One of them leaped high in the air, ran 50 yards, and then dropped, while the others made off at the top of their speed. "That was a good shot," Hugh said. "I should hardly have thought of firing at an object so far distant." "Oh, these colts carry a long way," the cowboy said carelessly. "They will carry 400 yards, though you can't depend upon their shooting much over 100. I have seen a man killed, though, at over 300, but I look upon that as a chance shot. Up to 100, a man ain't much of a shot who cannot bring down a deer 4 times out of 5. I don't mean hitting. Of course you ought to hit him every time, but hit him so as to stop him. I don't mean to say as the shot would be sure if you were galloping over rough ground, but in a steady saddle you ought not to miss. On riding up to the deer, Bronco Harry dismounted, lifted it on the horse, and lashed it to the back of the saddle. "I'm not particularly partial to deer meat," he said, "but it makes a change to beef." "I own I prefer beef," Hugh said, "especially after living on venison, as I have been doing for the last 3 months." "I consider bear meat to be about as good as anything you get in these parts," the cowboy said. "I don't say it isn't tough, but it has got flavor. I don't want to put my teeth into anything better than a good bear ham. If we have any luck, we shall get some up among the hills. Most things are eatable. I lived on rattlers once for a month at a time. I tell you, a rattler ain't bad eating." "Are there many of them out on the plains?" "A good many," the cowboy said, "but you get them most among the foothills. They like to lie on the rocks in the sun, and I have seen them by dozens on a sunny ledge." "Do many people get killed by them?" "Bless you, no. The natives are afraid of them, because you see, they often go barefoot, but they cannot bite through our thick boots. The only danger is when you lie down or something of that sort. They are fond of warmth, and if you camp near where they are thick, they will crawl down to the fire and sometimes get into your blanket." "I suppose their bite is fatal if they do bite." "Not once in 50 times if you take them right. I've known Mexicans killed by them, but then a Mexican gives himself away directly and makes no fight for it. Now, if we're bitten, we just whip out a knife and cut the part out straight, clap a poultice of fresh dung on it, and tie a string round tight above it. Of course, if you've got spirits handy, you pour some in directly you cut it out, and drink as much as you can, but then, you see, we don't often have spirits out here. I was bit once, there," and he pointed to a scar on his right hand, between the little finger and the wrist. "A rattler bit me just on the fleshy part there. I blew his head off with my revolver, and then whipped out my knife and cut the bit out. There wasn't any dung handy, and I had no spirits, so I broke up a revolver cartridge and poured the powder in and clapped a match to it. It hurt a bit, of course, because it was bleeding and the powder didn't all flash off at once, but I was all right afterwards. My arm felt numbed for an hour or two, and there was an end of it. Cattle and horses get bit sometimes on the head when they're grazing, and it swells up to pretty well twice its proper size, but they generally get over it in a day or two. No, there's no great danger about rattlers. But if you are in the neighborhood where they are thick, it is just as well to look round before you sit down." "But how was it you came to live on rattlesnakes for a month?" "Well, I was up north a bit. I'd been looking after a bunch of cattle that had gone up a canyon when I saw a party of Indians coming my way. Luckily, I saw them before they saw me, and you guess I was off the horse pretty sharp. I turned his head up the canyon and sent him galloping on, and then I sheltered among the rocks. The Indians came up, no doubt, to look for cattle. I heard them pass by and then come galloping down again, and I knew they had happened upon my horse. They hunted about that place for 2 days, but the soft rocks had fallen, and they were piled thick along the foot of the cliffs on both sides, and you may guess I had worked myself down pretty deep in among them. I was in too much of a hurry to think of the rattlers as I got in, but I had noticed as I went up what a lot of them there were lying on the rocks, and I thought a good deal about them as I was lying there. Of course, I had my knife and pistol with me, but the pistol was no good, for a shot would have cost me my scalp, sure, and a knife ain't the sort of weapon you would choose to use in a tussle with a rattler. When night came, I could have shifted, but I guessed I had got as good a place as another, and I might have put my foot into a nest of rattlers in the dark, so I lay there all night and all next day. I slept a bit at night, but all day I kept awake and listened. I could hear the Injuns going about and shoving their lances all about down the holes among the rocks. Luckily, the place I had got into was just at the foot of the cliffs, and you could not see that there was a hole unless you climbed up there. Well, when night came again, I guessed they would give up searching and take to watching. I got out and went a good bit higher up the gorge. I was pretty nigh mad with thirst, and there weren't no water, as I knew of, within well nigh 100 miles. I felt sure the Injuns wouldn't come up the valley again, but would keep watch at the mouth, for the hills went up both sides, and there was no getting out anywhere except there. Soon as it got light, I cut a stoutish stick, tore off a strip of my sash, and tied my bowie to the end. Then I hid up again there, but so that I could see out a bit. About 10 o'clock, as there were no signs of the Injuns, and the sun were blazing down fit to frizzle up one's brain, I guessed rattlers would be out. I'd got so bad with thirst by the time that I believe, even if I had seen the Injuns, I should have gone out. I had not long to search. I had not gone 5 yards when I saw a rattler lying on a rock. There are 2 sorts of rattlers. There's the plain rattler and the rock rattler. The rock ain't so big as the other, but he bites just as bad. He saw me coming, but he did not trouble to move. He just sounded his rattles and lifted up his head as much as to say, "You had best leave me alone." When I got near him, he lifted his head a bit higher, and swish went my stick, and his head flew off him. I picked up the body and went back among the bushes, skinned it, cut it up into chunks, and ate it just as it was. That was the first of them, and I had 3 or 4 more before the day was over. That night and next day I remained quiet, except to fill up my larder, and the next night crawled down to the mouth of the valley, and just where it narrowed I could hear Injuns talking. They hadn't lighted a fire. They knew better than that. It would have been just throwing away their lives. So back I went again, for I could not tell how many of the skunks were there. I guessed perhaps they would come up the valley again the next day, so I hid again in my old place, and it was lucky I did, for in the afternoon I heard their horses' feet and knew there must have been a dozen of them. That night I went down again. I could hear no voices, and I crawled out and out until I was well on the plain, but they was gone. That were just what I had expected. They had got my water skin with my horse, and knew well enough that no one could have stood that 4 days' heat in that valley without dying or going off his head, and as they could see nothing of me, they must have thought that I had got into some hole and stuck there till I died. Their own water, too, must have been running short, and they couldn't stay any longer, so off they had gone. I wasn't much better off than I was before. They had driven the cattle away, and as to starting to walk 100 miles without water, the thing were not to be thought of. I had found there was juice enough in the rattlers to do me. Besides, there were plants growing about that would help me a bit if I chewed the leaves, so I made up my mind that there was nothing else to do but stop. Some of my mates would be sure to get up a hunt for me when they found that I didn't come back. I didn't care so much now that I could light a fire, for I was getting pretty sick of raw rattler. I lit one next morning right up at the head of the valley, choosing a place among the rocks where I could pitch a stone over it and hide the ashes if the Injuns should take it into their heads to pay me another visit. Every morning I cooked enough rattlers for the day, and then took them down and sat among some bushes high up at the mouth of the valley, so that I could see if anyone was coming 2 or 3 miles away, for I hoped that a deer or a bear or perhaps a head or 2 of cattle might come up, but nary one did I see, though I stayed there a month. At the end of that time I saw 4 mounted figures far out on the plain, and pretty soon made out they was cowboys. They was riding towards the hills, and you bet I tracked out to meet them pretty slick. They was 4 men of my own outfit. They had halted for 3 or 4 days after I were lost, and scoured the plains pretty considerable for me. Then they were obliged to go with the rest to drive the cattle into the station, and as soon as they got there, they started out again, making up their minds that they wouldn't go back till they found my body. They reckoned for sure that I had been scalped, and never expected to do more for me than to bury me. They had been 4 days riding along at the bottom of the foothills, searching every valley. They had a spare horse or 2 with them with water and grub. Yes, that is how I came to live on rattlers for a month, and though I don't say anything against them as food, and allow as they make a change to cow's flesh, I have never been able to touch them since. That was a close shave, Hugh said, and I suppose people do get lost and die on the plains sometimes. Lots of them, but not old hens, you know. A cowboy gets to know which way he's going without looking at a mark. At night he's got the stars to guide him, but tenderfeet often get lost, and when they once lose their bearings, there ain't much chance for them unless someone happens to come along. They most all go out of their minds the same day. They run a bit and then drop down, and then run another way and drop again. I tell you, there ain't a more awful sight than a man who has been lost for a day or 2, and you've got to look out sharp if you come upon one of them, for he is as like as not to shoot you, being altogether off his head and taking you for an enemy. I once came across a chap who was off his head, but who hadn't gone weak. He drew his 6-shooter when he saw me. It was a long way from a station, and I had no time to fool about, and I didn't want to get shot. He fired once, and the ball went pretty close, so I knew I might chuck away my life by going near enough to rope him. So I fetched out my pistol and took a shot at his ankle, and of course down he went. As I expected, he let drop his pistol as he tumbled, and before he could get it again, I had ridden up and roped him. Then, of course, it were easy enough. I tied him tight first, poured a few drops of water into his mouth, fastened him across the horse behind the saddle, and rode with him into the camp. He were laid up for nigh 6 weeks with his ankle, but it saved his life. "Hello!" he broke off, reining back his horse suddenly. "There's a good bunch of cattle right up that dip ahead of us. We are on the wrong side of them now, and if they was to catch sight of us, we should have a long ride before we came up to them. We must work round and come down on them from the other side and head them this way. Then we shall be traveling at the right direction." Hugh's eye, less accustomed to search the plains, had not caught the cattle. "How far are they off?" he said. "About a mile. You go round to the right, and I'll go round to the left. When you get to where you think you are behind them, stop until you see me. Or, look here, You are new at this sort of thing, so we may as well ride together until we get to your station, else we might miss each other and lose a lot of time." So saying, he rode off at full speed, Hugh, who was on Prince, following him. As they went, Hugh congratulated himself that he had not started by himself, for riding up and down the undulations and making a half circle as they were doing, he very soon lost all idea of direction. After 10 minutes riding, the cowboy reined in his horse. "Now," he said, "they are in the next dip, just about over the line of that bush. I will go a bit further round and come down on the other side of them. You move on to that bush and wait until you see me coming, and then ride forward. Keep on their flank. That dip lies just about in the line of the camp, so keep them going that way." Hugh rode until he approached the bush Harry had pointed out, and then sat quiet until he saw the cowboy approaching from the opposite direction. The latter threw up his arm, and Hugh moved forward. A few strides of the horse took him to the brow, and there, below him, some 40 or 50 cattle were grazing. Bronco Harry was already dashing down the opposite slope. For a moment the cattle stood with heads up and snorts of alarm, and then, as the cowboy uttered a wild yell, dashed off down the hollow. A little behind them, one on each side, rode the two cowboys, and for 3 miles there was no change in their relative position. Then the speed of the cattle began to abate, but they kept on at a run for another 2 miles, and then settled gradually into a walk. An hour later the camp was reached. "There is no occasion to watch them," Bronco Harry said as they arrived within a quarter of a mile of the wagon. "They will go on to the stream and have a drink, and then lie down in the shade of the bushes, or else mix up with the other cattle down somewhere there. They have done enough running for today." "Back early, Harry," the cowboy who had remained behind to look after the horses said. "Yes, we have been in luck. Got a goodish bunch. Hello, Sam." "Hello, Bronco Harry," the Negro replied, putting his head out of the wagon. "Got any hot water? 'Cause we want tea." "Not got now, but make him quick. Plenty of fire in the ashes. Not expect anyone back to dinner. Only just 12 o'clock. "Well, here we are, Sam, anyhow. Hand me out a frying pan. A hot dinner is better than a cold lunch any day. I've brought you in a stag, Sam." "Dat's good, Bronco. Deer meat's better than cow meat." "Not a bit of it, Sam. It does for a change, but you cannot go on eating it every day as you can beef, unless you've got to, and then one can eat anything." "Are we going out again after dinner, Harry?" Hugh asked as they watched the beef frying over the embers of the great fire. "No, sirree. We have done our day's work. We have brought in our bunch, and a good bunch it is. It is just luck that we came on them early and are back early. If it had been the other way, we might not have got back until after dark. Maybe we mightn't have got back until tomorrow. After we have done our meal, we will go and see if the cattle have settled down quiet, and if they have joined the rest. If they have, we will have a bathe in the stream and then wash our shirts. It will be a good opportunity. One don't get many chances of washing up on a roundup." The cattle were found to have joined those brought back in the day before, and the cowboy's program was carried out. "You ought to practice with that 6-shooter of yours, Hugh. A cowboy ain't thought much of if he can't shoot straight. Look at that tin on the low bough there. That has been there ever since we were here a year ago. I mind that someone stuck it up for a tenderfoot to shoot at. Now you see me knock it off." "Jehoshaphat!" he exclaimed when, as he put his hand on the butt of his pistol, a sharp crack sounded beside him and the tin fell to the ground. A laugh from Hugh accompanied the shot. "How in thunder did you do that?" "The usual way, I suppose," Hugh said. "I drew my pistol and pulled the trigger." The cowboy looked him over from head to foot. "I tell you what, Hugh, you are a fraud. You come here as a tenderfoot, and you can sit on a bucking bronco. You've a good notion of throwing a rope, and you can shoot like lightning. Where did you get it all?" "I have simply practiced," Hugh said, smiling at the other's gravity of manner. "I made up my mind to take to ranching some months ago, and I practiced with the pistol and rope before I started, and, as I told you, I have been 3 months hunting." "It don't seem natural," the cowboy said doubtfully. "I don't say the shot was out of the way, for it were an easy mark enough at 20 yards, but it were the spryness of the shooting that fetched me." "That is what I have been specially practicing, Bronco. I was told that the great thing was to be able to draw quick." "Well, let us see a little more of your shooting." He walked to the tree and picked up the tin. Hugh put in a fresh cartridge in place of that he had just fired. "Now I will throw this up, and you fire at it in the air." Bill Royce had told Hugh that this was a favorite mark of the cowboys, and, not having any tins out on the plains, he had thrown up sods or the head of a stag for Hugh to fire at. Harry took his place about 5 yards from Hugh. "Now," he said. Hugh waited until the tin reached the highest point and then fired. It flew upward again. The other 5 shots were fired in quick succession, and then the tin fell to the ground. It was a feat frequently accomplished among the cowboys, and Bronco Harry was himself perfectly capable of accomplishing it, but he was not the less surprised at seeing it performed by a newcomer to the plains. "Well, you can shoot. Now let us see your draw. Your pistol's empty, so there ain't no fear of an accident. Just put it in your belt again. Now, stand facing me. We will draw together. Keep your hand down by your side till I say, now. Then draw, cock, and pull your trigger. Stop. I will take my cartridges out. There ain't no use in taking risks, and in a hurry my trigger might go off too. Now I'm ready. Now." Bronco Harry rather prided himself on the quickness with which he could draw, but his pistol was not out of his belt when the hammer of Hugh's fell, the lad having fired from his hip. "Well, I swear," he exclaimed. "Why, how in thunder did you do it? I were looking at your hand, and a'most before I saw it move, there was the thing pointing at me. Well, I am reckoned pretty slick, and I ain't a spot upon you. Do it again, lad." Hugh repeated the action. "Well, that beats me. I can't see how you do it. Your hand goes to your hip, there's a twinkle, and there's the pistol cocked and the hammer falling at once. It's like conjuring. Just do it slow." Hugh showed that as his hand fell on the pistol, his thumb rested on the hammer and his forefinger on the trigger, while the others closed on the butt, drew the pistol from the belt, and threw the barrel forward. "It is just practice," he said. "I have been at it for the last 6 months." "Well, young fella," Bronco Harry said solemnly, "I have been out on the plains for 10 years, and I have seen pretty considerable shooting, but I never saw anything that was a circumstance to that. You are all right. You can get into a muss with the worst bad man in Texas just as soon as you like, and you have got him sure. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. It is a kind of lightning trick. It are useful to be able to back an unbroken bronco. It are useful to throw a rope sartin and sure at full gallop over rough ground. But it are 50 times more useful to be able to draw a pistol like a flash as you do. Well, let us go back to camp. You don't mind my telling the boys. It would be hardly fair as any of them should get into a muss with you, thinking as they had got a soft thing, and it will keep you out of trouble. For you may be sure as no one is likely to be getting up a muss with you when they know it would be sartin death." "Do as you like, Bronco, but it seems to me that there is no fear of quarreling. Everyone seems to be wonderfully good-tempered, and not to mind a bit what jokes are played upon him." "That is so, Hugh. People are apt to keep their temper when they know that if they don't, someone gets killed. But it won't always be like this. You see, we have all been going through the winter, and some of us have been having pretty hard times. And anyhow, we are all pleased to be at work again and out on the plains. But you will see this kind of thing won't last long. When the work gets heavy and men don't get 4 hours a night in their blankets, and the herds take to stampeding and one thing and another, men's tempers won't be as they is now. Some of them grow sulky and won't open their lips all day, and others get that crusty that they are ready to jump down the throat of the first man that speaks to them. Then trouble begins, you bet. Besides, when we get further south, we may come upon Mexican villages, and where there is Mexicans, there is spirits, and where there is spirits, there is trouble. I tell you, lad, you don't begin to know about a cowpuncher's life yet." That evening, after the rest of the outfit had returned and supper was over, Bronco Harry said, "I have had about the biggest surprise today, boys, that I have ever had. I looked upon Hugh here as a tenderfoot, a good 'un, but still new to it, and I found out that when it comes to a six-shooter, there ain't a man in the camp nor in the ranch, and I doubt whether there is in all Texas as can shoot as he does." No one expressed a doubt as to the cowboy's assertion, for on the plains to doubt a man's word is a grave insult, but there was a murmur of surprise. "I don't say as he is the straightest shot," Harry went on. "He is a good shot, although maybe there are plenty who can beat him. But when it comes to quickness of drawing, I never see a man who was a spot to him." "That's so," Bill Royce put in. "Hugh can shoot straight, wonderful straight. But I've seen men shoot better, and he ain't quite sartin in his shooting when he is going at a gallop, although he'll learn that. But as for his quickness, well, I don't know how he does it. His pistol is out before I have time to get a grip of mine." "Let us see you, Hugh," 2 or 3 of the cowboys said simultaneously. "I have no objection," Hugh said, standing up. "What shall I fire at?" "Oh, fire at anything. It ain't the aim, it's the quickness Bronco and Bill are talking about. Here's a mark I have often seen him fire at when we were out on the plains together." And taking a stick of about the thickness of his wrist from the fire, Bill Royce walked 10 or 12 paces away. Then he held out the stick, which was blazing at the end. All eyes were fixed on Hugh, who drew and fired from his hip, and the burning end of the brand flew in fragments. There was an exclamation of astonishment from all present. "Well, I never," Tom Long said. "In course the shot were nothing from the shoulder, but there ain't many as could do it from the hip. But that ain't so much, it were the quickness. How on arth did you do it? I had my eyes on your hand, and I don't know how it were done no more nor a baby. Wall, Hugh, I've never felt like quarreling with you, and you may take your Davy, I shall never feel like it now. Well, I am jiggered." The rest all assented with much variety of strange oaths, and then the cowboy's favorite topic having been broached, there was a good deal of talk about shooting, and several exhibitions of skill that surprised Hugh. Long Tom picked a tiny gourd about the diameter of a penny from a trailing vine common on the plains, and after giving a stir to the fire to make it blaze up, went 10 paces away and held it between his finger and thumb, and Bronco Harry shattered it with a bullet. Then Bronco went the same distance out, turned himself sideways, and Long Tom smashed the bowl of his pipe. "Would you like to have a try, Hugh?" he asked. "No, thank you, Bronco. I dare say I might hit the pipe if it were fixed at that distance, but I would not try when it was within 3 inches of your nose for anything." "It will come in time, Hugh. It is just nerve, but I wouldn't mind holding it out to you now. I should not be a bit afeard." Then they sat down to the fire again, and Hugh heard many anecdotes of marvelous shooting. Hitherto he had borne no nickname, being the only one in camp addressed by his simple name. But he found next morning that he had been rechristened, and henceforward he was always addressed as Lightning. End of Chapter 8, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 9 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, A Roundup. Day by day the herd swelled, and at the end of 2 months they began to move in the direction of the general rendezvous. Hugh had soon taken his share in the night guarding of the cattle and found it fascinating work. He and Bronco Harry generally worked together. The first watch was preferred because this allowed a fair night's rest to be taken afterwards, but at the same time the work was far harder and more arduous than in the later watches. The cattle were still on their feet when the watch began, and on reaching them the 2 guards began to ride round and round them, going in opposite directions. For a time the cattle would go on feeding, then gradually they would lie down until perhaps all but 5 or 6 were on the ground. At this time, however, the slightest noise would bring them onto their feet again, and then groups would try to leave the mass to begin to feed again, and the cowboys had to drive them in. Upon a dark night they depended more upon their horses' sight than their own, for these would of their own accord leave the close-packed circle and strike out to turn back any animal that had wandered from it. At last, after an hour or 2, the herd would all subside, and the cowboys would flatter themselves that their work was done. Then one of the cattle lying outside would leap to his feet with a snort, alarmed perhaps by the sudden scamper of an inquisitive jackrabbit which, having come up to examine what was going on, had fled at the approach of one of the cowboys. With a loud snort the whole herd would then spring to their feet. Perhaps after a time the herd would lie down again, reassured by the song of the cowboys, who, from the time they came on duty, always continued to sing, unless they played a fife or some other musical instrument, which answered as well as the voice. At other times a sort of general agitation communicated itself to the herd. Those on the outside, finding themselves unable to leave the mass owing to the vigilance of their guard, would begin to move along its edge. The motion would spread, and in a short time the whole mass be circling, or, as the cowboys call it, weaving. As this action, unless checked, always terminated in a general stampede, the duty of the cowboys was at once to check it. This could only be done by wedging themselves into the mass, shouting and using their heavy whips to break it up and put a stop to the motion. This was dangerous work, not only from the pressure, but from the sea of horns and angry tossing heads. Sometimes it would be successful, sometimes it would fail. Above the lowing and bellowing there would be a thunder of hoofs on the side opposite to that on which they were engaged. This would then rise a shout of, "They're off!" and the cowboys would edge their horses out of the mass and, one on each flank, gallop at the top of their speed to head the animals back. As soon as they came near the head of the herd, they would yell and shout at the top of their voices, sometimes discharging their pistols in the air, pressing the animals on the flank gradually inward, and so checking the speed of the whole until they at last met in front of the herd. Sometimes they would succeed before 2 or 3 miles of ground were passed over. Sometimes the wild flight of the herd could not be checked before morning, when they would be 30 or 40 miles from their starting place. If unable to stop them, the great aim of the cowboys was to keep them in one body. In that case, no great trouble resulted from the stampede. The other men would be out in the morning and the herd would be driven back to its starting place. But if the herd broke up, as was sometimes the case, and scattered over the country, it might take many days of hard work before they could again be got together. If the night set in wild, so as to render it probable that the cattle would stampede, a third man was placed on the guard. He would aim in keeping them in as long as possible, but if they broke the circle and went off, his duty was to gallop back to the camp. The cowboys there would leap to their feet in an instant, run to the horses picketed near, saddled and bridled ready for instant use, throw themselves on their backs, and gallop off at the top of their speed in the direction in which the herd had gone. Thunderstorms were of not infrequent occurrence, and when the clouds were seen banking up before sunset and the lightning began to play, the cattle guard knew that they were in for a troubled night. Long before the storm approached close enough to cause actual alarm among the cattle, they would evince signs of uneasiness, the electrical condition of the air seeming to affect them. They might lie down, but it was only to rise again, and the distant roll of the thunder seemed to be answered by their restless bellowing. On such a night it needed no message to the camp to bring help. As the storm approached and it became evident by the brightness and rapidity of the flashes that it was going to be an unusually severe one by one the men would leave their fire or rise from their couches and go out to their horses, pull up and coil their ropes, leap into the saddle, wrap a blanket around them, and gallop off to the herd, beginning always to sing as they approached it, as otherwise their arrival might stampede the animals. When the storm came overhead, the terror of the cattle rose to the highest point, and the efforts of the whole of the cowboys of the outfit scarcely sufficed to restrain them. The almost incessant flashes of lightning showed a sea of heads and horns, wild eyes and distended nostrils. The thunder was continuous, and so terrible were some of these storms that Hugh felt grateful to the animals that the trouble they gave, and the incessant efforts and activity required to restrain them, diverted his attention from the terrible war of elements overhead. On such a night it was almost certain that sooner or later the herd would stampede, and once off, the efforts of their guard were directed to keep them together rather than to head them. So long as they remained in a bunch, it mattered little whether they were 1 mile or 30 from the camp. If headed and held up, they would probably start again, and it was less anxious work to gallop by the side of the frightened mass than to hold them in check when once their excitement reached its height. In some respects, the ride in such a storm as this was less dangerous than upon a dark, still night, for the lightning flashes showed not only the exact position of the herd, but greatly diminished the chances of serious falls by lighting up the whole configuration of the country and showing any obstacles in the way. Even a fall, heavy though it might be, would be a trifle in comparison to one occurring while endeavoring to head the herd, for in that case it would entail certain death, as life would be trampled out in an instant by the onward torrent of the cattle. Hugh had by this time come to understand that even 12 horses were by no means too much for the use of each man. Wiry and tough as were the ponies, the men who rode them seemed to be iron. Hugh was frequently in his saddle 18 hours a day, occasionally 20, and 4 or even 5 horses would be thoroughly done up before his work was over. Had they been fed with grain, a smaller number might have sufficed, for unless unusually pressed, they could have been ridden again on the following day. But fed entirely upon the dry grasses of the plains, they needed a day's rest before they were again fit for work. The herd increased by another 1,000 before it reached the general rendezvous of the roundup. For each day 6 of the men scoured the country lying within 10 or 15 miles of the line of march, and drove in all the cattle met with on their way. At last they reached the stream near whose banks the vast herds driven in from all quarters were gathered. They had been on an occasional day's halt on the way to give a needed rest to cattle, horses, and men, but now that the outfit had arrived at the spot indicated before they had left the headquarters station, there was a rest for 4 days before operations commenced. The time was employed by the men in washing, overhauling, and mending their clothes, repairing their saddles, and in sleep. They knew nothing of the position of the other outfits of their own and of the other ranches, but were sure they all lay within a radius of some 20 or 30 miles. That is to say, all that had as yet arrived. Some had probably come up days before, perhaps weeks. Others would not be there for some time. All depended upon the nature of the country to be worked and the distance traversed. There were several other outfits scattered along the banks of the stream above and below them at distances of about a half a mile apart, and the overseers of the different ranches were busy making arrangements for the general campaign. 4 days after their arrival, a cowboy rode in with a letter to the overseer of the outfit. A few minutes later, Bronco Harry and 4 other hands, among whom were Hugh and Bill Royce, were ordered to saddle up and to go down to the central station. The term order is scarcely a correct one, for cowboys are not meant to be ordered. A cowboy is asked to do a thing, and asked in civil terms. The request has all the force of an order, but it is not so conveyed. It is put in the form, "I want you to do so-and-so," or "Will you saddle up and do so-and-so?" It is just as easy to put it in that form as in any other, and though the cowboy knows that if he does not comply with the request, he has got to ride back to the headquarters station and get his money, he does not feel his dignity injured as it would be by a direct order. There are no men more independent than cowboys. They know their value, and a really good man knows, and this was more especially the case at that time, that he has but to ride to the next ranch to get employment. The consequence is that although willing to work to the utmost of his powers in the interest of his employer, he by no means regards that employer as a master, but treats even the chief manager on terms of absolute equality, and insists on being so treated by him in return. "Bronco Harry," the overseer said, "I want you, Jack Johnson, Bowie Bob, Chunky Royce, and Lightning Hugh to saddle up and ride down to the Forks and help in the roundup. The wagon is going to stay here till our herd is called up. There are men from the other outfits there. The boss is there, and he will settle about things. 2 of the wagons are there, so you will be all right as to grub. I expect you will be there about a fortnight, and then the others will come down and take your place." "Are we to take down our other horses?" the cowboy asked. "No. Number 1 outfit will take charge of the cattle as they are cut out and branded. Number 3 will take the next mob. Anyhow, you won't want horses except to take you down there." "All right," Harry said, and proceeded to call the other 4 together. In a few minutes the horses were brought in and saddled, the blankets rolled up and strapped to the saddles, and the 5 men chosen, after eating a hasty meal, started for the point named, which was some 25 miles distant. "Now you're going to see some fun, Hugh," Bill Royce, who had got the nickname of Chunky from his short, square figure, remarked as they rode along. "Yes," Bronco Harry put in, "you will have to look out sharp, Hugh. I tell you it is pretty lively work when you get hold of a 6 months calf and the old savage of a mother is trying her best to hook you. There ain't a day that some fella don't get hurt, but as long as you don't let a cow jam you against the post, it don't much matter. That is what you've got to look to special. A chuck in the air don't much matter, nor being knocked a dozen yards or so. But if you get jammed by one of those brutes against the fence, there ain't nothing to do but to bury you." 3 hours' riding brought them to the Forks. 2 or 3 large herds of cattle could be made out far on the plains. Another mob could be seen not far from the wooded hollow that marked the course of the stream. Horsemen were hovering round them, and there was a confused mass of animals in what looked to Hugh like a strong stockade near it. A short distance away 12 wagons were drawn up in regular order some 50 yards apart. Columns of light smoke rising near them showed that cooking was going on at each wagon. Quickening the speed of their horses, the cowboys rode on until they drew up at the wagon of the O Triangle Ranch. "Howdy, Pete," Bronco Harry said as he leapt from his horse to a Negro who, with a Mexican assistant, was engaged in cooking. "Howdy, Bronco Harry. Where are the boys and what's new?" "Dey's out dar," the Negro said, waving his hand in the direction of the corral. "Some of dem is working in de herd, some of dem is inside. Irish is in de wagon, him leg broken. New York John got killed 3 days back." "That's bad, Pete. How'd he manage that?" "Old cow hooked him. Ran horn right through him body. Irish got tossed against the post." "I suppose there are boys down from the other outfits here, Pete?" "Yes, 5 number 3, 5 number 4. Number 4 came in this morning. Now you come dat make 15 in all our outfit. Dat too much for Pete to cook for." "Well, you've got someone to help you, Pete, so you ought not to grumble." Pete made a grimace as much as to signify that he did not consider the assistance of the Mexicans to be of much account. Between the men of these 2 races there was a general feud, while the cowboys looked down upon both and as a rule refused to allow them to work with them except in the capacity of cook. "Where are our horses, Pete?" "Number 1 horse is over deer," the Negro said, pointing to a group of horses out on the plain. "Young Nat looking arter them." "Well, we may as well take our horses out there, boys," Bronco Harry said, turning to the others. "It is no use picketing them here. We ain't likely to want them." "I will ride them out," Hugh volunteered. The others removed their saddles and bridles, and Hugh drove them out to the group on the plain. "Well, Nat, how are you getting on?" he asked a boy of about 15 years old who was lying on the ground with his horse's rein over his arm near them. "Oh, I'm all right," the boy replied. "Been here a week, and getting pretty tired of this job, you bet, with nothing to do but just to lie here. Blast all camps, I say." You ought to be at school, you young imp, Hugh laughed. I would just as soon be doing that as lying here, the boy said. It will be all right when I get to be a cowboy, but there ain't much fun about this. Just come in? Yes. Who's with you? Hugh gave the names. Bronco Harry ain't a bad sort, the boy said. The others ain't of much account. You had better tell them so, Hugh said with a smile. I would tell them if I thought fit, the boy said angrily. You don't suppose that I'm afraid of any of that mob? I know you are a very bad man, Nat, Hugh said with assumed gravity. A very dangerous character in a camp, but I hope you won't do any of them any harm. I shan't do them no harm if they don't do me any, the boy said, but I don't take no sauce from no one. By this time Hugh had unsaddled Prince, and placing the saddle over his head and carrying the bridle in his hand, nodded to the boy and started back to the camp, while Prince joined the 4 horses, which began to graze at a little distance from the rest. Presently 2 or 3 of the other horses came over to the newcomers, and after a little snorting apparently recognized them as friends with whom they had been acquainted at the head station, and this fact being established, Prince and his companions were allowed to join them. There were many boys like Nat out on the plains, for the most part lads who had run away from home and who were now training up to be cowboys, being engaged in day herding the horses, work that demanded but little skill or attention. They were generally regarded with favor by the outfits to which they were attached, for the cowboys as a rule are silent men, and the liveliness of the boys amused them. These boys generally grew up into the most reckless and daredevil of cowboys, speedily picking up the worst language and imitating the wildest follies of their companions, and they would have been an unmitigated nuisance in the camps had they not been frequently sternly called to order by men with whom they knew there was no trifling. It was not until nightfall that the work ceased and the cowboys returned to their wagons. They had been working without a break since daylight, contenting themselves with eating a piece of bread and cold meat standing at their work in the middle of the day. Well, boys, come in for a spell? One of them asked as they came up to the fire where the new arrivals were seated. We have had a week of it, and it has been a pretty tough job. The cattle are wonderful wild. I suppose the thunder has scared them, and we are pretty sure the Injuns have been chasing them lately by the foothills. Did you see anything of the Reds? No, there were no signs of them in the part we searched. There were signs further south, the other went on. We came on 2 places where they had slaughtered a lot of cattle, and we hear they have been making raids down into Mexico, and the troops have been out after them down by the frontier line. Anyhow, the cattle are wilder than usual. You have heard, I suppose, that New York John has been rubbed out? Yes, we heard that, and I've been talking to Irish. He seems getting on all right. Irish is a blamed fool. I told him over and over again he would get into trouble if he didn't mind, but nothing could persuade him that there was any difference between the ways of a Kerry cow and a Texas steer, and of course he came to grief. I should have thought that New York John would have known better than to get himself hooked like that, but it were not altogether his fault. He were holding a calf, and he had his eye on the old cow, who had got her dander up pretty considerable. One of the men had roped her, and New York John naturally thought that she was safe. So he downed the calf, and the brand was clapped to it, and the young'un bawls out, and of course the cow made a fresh rush to get at it, and the rope breaks, and she was on New York John afore he could look round. But how came the rope to break? A man must be a fool and worse to come down to a roundup with a rotten old rope. Well, the rope was a new one. You may guess there was a lot of talk over it, and it put our backs up a bit that New York John should get killed that way. The rope were a new one, and there warn't no doubt about that, but it had been cut half through. Who had done it, in course, no one knew. The men were mad over it, and if they could have found out who had done it, he would have swung from the limb of a tree in a squirrel's jump. There were 2 or 3 men who had musses with the old chap as the rope belonged to, but no one could say as any of them had cut his rope. Of course, it may have been an accident, but no one thought that very likely. However, there it were. Somebody cut the fellow's rope to spite him, and it cost New York John his life, which was pretty rough on him. What is the work for tomorrow? Well, your lot and the men of the other 2 outfits are to be in the yard. We have got a spell off, except, of course, that we have got to look after our own bunch of cattle. How many are there of them? About 6,000, I should say. I expect some of us will start driving them up north day after tomorrow. The next morning, Hugh went down to the cattle yard as soon as they had finished breakfast. Day had just broken, and while they were waiting for the herd to be brought up, he looked around at the yard. The paling was composed of very strong posts 6 feet high, placed at intervals of 2 or 3 inches apart. It had been built 3 or 4 years before, as this place was the most convenient and central upon the plains. A few wagon loads of timber had been taken out there a fortnight before the arrival of the teams, with a gang of men who took off any posts that showed signs of rottenness and replaced them by others, the various ranches in the roundup performing this duty by turns. The fence enclosed a space of upwards of an acre. Beside the contingent from the O Triangle Ranch, some 40 or 50 cowboys from the other ranches were gathered within it. Several fires were lighted for heating the brands, and the overseer who was in charge of the work for the day divided the men into parties, each group consisting of representatives of 4 or 5 different ranches. In a short time, a great herd was seen approaching, driven in by a number of mounted cowboys. The crossbars were removed from the opening that served as a gate at the upper end of the yard, and the reluctant animals, unable to withstand the pressure of those behind, poured in. Several hundreds entered. The bars were dropped again, and the animals enclosed stood in a dense group, stamping the ground and threatening an attack as the cowboys approached them. These all carried their ropes, some holding them in their hands ready for throwing, while others had them coiled over their left shoulder, while in their right hands they held their heavy whips. Those who were to fetch out the calves first approached. Half a dozen ropes were thrown, and the calves were dragged out, struggling and calling, or as the cowboys called it, bawling, to their mothers for assistance. The call was not in vain. The cows rushed out furiously to the assistance of their calves. As each did so, the cowboy whose comrade was dragging the calf towards one of the fires shouted out the brand on the cow, and then, cracking their whips, and if necessary using them, they drove the animal back into the mass and kept her there, while the calf was thrown down and branded with the same mark as its mother. Hugh was among those told off to fetch out the calves. He had had some practice, as many of the mavericks found had calves by their side, and these as well as the cows had been branded with the O triangle. Another cowboy assisted him to haul the calf by main force towards the fire, and held the rope while Hugh ran up to it. Placing himself beside it, he leaned over it, grasped it by the flank with both hands, and then lifted it and flung it down on its side. His comrade then ran up and pinned its head to the ground, while Hugh knelt on its haunches, and the brander came up with a hot iron and marked it. The iron was held on long enough only to burn off the hair and slightly singe the hide, and the mark so made was almost indelible. In addition to this, the calves' ears were cut, each ranch having its particular mark, such as 2 long slits and a short one, a square piece cut out and a notch on either side of it, a semicircular piece and 2 notches, a semicircle and a square, etc. These marks were very durable, but even these often became confused owing to the ears getting torn by a rush through thorns or by the action of a neighbor's horn in a close press or during a stampede. It required but small exercise of strength to throw a calf of 3 months old, but many of them were 8 or 9 months and nearly fully grown, and it needed a great exertion of strength and a good deal of knack to throw down an animal of this size. Once or twice Hugh had narrow escapes, for some of the cows, in spite of the cowboys' whips, burst through them and rushed to the assistance of their calves, but each time the ropes descended over their heads or caught them by their legs and threw them to the ground before they reached them. After an hour of this work, he was relieved by one of the other men, and took his turn at the lighter work of keeping back the cows. When every calf in the yard had been branded, the gate at the lower end was opened and the animals driven out, while a fresh mob was admitted from the herd. So the work went on until the herd had all passed through the yard and the calves had been branded. Then there was a quarter of an hour's rest, while another herd was driven up and the work recommenced. By nightfall, some 9,000 animals had passed through the yard, and nearly 4,000 calves had been branded. Begrimed with sweat and dust, the cowboys went down to the stream, where most of them bathed and all had a thorough wash, and then went up to their wagons to supper. "How do you feel now?" Bronco Harry asked Hugh when he threw himself down by the fire. "I feel broken up altogether, Harry. My back and loins feel as if I had been beaten to a pulp. I believe I have strained every muscle of my arms, and my hands and wrists are so stiff that I can't close my fingers." "Yes, calf chucking is pretty hard work until you get accustomed to it," the cowboy said. "It is knack more than strength, though it needs a lot of strength too when you have got a rampageous 10 months calf in your hands." "I have not got the knack yet," Hugh said, "and anything over 6 months I had to have roped by the legs and thrown, but I suppose I shall be able to tackle them in time." In the case of the cows that had been branded only a year or 2 before, there was no difficulty in recognizing the brand, and so to decide upon the ownership of the calf. But in the case of older cows, the brand and earmarks had in some instances both become so far obliterated that it was difficult to decide what they had originally been. Over these brands there were sharp and sometimes angry disputes among the cowboys belonging to the different ranches. The case was generally settled by the overseer in charge of the day's operations, calling upon 3 cowboys belonging to ranches unconnected with the dispute to give their opinion as to what the marks had originally been. Their decision was accepted by all parties as final, and the cow rebranded as well as the calf. "What do you do when the brand is so far gone as to make it altogether impossible to say what it was?" Hugh asked. "It would not get here at all in that state," the cowboy replied. "It would have been rebranded at once by the outfit that first found it, just as if it had been a maverick. But in that case, of course, any cowboy would claim the cow as belonging to his ranch if he could convince the others that the old brand was the one used by it. They never brand over the old mark. That must be left as an evidence." The next day happened to be Sunday, and Hugh felt glad indeed that he had a day on which to recover from his stiffness. Sundays were always kept, except in cases of great emergency, as a day of rest, cowboys taking the opportunity to wash and mend their clothes, to practice shooting with their revolvers, or to run races with their horses. At roundups, these races afford one of the chief interests to the cowboy, for rivalry between the various ranches runs high, and the men are ready to bet their bottom dollar upon the representative of their own ranch. "Have you ever tried that horse of yours against anything fast, Hugh?" one of his comrades asked. "No, I am sure he is very fast, but I have never really tried him." "We were fools not to think of that before," Bronco Harry put in. "We ought to have raced him against some of the others and have found out what he can do, and then we might have made a soft thing of it. I suppose you wouldn't mind trying him, Hugh?" "Not at all, but if he is to race, you had better ride him instead of me. I shouldn't say you were much above 9 stones and a half." "I don't know what you mean by your stone," Harry said. "We don't reckon that way out here. I was 135 pounds last time I weighed at the head station." "That is 2 pounds more than I said. Well, I am certainly 20 pounds heavier. I should say 25, and that makes a lot of difference." "I should think so. Still, we had best have a trial, Hugh, before we try to make a match. That is a good horse of yours. I mean the one you first mounted and who played such tricks with you. I should some day like to try him against my best and see how they go. I dare say you will get him again before the roundup is over." "What length do you run your races here, Bronco?" "In general, they are short dashes, not above a half a mile at the outside, but sometimes a match is made for some distance. Well, when we have had dinner, we will trot out into the plain. We must go off a goodish bit and make sure that none of the boys of the other ranches are within sight." Accordingly, when dinner was over, Bronco Harry and Hugh went out to the horses. Prince come trotting out as soon as he heard Hugh's whistle, and Bronco Harry soon dropped his noose over the neck of his own horse. They then put on the saddle and bridles which they had brought with them, and went off at a canter across the plains. They ran 3 or 4 trials. The results showed that Bronco's horse was quicker in getting off, and that in a 1/4 of a mile dash there was little to choose between them. But at longer distances than this, Prince was, in spite of the greater weight he carried, much the faster. "That horse can go," the cowboy said admiringly. "I shouldn't mind if there were a pack of Redskins coming behind me if I was on his back. The worst of him is he is so good-looking. If he was ugly to look at, we might clean out all the camps, but he looks so good that I'm afraid we shan't be able to get much money out of him. Well, now, we won't race him this evening. There are sure to be some matches on, and I will ride my horse. That way I shall find out what there is in the camp, and whether there is anything that can beat him as much as your horse can do. Don't you go cavorting about on him. Just let him run with the rest of the mob, then he won't be noticed. There's too much to be got through in this camp for men to take stock of the horses. Then if we keep him dark, we can get someone to set up his horse against the best of ours. We will put the boys up to it when we get back, or someone may be blowing about your horse." There were, as the cowboy anticipated, a number of races run that evening. Bronco Harry beat 2 other horses, but lost his winnings and more in the 3rd race, when he was beaten somewhat easily by an animal which, in point of looks, was greatly the inferior of his own. "That is just what I told you, Hugh," he said when, after unsaddling his horse and sending it off to join its companions on the plains, he returned to the wagon. "I am a blessed fool, for I ought to have known that when that cross-tees man offered to back that ugly-looking brute against mine, he were a sight better than he looked. He just shot off like an arrow at starting. I didn't lose anything afterwards, but I couldn't pick up them 3 lengths he got in the first 40 yards. If we make a match against him, we must see that it ain't less than half a mile." The next morning, the work in the stockyards was resumed and continued throughout the week. End of Chapter 9. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 10 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, A Race. "I don't think, Bronco," Hugh said one evening, "that I should do anything more about that race if I were you, or if you do, don't lay out any money on it. There is just as much interest in a race if it is for $1 or 2 as if all the boys in the outfit piled their money upon it. That horse beat yours pretty easily, quite as easy, I should say, as Prince could beat him for that distance, and I really don't think that Prince would have any pull of him in races of the length you have been on here. A 20-mile gallop, I feel sure he would leave anything in camp behind easily, but I certainly would not race him any long distance of that sort. If I had a troop of Indians after me, Prince would have to do his best, whether it was 20 miles or 50, but I would not press him when it was merely a question of making money on him. Your horse was beaten, and, of course, we none of us like to own that the cross-tees men have got a better horse than we have. I am quite willing that Prince should run for the honor of the ranch, but I don't feel at all sure about his winning, and should be sorry to see the boys plank their dollars down heavily upon him." "All right, Hugh, it is your horse, and I will do as you want, but I should like to take that fellow down a bit. He is one of those fellows as is always blowing. He rather likes to be thought a bad man, and is said to be very handy with his 6-shooter. On Sunday morning after breakfast was over, the cowboy in question, with 2 or 3 men of the same ranch, came across from their wagon to that of the O-Triangle men. "Have you got anything else that can go in this crowd?" he said, addressing Bronco Harry. "There don't seem to be any horses worth talking about in the whole roundup. Some of our boys say as how they have seen one of your lot on a likely-looking bay." "Well, I don't deny he is a good-looking horse," Bronco Harry said, "and can go a bit, but he is slow at starting, and that critter of yours is too speedy for the bay to have a chance of catching him up in a 1/4 of a mile. Make it a bit over, and I will ride him myself against you if you like." "I don't care about a 1/2 mile," the man said, "but I will split the difference if you like. Or if you fancy your critter for a long journey, I'm open to make a match 10 miles out and back, each side to put down $200. "What do you say to that, mate?" Bronco Harry said, turning to Hugh. Hugh shook his head decidedly. "I wouldn't have ridden him at racing speed 20 miles if there were $1,000 at stake," he said. "But if you like to take up the offer, you can ride him." "Oh, it is your horse, is it?" the cowboy said. "Why don't you ride him yourself?" "Because I ride something like 2 stones heavier than you do," Hugh said, "and if the horse is going to race, he may as well have a fair chance." "Well, how much shall it be for?" the cowboy said, turning again to Bronco Harry. "I suppose we may as well say the same stake. $100 a side, I suppose. That won't hurt you if you fancy the horse." 2 or 3 of the O-Triangle men broke in together. "Take him up, Bronco. We will all chip in." "Very well, then. That is settled," Bronco Harry said. "Shall we say 5 o'clock? I suppose we shall ride the same course as last time. I will go out now and step the distance if you will go on with me." "All right," the man said, and they at once proceeded to mark out a distance of 700 paces, which they both agreed was somewhere about halfway between a 1/4 and a 1/2 mile. A wand, to which Bronco attached his neckerchief, was stuck up as the winning post, while a low bush marked the point from which they had started to measure. The news soon spread through the camp, and many of the cowboys of the other ranches strolled in to find out what the O-Triangle men thought of their chances, and to see whether they were disposed to back their horse. Hugh, however, persuaded them not to risk their money. "You see," he said, "my horse didn't beat Bronco's by much." "No more did the other chap, Hugh. He just jumped 2 lengths ahead, and after that Bronco held him." "Yes, I know that," Hugh replied, "but we don't know that he was doing his best." "That is so," Bronco agreed. "He knew he had got me, and there was no use in giving his horse away. I expect he had got a bit in hand. I don't think it is good enough to bet on. Now let us get this money together." 20 of the men put down their $5 at once, and as the others wished also to have a share, Bronco Harry said, "Well, you 3 put in your $5 each, and Hugh and I will make it up to 50. Like enough, they will be laying odds on their horse, especially when they find we won't bet, so that at the last moment I will take them up for this 50, and if we win, we will put it to the stakes and divide up all round." The proposal was at once agreed to. Towards the end of the afternoon, they found that the Cross-Tees men were offering 3 and 4 to 1 upon their horse, for the odds had run up rapidly, as none of the other cowboys were disposed to back the O-Triangle, seeing that the men of that ranch would not bet on their horse. At the appointed hour, the two competitors went to the post. There had been several minor races, but these had attracted comparatively little interest. Every man in camp, however, had assembled for the purpose of seeing this contest, and they were now gathered near the winning post. A cowboy belonging to a neutral ranch was to act as starter. The two riders had divested themselves of their heavy boots. "You must shake him up to begin with, Bronco," Hugh had said to him before he mounted. "He will do his best afterwards. He hates being passed, and when he sees the other ahead of him, he will go all he knows." "Now," the starter said, when the two horses stood side by side in a line with him, "I shall walk on 20 or 30 yards ahead so that you can both see me. Then I shall hold up my 6-shooter and fire. Don't either of you start till I do. I may fire straight off. I may wait a minute after I've got my hand up. You have got to keep your eyes on me, and when you see the flash, then you let them go." Both men fastened their spurs onto their stockinged feet, and as the pistol went off, struck their heels into their mounts, while at the same moment Bronco Harry brought down his whip smartly on Prince's quarter. Astonished at this treatment, the animal gave a bound forward and started at full gallop. There was no occasion for the other man to use his whip. His horse knew what was expected of it, and with its hind legs gathered under it, had been expecting the signal, and was even more quickly away than Prince. It did not, however, gain more than a length. For the first 300 yards, the horses maintained their relative position, but Prince was tugging at his bridle, and his rider, though shouting and yelling as if to urge him to his fullest speed, was yet holding him in. Then the leading horseman, thinking that Prince was doing his best, and feeling certain that he had the race in hand, dug his spurs into his horse, and the animal in a few bounds had added another length to his lead. But Bronco Harry loosened his pull at the reins and let Prince go, and before another 100 yards had been passed, his head was level with the other's stirrup. The Cross-Tees man whipped and spurred, while Bronco Harry sat quiet on his horse and contented himself by maintaining his present position. When 100 yards from home, he shook his horse up and slightly touched him with a spur. Almost instantaneously, Prince was level with his opponent, and then dashing on ahead passed the flagpost 3 lengths in advance amidst a loud cheer from the O-Triangle men, and from most of the other cowboys, for although few had ventured to back the horse, there was a general feeling of satisfaction at seeing the Cross-Tees man beaten. The latter, without a word, circled round and rode straight back to his wagon, and the stakeholder handed over the stake and bets, which had both been deposited with him, to Bronco Harry. $250, he said, as he put the roll of notes in his pocket, for the bets had been made at 3 to 1. "I call that an easier way of making money than cow-punching. I can't stand treat, boys, because there's no liquor in camp. But remember, I owe you one all round the first time we meet in a saloon." Returning to camp, the division was made, and each of the 25 men received his share of $10, together with the money he had staked. "I shouldn't be surprised, Hugh," Bronco Harry said as they sat round the fire, "if we have trouble with that skunk. He is a bad-tempered lot at best, and he dropped his money heavy, for I hear he put in all the stake himself, and he bet some besides. He took 20 off me last week, but he has dropped pretty well half his season's money. You see if he don't try and get up trouble." "If he does, leave him to me, Harry." "I don't want to leave him to you, Hugh. I rode the race, and if he wants fighting, he will get it here. But I'm afraid it is likely enough he will try and make trouble with you. He knows that I'm a pretty tough hand, but he thinks you nothing but a tenderfoot, and that sort of fellow always fixes a quarrel on a soft if he gets the chance." "Well, as you know, Harry, I can take care of myself, and I would much rather it was me than you. I know that you are a good deal better shot than I am, but you know you are not nearly so quick with your weapon. There would be no occasion to shoot, I fancy." "You are right there, lad. If you get the drop on him, you will see he will weaken directly." The evening, however, passed off without the defeated cowboy making his appearance. "He reckons it wouldn't do," Tom Long said. "You see, the whole crowd would be agin him if he were to come and get up a muss because he has been beaten a race. A fellow who runs his horse is bound to look pleasant whether he wins or whether he loses, and a good many of the boys was saying as they never see a worse thing than the way he galloped off after Bronco came in ahead of him. If he was to come down here and make a muss, he knows that for sure the crowd wouldn't stand it, and that if everything wasn't perfectly square, they would come Judge Lynch on him in no time. Now, a man may take the chance of being shot in a quarrel, But when, if he ain't shot by one man, he is likely to get hung by a crowd, it takes a pretty hard man to run the chances. Only look out for him, Bronco. I believe he has got a touch of Mexican blood in him, although I dare say he would shoot the man who ventured to say so. Only it is there for all that, and you know a Mexican don't mind waiting months so that he gets even at last. That's so, Bronco Harry agreed. A greaser is about the worst sort of white, that is, if you can call them white. I don't know, but I hate them more than Injuns. On the following morning, half No. 1 outfit started north with a herd of 5,000 cattle that had been picked out from those driven in and branded, and Hugh, with his 4 mates, now took their turn at driving in the herds to the yard. This was much more to Hugh's taste than the previous work had been. He did not mind the work of hauling out and throwing the calves, nor of keeping back the cows, but he hated seeing the calves branded, and still more the operation of cutting their ears. It was, of course, necessary work, but it was painful to him to share in, and indeed he had generally managed to get Bill Royce to exchange work with him when he was told off to perform these operations. The herding, on the other hand, was good fun. The animals seemed to have an instinctive repulsion for the stockyard. Many of them had been branded there the previous year and probably recognized the spot. At any rate, there were constant attempts to break away, and it needed all the energy and vigilance of their guard to drive them down to the yard, and still more to keep them there while awaiting their turn to enter it. But more exciting still, and much more dangerous, was the work of those who kept guard at the lower end of the yard. As the animals came out, the calves were half mad with terror and pain, and the cows furious at the defeat of their efforts to succor their offspring, so that it was dangerous work for the men of the various ranches to pick out the animals bearing their brand and to drive them off to the knot of animals gathered at some little distance away under the guard of 2 of their comrades. Sometimes the cows made furious charges, which it needed all the agility of horse and rider to avoid. Then, as the animal rushed past, a rope would be thrown over its head or under its leg, and an instant later it would come to the ground with a crash. This generally proved sufficient. The cow, when the rope was slackened, rose to its feet in a half-dazed way and walked heavily off, with the evident impression upon its mind that an earthquake had taken place. Hugh was glad when he heard in the middle of the day that the rest of the outfit had arrived with the wagon and all the horses, for he felt that Prince had had enough of it, and he at once galloped off, roped one of his own horses, shifted the saddle onto him, and went back to work. 1 or 2 of the bulls gave a great deal of trouble, charging hither and thither furiously as they came out from the yard. In these cases 3 or 4 of the cowboys united, and while one attracted his attention, the others threw their ropes. Some of the bulls had to be thrown half a dozen times before they were subdued. A few days later, the cross-teased man, who went by the name of Flash Bill, walked up to the fire round which the cowboys of No. 2 outfit were sitting. "I have just come across to say I am sorry I rode off that day you beat me, Bronco. I allow it was a mean trick of me, but I was riled pretty considerable. Still, I oughtn't to have done it. It weren't the right thing." "It weren't," Harry said. "But now you own up, there is an end of it. Sit right down and have a smoke." For some time the conversation turned upon horses. 2 or 3 other men of the Cross-Tees ranch sauntered up and joined in. Presently Flash Bill turned to Hugh, who had taken no part of the conversation, and said, "Have you a mind to trade that horse?" "No, I wouldn't sell it at any price," Hugh said. "It exactly suits me, and I should find difficulty in getting another as good." "Seems to me as I have seen that horse before," the man said. "Had him long?" "I have had him about 8 months," Hugh replied. "Curious, I seem to know him. Can't think where I've seen him. Somewhere out west." "I bought him at McKinney," Hugh said. "Oh, you bought him, did you?" "How do you suppose I got him?" Hugh asked shortly. "Oh, there are plenty of horses out on these plains as never was paid for," Flash Bill said. "I don't say there are not," Hugh replied. "At any rate, I expect you are a better authority about that than I am." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean exactly what I say," Hugh said quietly. "Do you mean to say as I have been a horse thief?" the man exclaimed furiously. "I mean to say exactly what I did say," he replied. "Then you are a liar," and the man's hand went to his hip. To his astonishment, before his finger had closed on the butt of his pistol, he was looking down the barrel of Hugh's revolver. "Drop that," Hugh exclaimed, "or I fire." Flash Bill threw up his hand. "Now you will take that back," Hugh said. "I take it back," Flash Bill said sullenly. "You've got the drop on me, though how you did it I don't know. There ain't nothing more to be said. I take it back." There is an end of it, then, Hugh said, replacing his pistol in his belt. You thought you had got a soft thing. You see you've made a mistake. You had better get, Flash Bill, Bronco Harry said. You ain't wanted here. You came over to make a muss, and only I knowed as Hugh could hold his own with you, I would have put a bullet into you myself when I saw your hand go to your pistol. You get, and if you will take my advice, you will get altogether. You can't play the bad man in this camp any longer after weakening before a young chap as is little more than a tenderfoot. With a muttered execration, Flash Bill got up and, followed by the men of his own ranch, walked up. You did mighty well, considering that is the first trouble you've been in, Hugh, but you did wrong in not shooting. The rule on the plains is, if one man calls another either a liar or a coward, that fellow has a right to shoot him down if he can get his gun out first. That's the rule, ain't it, boys? There was a chorus of assent. You may call a man pretty nigh everything else, and it don't go for much. We ain't shy as to our words here. But them two words, liar and coward, is death, and you would have done well to have shot him. You bet you'll have trouble with that fellow some day. You'll see he will go now, but you'll hear of him again. I could no more have shot him than I could have flown, Hugh said, for he was really unarmed. He would have shot you if he had been healed first, Long Tom said, and there ain't a man in the camp but would have said that you had been perfectly right if you had shot him, for it is sartain he came over here bound to kill you. I agree with Bronco. You have done a mighty soft thing, and maybe you will be sorry for it some day. I have heard say that Flash Bill has been a mighty hard man in his time, and I guess as stealing horses ain't been the worst thing he has done. And I reckon he has come back here to work for a bit because he has made it too hot for himself in the settlements. Well, it's a pity you didn't shoot. The next morning as they were saddling their horses, Flash Bill rode past. He had his blankets and kit strapped behind his saddle. He checked his horse as he came up to them. I give you warning, he said to Hugh, that I'll shoot at sight when we meet again. You too, Bronco Harry. All right, Bronco Harry replied. We shall both be ready for you. Without another word, Flash Bill put spurs to his horse and galloped away. This was the regular form of challenge among the cowboys. Sometimes, after a quarrel in which one of them had got the drop on the other, and the latter had been obliged to take back what he had said, mutual friends would interfere. And if the row had taken place when one or other of the men had been drinking, or when there was no previous malice or dislike between the men, the matter would be made up and things go on as before. If, however, the quarrel had been a deliberate one, and one or the other considered himself still aggrieved, he would take his discharge and leave the camp on the following morning, giving his antagonistic notice that he should shoot at sight when they next met, and whether the meeting was alone on the plains, in a drinking saloon, or in a street, both parties would draw and fire the moment their eyes fell on each other. That Flash Bill should have been forced to take back his words by this young hand of the O Triangle Ranch was a matter of the deepest astonishment to the camp, and Hugh found himself quite a popular character, for Flash Bill had made himself very obnoxious, and with the exception of 2 or 3 men of his own camp in the Cross-Tees outfit, the men of that body were more pleased than anyone else that the bully had had to leave. None were more astonished than the men of the other outfits of the O Triangle Ranch. They had heard Hugh addressed as Lightning, but curiosity is not a cowboy failing, and few had given a thought as to how he had come by the appellation. 1 or 2 had asked the question, but Bronco Harry had, the night before his party started the roundup, said to the others, "Look here, boys, if anyone asks how Lightning Hugh came by his name, don't you give him away. They will learn one of these days, and it will be as good as a theater when he does that gun trick of his, so keep it dark from the other boys." The few questions asked, therefore, had been met with a laugh. "It is sort of a joke of ours," Bronco Harry had said to one of the questioners. "You will see one of these days why it fits him." Hugh was not sorry when the time came for his outfit to start. They had charge of a herd of 8,000 or 9,000 animals, all belonging to the O Triangle. It was customary for most of the ranches to drive their own cattle, after a roundup, towards the neighborhood of their station for the convenience of cutting out the steers that were to be sent down to market, or herds, principally of cows and calves, for purchasers who intended to establish ranches in the still unoccupied territory in New Mexico, Colorado, Dakota, and Montana. Some of these herds would have thousands of miles to travel and be many months upon the journey. Many of the cowboys looked forward to taking service with these herds and trying life under new conditions in the northern territories. When the beef herds and such cow herds as the manager of the ranch wished to sell had been picked out and sent off, The rest of the cattle would be free to wander anywhere they liked over the whole country until they were again swept together for the roundup, unless other sales were effected in the meantime, in which case parties of the cowboys would go out to cut out and drive in the number required. The number of cattle collected at the roundups was enormous, many of the ranches owning from 40 to 80,000 cattle. A considerable number were not driven in at the roundup, as the greater portion of the beef cattle, which had already been branded, were cut out and left behind by the various outfits, and only the cows and calves, with a few bulls to serve as leaders, were driven in. Nevertheless, at these great roundups in Texas, the number of the animals collected mounted up to between 200,000 and 300,000. Two-thirds of the work was over when number 2 outfit of the O Triangle Ranch started. "Well, I am glad that is over, Bill," Hugh said as they halted at the end of the first day's march. "I am not sorry," Bill Royce replied. "It is desperate hard work. All day at the stockyard and half one's time at night on guard with the herds is a little too much for anyone." "Yes, it has been hard work," Hugh said, "but I don't think I meant that so much as that it was not so pleasant in other ways as usual. The men are too tired to talk or sing of an evening. One breakfasted, or rather swallowed one's food half asleep before daylight, took one's dinner standing while at work, and was too tired to enjoy one's supper." "I reckon it has been a good roundup," Bronco Harry said. "There have been only 4 men killed by the cattle, and there haven't been more than 5 or 6 shooting scrapes. Let me think. Yes, only 5 men have been shot." "That is 5 too many, Bronco," Hugh said. "Well, that is so in one way, Hugh, but you see we should never get on out here without shooting." "Why shouldn't we?" "Because we are an all-fired rough lot out here. There ain't no law and no sheriffs and no police and no troops. How in thunder would you keep order if it weren't for the six-shooter? There would be no peace, and the men would always be quarreling and wrangling. How would you work it anyway? It is just because a quarrel means a shooting scrape that men don't quarrel, and that everyone keeps a civil tongue in his head. There ain't nowhere in the world where there is so little quarreling as out here on the plains. You see, if we didn't all carry 6-shooters and were ready to use them, the bad-tempered men and the hard men would have it their own way. Big fellas like you would be able to bully little fellas like me. We should get all the bad men from the towns whenever they found the settlements too hot for them. We should have murderers and gamblers and horse thieves coming and mixing themselves up with us. I tell you, Hugh, that without the revolver, there would be no living out here. No, sirree, the 6-shooter puts us all on level, and each man has got to respect another. I don't say as there ain't a lot wiped out every year, because there is, but I say that it is better so than it would be without it. When these plains get settled up, and the Grangers have their farms on them, and the great cattle ranches go, and you got sheriffs and judges and all that, the 6-shooter will go too, but you can't do without it till then. The revolver is our sheriff and judge and executioner all rolled in one. No one who is quiet and peaceable has got much occasion to use it. I nearly had to use it the other day, Bronco, and I reckon I am quiet and peaceable." "Well, I don't altogether know about that, Hugh. I don't say as you want to quarrel, quite the contrary, but you made up your mind before you came here that if you got into trouble you were going to fight, and you practiced and practiced until you got so quick that you are sure you can get the drop on anyone you got into a muss with. So, though you don't want to get in a quarrel, if anyone wants to quarrel with you, you are ready to take him up. Now, if it hadn't been so, there wouldn't have been any shooting irons out the other night. Flash Bill came over to get up a quarrel. He was pretty well bound to get up a quarrel with someone, but if you had been a downright peaceable chap, he could not have got up a quarrel with you. If you had said quietly, when he kinder said as how you hadn't come by that horse honest, that Bill here had been with you when you bought him, and that you got a document in your pocket, signed by a sheriff and a judge, to prove that you had paid for it, there would have been no words with you. I don't say as Flash Bill, who was just spoiling for a fight, wouldn't have gone at somebody else. Likely enough, he would have gone at me. Well, if I had been a quiet and peaceable chap, I should have weakened too, and so it would have gone on until he got hold of somebody as wasn't going to weaken to no one, and then the trouble would have begun. I don't say as this is the place for your downright peaceable man, but I say if such a one comes here, he can manage to go through without mixing himself up in shooting scrapes. But in that way, a man like Flash Bill, let us say, who was known to be ready to use his pistol, might bully a whole camp. Yes, if they were all peaceable people, but then, you see, they ain't. This sort of life ain't good for peaceable people. We take our chances pretty well every day of getting our necks broke one way or another, and when that is so, one don't think much more of the chances of being shot than of other chances. Besides, a man ain't allowed to carry on too bad. If he forces a fight on another and shoots him fair, mind you, the boys get together and say, this can't go on, and that man is told to get, and when he is told that, he has got to. If he don't, he knows what he has got to expect. No, sirree, I don't say as everything out in the plains is just arranged as it might be in New York, but I say that, take the life as it is, I don't see as it could be arranged better. There was a chap out here for a bit as had read up no end of books, and he said it was just the same sort of thing way back in Europe, when every man carried his sword by his side and was always fighting duels, till at last the kings got strong enough to make laws to put it down and managed things without it. And that's the way it will be in this country. Once the law is strong enough to punish bad men, and to make it so there ain't no occasion for a fella to carry about a six-shooter to protect his life, then the six-shooter will go. But that won't be for a long time yet. Why, if it wasn't for us cowboys, there wouldn't be no living in the border settlements. The horse thieves and the outlaws would just rampage about as they pleased, and who would follow them out on the plains and into the mountains? But they know we won't have them out here, and that there would be no more mercy shown them if they fell into our hands than there would be to a rattler. Then again, who is it keeps the engines in order? Do you think it is Uncle Sam's troops? Why, the Redskins just laugh at them. It's the cowboys. It ain't so long ago, Long Tom put in, as a boss commissioner came out to talk with the natives and make them presents and get them to live peaceful. People out in the East who don't know nothing about engines are always doing some foolish thing like that. The big chief, he listens to the commissioner, and when he is done talking to him and asks what presents he should like, the chief said as the thing that would most tickle him would be a half-dozen cannons with plenty of ammunition. But, says the commissioner, we can't give you cannon to fight our troops with. Troops, says the chief, who cares about the troops? We can just drive them whenever we like. We want the cannons to fight the cowboys. That chief knew what was what. It is the cowboys as keeps back the Redskins. It's the cowboys as prevents these plains getting filled up with outlaws and horse thieves, and the cowboys can do it 'cause each man has got 6 lives pretty sartin at his belt, and as many more as he can take time to slip in fresh cartridges for, and because we don't place much value on our lives, seeing as we risk them every day. We know they ain't likely to be long anyhow. What with death among the herds, shooting scrapes, broken limbs, and one thing and another, and the work which wears out the strongest in a few years, a cowboy's life is bound to be a short one. You won't meet 1 in 10 who is over 30. It ain't like other jobs. We don't go away and take up with another trade. What should we be fit for? A man that has lived on horseback and spent his life galloping over the plains, what is he going to do when he ain't no longer fit for this work? He ain't going to hoe a corn patch or wear a biled shirt and work in a store. He ain't going to turn lawyer or set up to make boots or breeches. No, sirree. He knows as 10 years is about as much as he can reckon on if his chances are good, and that being so, he don't hold nothing particular to his life. We ain't got no wives and no children. We works hard for our money, and when we gets it, we spend it mostly in a spree. We are ready to share it with any mates as comes along hard up. It might be better, and it might be worse. Anyway, I don't see no chance of changing it as long as there is room out west for cattle ranches. Another 100 years, and the Grangers will have got the land, and the cowboys will be gone, but it will last our time anyhow. Hugh was much struck with this estimate of a cowboy's life by one of themselves, but on thinking it over, he saw that it was a true one. These men were the adventurous spirits of the United States. Had they been born in England, they would have probably either enlisted or run away as boys and gone to sea. They were men to whom a life of action was a necessity. Their life resembled rather that of the Arab or the Red Indian than that of civilized men. Their senses had become preternaturally acute. Their eyesight was wonderful. They could hear the slightest sound and pronounce unhesitatingly how it was caused. There was not an ounce of unnecessary flesh upon them. Their muscles seemed to have hardened into whipcord. They were capable of standing the most prolonged fatigue and hardship, and just as a wild stag will run for a considerable distance after receiving a wound that would be instantly fatal to a domestic animal, these men could, as he had seen for himself, and still more, as he had heard many anecdotes to prove, sustain wounds and injuries of the most terrible kind, and yet survive, seeming, in most cases, almost insensible to pain. They were, in fact, a race apart, and had very many good qualities and comparatively few bad ones. They were, indeed, as Long Tom had said, reckless of their lives, and they spent their earnings in foolish dissipation, but they knew of no better way. The little border towns or Mexican villages they frequented offered no other amusements, and except for clothes and ammunition for their pistols, they had literally no other need for their money. Nothing could exceed the kindness with which they nursed each other in illness or their generosity to men in distress. They were devoted to the interests of their employers, undergoing, as a matter of course, the most prolonged and most prodigious exertions. They were frank, good-tempered, and kindly in their intercourse with each other, as addicted to practical jokes as so many schoolboys, and joining as heartily in the laugh when they happened to be the victims as when they were the perpetrators of the jokes. Their code of honor was perhaps a primitive one, but they lived up to it strictly, and in spite of its hardship and its dangers, there was an irresistible fascination in the wild life that they led. End of Chapter 10. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 11 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, A Fire on the Plains. After the hard work at the roundup, the journey north seemed almost a holiday. Of an evening, the cook's accordion was again brought out, and the men sang and, to Hugh's amusement, danced. He thought the proposal was a joke when it was first made, but he soon saw that it was quite serious. He had declined to take part in it, saying that he had never danced since he was a little boy, but it was as much as he could do to restrain his laughter upon seeing the gravity with which 8 of the cowboys went through a quadrille to the music of the accordion. Then followed waltzes, and then some Mexican dances, the entertainment being kept up for a couple of hours. Dancing, indeed, is one of the favorite amusements of cowboys, and there being no females to dance with, they dance with each other and are so accustomed to do so that it comes to them as naturally as if dancing with women. When, however, they are camped within 30 or 40 miles of a Mexican village, it is no unusual thing for a party of half a dozen to ride over to it. Perhaps one has preceded them to make the arrangements. These are simple. The Mexicans are very musical, and there is not a village where men capable of playing upon the mandolin and perhaps other instruments cannot be found. An arrangement is made with these and with the landlord of the little inn. The preparations are not expensive, spirits for the men and a supply of cakes and syrups for the women. The news spreads like lightning, and in the evening Mexican villagers, male and female, in their best attire, from miles round arrive, some in carts and some on horseback. The music strikes up, and the dance is kept up until morning. Occasionally these entertainments end with a fray, arising generally from the jealousy of some young Mexican at the complacency with which his sweetheart receives the attentions of a cowboy admirer. But these are quite the exceptions. The Mexicans know that their host will be off in the morning, and that they shall probably never see them again, and they therefore put up philosophically with the temporary inconstancy of the damsels of their village. To the Mexican girls, indeed, these cowboys are veritable heroes. They have heard endless tales of their courage. They know that the Indians, who hold their countrymen in absolute contempt, fear to meet these terrible herdsmen. The careless way in which they spend their money, their readiness to bestow their gorgeous silk handkerchiefs, their really handsome and valuable sashes, or the gold cord of their hats upon their favorite partner for the evening, fills them with admiration. They know, too, that when, as occasionally happens, a cowboy does marry a Mexican girl and settles down upon some little ranch among them, the lot of his wife is greatly easier than that of those who marry Mexicans, and that she will be treated with an amount of consideration and courtesy undreamt of by the Mexican peasant, who, although an humble adorer before marriage, is a despotic master afterwards. It is not surprising, then, that upon occasions like these the cowboy hosts have a monopoly of the prettiest girls at the ball. Round the campfires in the evening, Hugh heard many tales of such evenings spent in the villages of New Mexico. "I had a very narrow escape once," a cowboy known as Straight Charlie said. "There were 6 of us went up together to a Mexican village, and we gave a first-rate hop. There was a big crowd there. Fine things went on well until there was a muss between one of our fellows and a Mexican. Jake was a rather hard man, and we hadn't much fancied his being of our party, for he was fonder of drink than of dancing, and was quarrelsome when the drink was in him. I don't know how the muss began, for I was dancing with as pretty a little Mexican girl as I ever came across. However, I haven't any doubts as Jake was in the wrong. The first I knowed about it was that the music stopped, and then I heard loud voices. I saw a knife flash and dropped my partner and was going to run in to stop it, but I hadn't more than thought about it when there was a crack of a pistol. Then knives were out all around, and there was a pretty lively fight. It seemed, as I heard afterwards, that when Jake shot the Mexican, and I don't say he had no right to do so when the Mexican had drawn his knife first, for if he had not shot, he would have been killed himself. 2 or 3 other Mexicans went for him, and as a matter of course, 2 of our fellows went for the Mexicans. If they hadn't been all mixed up together, the 6 of us could have cleared the whole lot out. But mixed up like that, and with girls about, our fellows hadn't much show. I was just breaking through to take a hand in the game when a fellow who had been looking pretty sour at me for some time jumped on my back like a wildcat. So down I went, and in half a minute my legs and arms were tied tight with their sashes. I didn't try to struggle after I had fallen, for I knew well enough that our fellows had got the worst of it. When matters cleared up a bit, I found that 4 Mexicans had been killed and 5 or 6 others pretty badly hurt. Jake and another of our boys were dead. 2 others had broke out, run to their horses, and ridden away. Another of the boys had been taken prisoner, but he had got 2 or 3 knife cuts before he was knocked down. There was a big hubbub for some time, as you may guess, and then they told us we should be taken to the town in the morning. Well, they took off the sashes and marched us away to a house at the end of the village. It was a plank house and built in the same fashion as their adobe huts, with one room behind the other. Of course, they had taken our 6-shooters and knives away from us, and they shoved us into the inner room, and then a dozen of them sat down to play cards and keep watch in the other. The place had been built as a sort of lock-up, and there were heavy bars to the window, just as you see in a good many Mexican houses. They had left our legs free, but had put some ropes around our arms, and we knew that we could shift them easy enough. The Mexicans had shut the door between the 2 rooms, but we could hear their talk through it, and we heard that, though the thing had been brought on by Jake, there would have been a muss anyhow sooner or later. 2 whites had come into the village a fortnight before. They were dressed like cowboys, but I reckon they were horse stealers or outlaws. Anyhow, they had kicked up a row and shot 3 men and rode away, and the Mexicans had seemed to make up their minds that they would take revenge on the next party that came in, whoever they were. Well, things looked pretty bad for us. If we had once got inside one of their prisons, the Mexican judges would have made short work of us. The greasers would, of course, have sworn that we had become the row and shot down 4 or 5 of their people without the least cause, and it would have been a case of hanging, as sure as a gun. So Dave and I agreed that we had got to git somehow. It were no use talking of fighting, for there was a dozen fellows in the next room, and they had all got their guns along with them. We hadn't got our knives, and there was no chance of cutting our way out. We were talking it over when someone said, "Are you there, Charlie?" at the window. It was one of the boys who had got away. You bet I was there pretty sharp. "Here I am, Ginger," I said. "How goes it?" "Pretty bad," he said. "Jeffries is cut pretty near to pieces, and I'm wounded in 6 places and can scarce crawl. Jeffries is with the horses a mile away. He's too bad to stand. I made a shift to crawl back to see what had become of you. I've been creeping round and heard the 2 of you were shut up here and that you was going to be taken off tomorrow and would be hung sure, so I came round to see what could be done. Here's my 6-shooter if it'll be any good to you." "No, that won't be any good," I said. "There are 12 of them, and they have all got guns. But give me your knife. These planks are pretty thick, but we can cut our way through." "I haven't got it," says Ginger. "It was knocked out of my belt in the fight, and worse luck, Jeffries has lost his too. A fella got hold of his wrist so he couldn't use his pistol, and he drew his knife, and he was fighting with it when he got a slice across his fingers, which pretty nigh cut them off, and he dropped his knife and, as luck would have it, just wrenched himself free and bolted." "Well, we must do what we can," I said, "but it is hard luck on us. Look here, Ginger, you bring the 2 horses up to that clump of trees over there. Dave is pretty badly cut about and cannot run far, but he can make a shift to get over there. If we don't come by an hour before daylight, it ain't no use your waiting no longer. You go and pick up Jeffries and make tracks. But I reckon that somehow we shall manage to come." "All right," says he, and went. "Now, Dave," I said, "you turn over and let me get my teeth at your knots. It is hard if I don't manage to undo them." Sure enough, in 5 minutes I had loosed a knot, and then the rest was easy. Dave untied me, and we were free so far. "What next?" says Dave. "We will have a look around," says I. Luckily, there was a moon and there was plenty of light to see what was in the room. There were some bits of furniture and bedding, just as they had been left by the people they had turned out to make room for us, but nothing that I could find as would help us to cut our way out. Now, Dave, says I, you get to that corner and I will get to this, and just shove against the planks and see if we can't push the whole side of this shanty out. Well, it were too strong for us. It was made of rough boards, pretty strongly nailed. I thought it gave a little, but nothing else would be any good. If we could throw ourselves against it both together, it might go, I said, but it mightn't, and if it didn't, we should have them inside in a moment, and there would be an end to it. What do you say to our burning ourselves out, Dave? How are we about to do that, Charlie? He said. Well, I've got my box of matches in my boot, and I suppose you have yours too. Let us pile up some of these wooden things against the two corners. There's plenty of straw in this bed. Before we begin, we will hang one of these blankets over the doorway so as to keep the smoke from going through the cracks. I reckon they're all smoking in there, and they won't smell it very quick. So we made a pile, moving as quiet as we could, standing still while they were not talking much in the next room, and moving whenever they made a row, which was pretty often. These things are as dry as chips, I said, and what smoke there is will mostly go out through the window, but I expect there will be more than we shall like. Here's a big pitcher of water. We will soak these two blankets and then lie down close to the floor. You cover your head with one and I'll do it with the other. Now then. We lit a couple of matches and touched off the straw, and in a half a minute there was a blaze up to the roof. Then we lay down by the other wall, one on each side of the door, and waited. In about 2 minutes there was a shout in the next room and a rush. Then the door was flung open and the blanket torn down, and such a yelling and cussing as you never heard. The smoke was pretty bad where we was lying, and I reckon that up higher it was as thick as a wall. The cursed Americans have lighted the house and smothered themselves, one of them shouted. Then they rushed out, coughing and choking, and we heard them shouting for water, and there were as much row as if the village had been attacked by Injuns. We waited another 3 or 4 minutes, and then Dave shouted, I can't stand this no longer. I'd hoped they would have left the outer door open and that we could have got out that way, but we had heard it shut. I expect someone more cute than the rest suspected we were inside biding our time. Take a long breath, Dave, says I, and don't breathe again until you are out. Now, jump up and join me. We joined hands and made a run and threw ourselves against one corner of the end of the hut. Several of the planks fell, and a couple of kicks sent the rest out, then off we bolted. There were a yell outside, for by this time half the village were there. Luckily, the men with guns was mostly round by the door, and when the yells fetched them, there was too many women and children about for them to shoot. We went straight on, as you may guess, and we were halfway to the woods before the shooting began, and it were pretty wild at that. Dave gave out before he got to the trees, and I had to carry him. This way, Ginger shouted. I lifted Dave onto a horse and jumped up behind him, and we were off just as the Mexicans came running up. After that, it were easy enough. We rode to where Jeffries had been left, got him onto Ginger's horse, and made tracks for the camp. Jeffries died next day, but Dave got over it. That were a pretty near touch, I reckon. It was indeed, Hugh said. That was a very lucky idea of yours of burning out the corners of the house. Some of them Mexicans is cusses, another cowboy put in. I had a smart affair with them in one of their villages last year. I had rid in with Baltimore Rube. We'd been searching some of the gullies for cows and had run short of sugar and tea. Well, I was on a young bronco I had only roped 2 days before, and the critter were as wild as could be. When we rode in, a lot of them brutes of dogs that swarms almost as thick as their fleas in all these Mexican villages came barking round, while one big brute in particular made as if he would pin my bronco by the nose, and the pony plunged and kicked till I thought he would have me off. There was a lot of their men standing at their doors smoking, for it were late in the afternoon, and they were all back from what they called work. I shouted to them to call their dogs off, but they just laughed and jeered. So I did the only thing as there was to do, just pulled out my 6-shooter and shot the dog. Well, if it had been a man, there could not have been a worse sort of row. The Mexicans ran into their houses just as quick as a lot of prairie dogs when they scent danger, and in a moment were back with their guns and began to blaze away. Well, naturally our dander is, a bullet chipped the bark off my cheek, and by the way my bronco jumped, I knew one had hit him, so Baltimore and I blazed away in return, and neither of us didn't shoot to miss, you bet. We just emptied our 6-shooters and then rode for it. Baltimore got a shot in his shoulder. I had one in the leg, and there was two in the saddle. We talked it over and agreed it were best to say nothing about it. Them Mexicans will swear black as white, and when there is a whole village swearing one way, and only two men swearing the other way, them two has got but a poor show of being believed. So we concluded to leave those parts altogether, and we rode 150 miles in the next 2 days, and then camped for a week till our wounds healed up a bit. A fortnight after that, we went into the station, and there I happened to light upon one of them rags the Mexicans calls papers, and there, sure enough, was the account of that business. Two cowboys, unknown, rode last week into the quiet village of Pursery, and without the slightest provocation commenced a murderous attack upon its inhabitants, and after killing 4 and wounding 8 men, they galloped off before the inhabitants had time to betake themselves to their arms to defend themselves. A reward of $500 is offered for their apprehension. Now that were a pretty tall piece of lying, but Baltimore and I agreed it were best to keep dark about it altogether, for if it were talked about, it might get to the ears of some of the half-caste Mexicans about the station, and some day or other, when we went off into a village, we might find ourselves roped in. That is the way, Bronco Harry said indignantly. Us cowboys get a bad name. Now, I dare say that air article were copied in half the newspapers in the States, and folks as know nothing about it would say, them cowboys is a cuss. They ought to be wiped off the earth right away. It is always so whenever there was a row between any of us and the Mexicans. They give our account of it, and we goes away and thinks no more about it one way or the other, and there's no one to show it up as a lie from beginning to end. And I know there's people think we're as bad as the Injuns, if not worse, and that we write about shooting down people just for amusement. Then all these outlaws and horse thieves and bad men near the settlements dress as much as they can like us, and every murder they commits, every horse that gets stolen, every man that gets held up and robbed, it is just put down to the cowboys. While if the truth were known, for every one of these fellas caught or wiped out by the sheriff and their posse, there's 20 gets wiped out by us. There was a cordial, "That is so, Bronco," all round the fire, for the injustice connected with their reputation was a very sore point among the cowboys. "Well, some day, Bronco," Hugh said, "when I get away from here, for as you know, I haven't come here to stay, I will take pen in hand and try to give a true account of you and your doings, so that people may see that there are two sides to the question." "Bully for you, Hugh," Long Tom said. "Just you put it in hot and strong. I tell you, it ain't nice if one does go down to the settlements in the winter, when work is slack, to see people look at you as if you were a wild beast who was only waiting his chance to hold up the whole town. Why, I've seen women pull their children indoors as I came along, as if I were a mountain lion and was meaning to draw my 6-shooter on them just for amusement." "Well," Hugh said, "I must say I heard stories at McKinney of cowboys coming down to a town and writing about shooting off the hats of the inhabitants, making targets of the bottles in the saloons, and generally turning the place topsy-turvy. Of course, I didn't believe it all." There was silence round the fire, and then straight Charlie said, "Well, Lightning, I won't say as you have been altogether deceived as to that, and I won't deny as I have taken part in sprees myself, but you see it don't hurt no one, it is just fun. If we do shoot the heads off the bottles, we pays for them, and it makes one laugh till one can scarcely sit in a saddle to see an old cuss jump when you put a bullet through his stovepipe hat. It is his fault for wearing such a thing, which is an unnatural invention altogether, and should be discouraged." "We do carry on," Bronco Harry agreed. "There ain't no denying it. When a man has been out on these plains for 6 months, working worse than a nigger, and that without a drop of liquor, it is natural as he should go in for a high old time when he gets down to a town with money in his pockets. But there ain't no real harm in it. We know how we can shoot, and that if we fire at a hat, there ain't no chance of our hitting the head inside. It just makes things lively for them for a bit, and there's never no trouble, unless anyone is fool enough to take the matter up and make a muss about it." "I'm not saying you do any real harm, Bronco, only you see the people in the towns don't know how well you shoot. If you knock a pipe out of my mouth, as you have done once or twice, I only laugh, because I know there was no chance in the world of your hitting me. But you see, they don't all know that. And so when a man finds there are 2 holes in his hat an inch above his head, he thinks he has had a marvelous escape of being murdered." "I don't deny as there is something in that," Bronco Harry said reflectively. "But you see, it is in their ignorance that the mistake comes in, not in our shooting. Anyhow, you see, as we have got to do something to amuse ourselves, and we might do worse than just scare a few storemen who take it out of us by charging us about double the price they charge anyone else." Hugh was not convinced by the argument, but he felt that it was of no use to pursue the subject further. "How do the cows know their calves?" he asked one day, as at the end of a march some of the cows were loudly lowing for their offspring to come to them. "By smell," Bronco Harry replied promptly. "You don't see much of their ways here, for the calves are pretty well grown up. But when you are driving a herd, as I have done many a time, made up altogether of cows and young calves, you see a lot of it. 10 or 12 miles a day is as much as you can do with a herd of that sort. What steers there are always go ahead, grazing as they go. The cows will come straggling along next, and then the calves strung out all over the place, and the rear guard have pretty hard work to hurry them up. You see, calves have got no sense and run anywhere, under your horse's legs or anywhere else, while the cows don't pay much attention to them till they get to the end of the march. Then they begin to bawl for their calves to come to them, and the calves begin to bawl for their mothers, and I tell you that for a bit there is such a row going on that you would think the end of the world had come. 2,000 cows and as many calves can kick up a row, you bet, that will well nigh scare you." "But don't the calves know their mothers' voices?" "Not a bit of it. It is just smell and nothing else that brings them together. You would think the cows would know something about the color of their young'uns, but they don't. I've seen a cow that I knew had a white calf run up to a black calf and smell it, then to a brown one, and then to a spotted one, while her own white calf stood bawling fit to kill herself a dozen yards away. It is wonderful how they do find each other at all, and the job often takes them 2 or 3 hours. Some of the cows concludes at last that their calves have been left behind, and then off they set and would go all the way back to the place they had started from in the morning if you didn't stop them. Sometimes they don't find them at all that night." "But what happens to the calves then?" "The calves shift for themselves. They run up to other cows which have got their own calves sucking. Each cow will generally let them have a suck or two and then drive them off, and in that way they get enough to last them on until they find their mothers in the morning. There is a good deal of trouble in keeping night watch over a herd like that. It isn't that there is any risk of a stampede. A cow herd will never stampede if there are a lot of young calves in it, but they don't settle themselves comfortable to sleep. The calves want to wander about, and the cows who haven't found their young ones keep trying to slip off to take the back track, and you've got to be always on the watch for them. Take it all together, I would rather drive a beef herd than a cow herd." After a week's travel, they reached the spot that had been fixed upon for the herd to graze. The cowboys' work was now much lighter. Parties of 2s and 3s could often be spared for a day's excursion up to some Mexican village among the hills, or they would go off for 3 or 4 days' hunt among the valleys to pick up any cattle that had evaded search during the roundup. One day, when there were but 4 of them in camp, 2 of the party, who had been absent a couple of days, rode in at full speed and reported to the head of the outfit that they had seen the light of a fire up north. "Then there is no time to be lost," Collie said. "Will you 2 men stop here and look after things? I will ride off with the other 4 and fight the fire. When the others come back, do you start out for us. The last 2 who come in must stop here. Give us what food you have got, darky. We may be away 4 or 5 days. Directly we have gone, set to and cook something for the others." Hugh and Bill Royce had returned the day before from an expedition among the foothills. Bronco Harry and another cowboy were also in camp. In 5 minutes the horses were saddled and they dashed off at full speed. "It is lucky that the wind is not blowing strong," Collie said, "or we should have the fire down here before we got news of it, and there is no place handy where we could drive the herd. I expects those blessed Injuns lit the fire." Hugh was very pleased that he was in camp when the news came. He had heard many stories from the cowboys of these terrible fires, and knew that at times they had wrought havoc among the herds, whose only hope of escape lay in reaching a stream wide enough to check the progress of the flames. After riding 20 miles, they could distinguish a faint odor of smoke in the air, and as they gained a crest soon after sunset, could see a long line of light in the distance. "It is a big un," Bronco Harry said, "and no mistake." They lost no time in getting to work, for the wind was rising and there was but little time to spare. They had on their way picked out a steer from a bunch they came upon, and had driven it before them, and had also stopped and cut faggots of wood from a clump of bushes in a hollow. A shot from Bronco Harry's revolver brought the bullock dead to the ground, and while Royce lit a fire, the others with their long knives proceeded to split the bullock into 2 portions, dividing it from its head down to its tail. "Now, Bronco, will you go east with Lightning while Royce and Jake go west? Keep on until you meet some fellas from the other outfits. They are sure to be at work all along the line. If you don't meet any by the time you get to the end of the flames, then work back and fight the fire as you come. I expect the other 4 men will be up in an hour or two." Bronco, Harry, and Royce at once lit 2 of the long faggots and fastened the others to their saddles. They then tied the ends of their ropes to the blazing faggots and started. Hugh, having been already instructed in his part, fastened his rope to a leg of the half-bullock and mounted his horse. He had not brought Prince this time, as he feared that he might get burned. He waited until Bronco Harry was a quarter of a mile ahead. Already a line of fire was rising in his track, the dried grass catching like tinder as the blazing faggot passed over it. It had already run along a width of 20 feet or so, burning fiercely on the leeward side and making its way in a thin red line to windward. It was the leeward side that Hugh had to attend to, and galloping his horse along the ground over which the flame had just passed, he dragged the half-carcass of the bullock behind him, so that in its course it passed over the line of flame, which its weight and the raw undersurface instantly crushed out. For 10 miles he rode on, and then found that Harry had stopped. "We're beyond the edge of the fire," the latter said. "It is the other side where there is most danger, unless Smith's outfit have got news in time. Well, we've done our part of the job so far." Looking back, Hugh saw a sea of fire approaching across the plains. The wind was blowing stronger now, and the air was full of smoke and ashes. Far along the track they had come, a thin line of fire was advancing against the wind to meet the great wave that was sweeping down towards it. "We passed some bushes half a mile back," Harry said. "We will ride back to them and then let the horses go. We shan't want them any more, and they are pretty well mad with fright now." As soon as they reached the bushes, they leapt off, and letting the horses go, cut as many boughs as they could carry. Then retiring from the strip of burnt ground, already 40 or 50 yards wide, they awaited the flames. Their approach was heralded by burning fragments, and they were both soon at work beating out the flames as fast as they were kindled to leeward of the burnt strip. Single-handed, they would not have succeeded, but other cowboys speedily arrived, and along the whole line parties were at work fighting the fire. At times it got such hold that it was only checked by lighting fresh fires to leeward and crushing them out as had been done at first, and it was 30 hours before the fire was extinguished along that part of the line. Then the news came that further west it had burst through, and the cowboys, mounting fresh horses that had been brought up, rode off and joined in the fight there, and it was not until after 3 days' unremitting effort that the danger was finally subdued. During all this time the men had not a moment's rest. Their food and water had been sent up from the wagons, and a hasty meal was snatched occasionally. When all was done, they were blackened with smoke and ashes. Their hair and clothes were singed, and they were utterly exhausted with their efforts. However, they had saved the herds, and were well content with their work. But, as soon as it was over, each man threw himself down where he stood and slept for many hours, watch being kept by some of the last arrivals, for it was by no means improbable that the Indians would swoop down to take advantage of the confusion and drive off cattle. As soon as the cowboys were roused the next morning, they rode off to their respective outfits, and Hugh's party on their arrival enjoyed the luxury of a bath in the stream near which the wagon of No. 2 outfit was placed. Then, after their change of clothes, they gathered for a comfortable meal. "Wow, Lightning, that has been a fresh experience for you," Bronco Harry said. "I am glad I have seen it," Hugh replied, "but I don't want to repeat it." "That was nothing, Hugh. 4 years ago there was a fire here that swept right across the plains. There was a strong wind and no stopping it, and there were over 100,000 cattle burned. I suppose some day or other they will be passing laws for putting up fences. If they do, I tell you it will be something like ruin to a good many ranches, for it will prevent cattle from running before the flames. As it is now, their instinct takes them either to a stream or to some high bluff, but if there was fences, they would never get away. In the north, they lose whole herds in the same way from snowstorms. A herd will drift before snow and wind for hundreds of miles, but if there's anything that stops them, they just get snowed up and die. Ranchmen have troubles enough, but if they was obliged to fence, it would go far to break up the business. Look out, lads, here comes someone galloping into the camp. I expect he's got news of the Redskins. I reckon they would be out on the track of the fire." "Oh, it's Tom Newport," he said as the man approached. "Well, what he says you may take for gospel. He is not one of them fellows who gets hold of the tail end of a story and then scares the whole country. Well, Tom, what is it?" "Just mount up, Rocco, and get all your crowd together. There ain't no time for talking now. I will tell you about it when we get on the track." In an incredibly short time, The men had all saddled and were ready for a start, filling their water skins and getting from the cook what bread and cold meat remained over from breakfast. "Now which way, Tom?" "Northeast, I will tell you about it. The Injuns have come down and attacked Gainesford. They have killed 5 or 6 men and most of the women and children. They've carried off 5 or 6 girls, and old man Rutherford's Rose is among them." An exclamation of fury broke from several of the cowboys. "Where is Gainesford, and who is Rutherford's Rose?" Hugh asked. "Gainesford is a small place just among the foothills south of the Injun country. There are about 20 houses. Rutherford, he were the first to settle there. We told him over and over again that it were too close to the Injuns and that there would sure be trouble sooner or later. But Steve, that is Rutherford, is one of those pesky, obstinate cusses who just go their own way and won't listen to reason from no one. He got a little herd of cattle up in the valley there and a patch of cultivated land, and he reckoned he wouldn't be solitary long. He was right enough there, for, as I told you, the place grew and there are pretty nigh 20 houses there now. That is, there were 20 houses. I don't suppose one is standing now. Rutherford, he were a cowboy once and married and settled down there, and Rose is his daughter, and as good a lass as there is west of Missouri. Rutherford's house is free quarters for those of us who likes to drop in, and of course we makes it up to him by taking in a deer or a bear's ham, and maybe a few bottles of whiskey if we've been down to the settlement and laid hands on them. And if we come across any mavericks when we're alone, we just brand them RR, and I reckon Rosie has got 200 cattle out there, and they will come in mighty handy for her when she chooses a husband. "Is that often done?" Hugh asked. "You bet. There are score and more girls whose father's shanty lie up in the foothills and who are friends of ours, have got a nice little clump of cattle out on these plains. Of course, any man living near the plains can turn his cattle out, and there are dozens of private marks. Well, you see, if a girl only gets 20 branded for her, it increases every year because the calves running with the cows get the same brand put on them. And I've known many a girl when she was married have a little herd of 300 or 400. So I tell you, it hits us all that Rose Rutherford has been carried away, and we are bound to get her back if it e'er to be done. When was it, Tom, that it happened?" "Yesterday evening, about 10 o'clock. I were riding that way and intended to sleep at Steve's when I saw a light burst up and then 2 or 3 others. I galloped pretty hard, you may guess, but before I got there it were over and the Injuns had gone. But I learned from a boy who had been hiding among the bushes, but who came out when he saw me, how it were. He said he had seen Rose and 5 or 6 other girls carried off. Whether old Steve were rubbed out, I don't know. I didn't stop to ask no questions. I knew whereabout your outfit was and rode straight for it." "Then the skunks have got 16 or 17 hours start," Bronco said. "There is no chance of our catching them till they are right back into their own country. I reckon we shall have a pretty sharp fight of it before we get them gals back." End of chapter 11. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 12 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. An Indian Raid. The cowboys were all mounted on horses that had not been worked for some days. Hugh was on Prince, and they got over the ground at great speed, arriving before sunset at the ruined village. There were 3 or 4 men, 7 or 8 women, and as many children gathered when they rode in. The men had been absent when the attack took place. The women had escaped by seizing their children and rushing out at the backs of the houses and hiding among the rocks and bushes as soon as the yells of the Indians and explosions of the firearms burst upon their ears. "We heard you was coming," one of the men said, "but I fear it's too late. They have got too far a start altogether." "We didn't waste a minute," Bronco Harry said. "We were in the saddle 3 minutes after Tom brought us the news, and we have rode 70 miles since. Tom has done 140 since last night. Where's Steve Rutherford? Has he been wiped out?" "No, he were away after a bunch of horses that had strayed. He were camping out 20 mile away when he saw the light and guessed what it were. He drove the horses in before him, feeling sure as he would be too late to do any good, but reckoning that they might be useful." "Good man," Bronco said, "but where is he?" "He went on alone after them," the man said. "Some of us would have gone with him, but he reckoned that he had best go alone. There weren't enough of us to fight. He allowed that you boys would be here presently, for the young'un here told us as Tom had ridden off with the news. Ruth Garston and Jim Gatlin rid off an hour later, and I reckon they'll bring a few more up before morning, maybe sooner." "How many horses are there?" 15 of the old man's, I reckon. They are in that corral behind this house, and I guess we've got as many more between us." "Then there are enough to mount us 10 and as many more," Bronco Harry said. "Ours ain't good for no more travel tonight. Why, we will just eat a bit, and then we shall be ready to go on. How many are there of you? 6 here. Well, that makes 16. I see 3 of you have got rifles, and 4 of us have brought rifles along with us. The only question is, which way have the red devils ridden? It are no use our following them if we haven't a clue of some sort. I reckon Steve will be here before long. That is what he's gone for. He would know he couldn't do any good himself, and he would be pretty well sure as we couldn't gather here in any such force as could enter the Injun country afore this evening. He took a lantern with him, one of the boys said. Yes, that is it. I guess he followed on foot till daylight, then he mounted and went on their trail until he could give a pretty good guess as to where they was heading. Then I allow he will come back to tell us. That is how I read it. I expect you are right, Bronco. He didn't say as much when he started, but when we talked of going with him, he said, just you stop where you are. There ain't anything you can do. We can't fight them till we get help. You just wait right here, boys. It were rather rough on us when our gals are being carried off and our wives have been killed and the whole place ruined. But we knew as Steves knew a sight more about Injuns than we did, and had been many a time into the heart of the Injun country afore they broke out, so we waited. But I'll tell you, Harry, it were hard work to sit quiet and know that them murdering villains was getting further away every hour. We will have them yet, Harry said confidently. If the old man don't ride up in another half hour, we will start. We will follow the trail as far as we can with lanterns. If we get to any place where the trail branches, then there will be nothing to do but wait for Steve. Have you eaten yet? Because if not, you'd best fill up. It are no use starting on such a job as this fasting. We shall have need of all our strength before we have done, you can bet your boots. None of the men had, in fact, eaten anything since the preceding night, but they saw the justice of the advice. There's some sheep up behind my place, one of them said. Like enough they was up on the hills when the Injuns came, but I saw some of them go in there this morning. There ain't no time for cooking now, so we will share your grub, and I will shoot 3 or 4 of the sheep and cut them up. They will last us 2 or 3 days. That is a good idea. If there is any flour as hasn't been carried off, you'd best make up a few lots of 5 or 6 pounds each and tie them up in cloths. They will come in mighty handy. Hello, here are some more of the boys. A minute later, 8 more cowboys rode up. Hello, Bronco. I thought we should find your crowd here. We've ridden all we knew to be here in time to go on with you. That is, if you are going on. We're going on as far as we can, Ike. We're just changing horses. I think there are about enough left to give you one each. Have you any news which way the Redskins have gone? Not yet. Old man Rutherford followed them up. I expect he will be here soon. If not, we shall meet him. They've got 20 hours start. That is the worst of it. No, there ain't no chance of overtaking them. That is certain. What we've got to do is wipe some of them out and to give them a lesson and get the girls back again if we can. And we've got to do it quick, else we shall have the whole Injun country up agin us. I did not think that they would have done it, another man said. The old man were always good friends with the Injuns and made them welcome when they came along. It ain't no good being kind to Injuns, another put in. There ain't no gratitude in 'em. Injuns are poison, Bronco said, and a general murmur of agreement expressed that in the opinion of the cowboys this summed up the characteristics of the Redskins. In a few minutes the newcomers were provided with fresh horses. A spare horse was taken on for Rutherford, and then, headed by the survivors of the raid, the party started 23 strong. They traveled fast, not that there was any occasion for speed, but because every man was burning with the desire to get at the enemy. After riding about 20 miles, they checked their horses, for a fire was seen a short distance ahead. That's all right, one of the settlers said. That will be Rutherford, sure enough. It is just there where the valley forks. He's waiting there for us. He would know we shouldn't want a guide as far as this. As they came up, a tall figure rose from beside the fire. Well, Steve, have you tracked them? Jim Gatling, the youngest of the party from the village, asked eagerly. They have gone over the divide into the Springer Valley, have followed that some way, and then through the little canyon up towards the headwaters of the Pequena Creek. I only went through the canyon to see which way they turned, and then made back here. I guessed some of you would be coming along about this time. Was they riding fast? No, they halted here for some hours. I reckon they had ridden a long way before they attacked our place. I saw their fire some time before I got to them, or I might have walked into them, for I didn't think they would have halted so soon. I tied the hoss up and scouted round them, and when they started this morning before daylight, took up the trail after them. They weren't traveling very fast. You see, they had got about 100 head of cattle with them, and I reckon they have 3 or 4 days' journey before them. As far as I could make out from what I seed of them, they don't belong to this part at all. Sartin they was going easy, and didn't reckon on being followed. It ain't often they get chased when they are once in the hills. Well, boys, I am glad to see you, and I thank ye all. It is what I expected from you, for I felt sure that when you got the news you would muster up. We've brought a fresh horse for you, Steve, Jim Gatling said. We drove in a herd this afternoon, and they all changed back there, so we are ready to ride at once. That's good, Jim. I was wondering over that and thinking that if yours had come in from the plains, they wouldn't be fit for any more travel tonight, for I knew they was a long way out. Where were you, Bronco? We were on Little Creek. Ah, that's about 60 miles away from our place. Well, boys, we may as well go on over the divide and down into the valley. There we had best camp. You will have done 100 miles by then and will want sleep. Besides, we mustn't knock the hosses up. They've got their work before them, and maybe we shall have to ride on our way back. How many of the skunks are there? Over 40. We shan't have much trouble with that lot, Bronco Harry said. Not if we catch them before they get to their village, Bronco, but I doubt whether we shall do that. Well, we will fight them, Steve, if there was 400 of them, Harry said. We've come to get your Rosie and the others back, and we are going to do it, you bet. Rutherford held out his hand and gripped that of the cowboy. Then mounting the horse that had been brought for him, he took his place at the head of the party and led the way. It was a toilsome journey over the shoulder that divided the two valleys. The pace was necessarily confined to a walk, and it was 5 hours before they reached the stream upon which they were to camp. Here the horses were turned loose to graze, and the men threw themselves down upon the ground and were soon asleep, for it was now past midnight. With the dawn of day they were on their feet again, a great fire lighted, and some of the mutton cut up and cooked, and some cakes baked. As soon as the meal was eaten, they again started. Hugh had not changed his horse at the village. Bronco Harry told him that it was not likely they would travel for many hours that evening, and he knew that Prince, who had had an easy time of it lately, could easily do this, and he greatly preferred keeping him, for he felt that upon such an expedition as this his speed might be of the greatest utility. A rapid rise of 10 miles up the valley took them to the mouth of the canyon, which came into the mountain valley at a sharp angle. It was wide at the entrance, but soon narrowed down into a gorge from 10 to 20 feet wide, with rocks rising precipitously on both sides. It was evident by the smoothly worn face that in the wet season a tremendous torrent rushed down, filling it 30 or 40 feet deep, but it was perfectly dry now, and for the most part they were able to ride at a fair pace. Here and there, however, masses of rock had fallen down from above since the last rains, and here they had to dismount and allow the horses to clamber over by themselves as best they could. At such spots, scratches upon the face of the stones showed where the party they were pursuing had passed on the previous day. The canyon was upwards of a mile in length, and the valley into which it led was some hundreds of feet higher than that which they had left. As soon as they emerged from the pass, they put their horses into a gallop, the track of the party before them being plainly visible. As they got deeper among the mountains, the scenery became very wild. Forest clothed the hills. Great masses of rock towered above the valley, and huge blocks of stone encumbered the route they had to pursue. Sometimes the track left the bottom and wound up the hillside, passing at times along the ledges, with precipices above and below. Anxious as they were to press forward, much of the journey had to be performed at a foot pace, for many of the horses, having been brought up on the plains all their lives, were fidgety and nervous on such unaccustomed ground, and required coaxing and care to get them along the passes. They traveled until late in the afternoon and then halted. The next day's work was of the same character. They were now high among the hills, and Steve told them that they were near the crest of the range. "We had better stop here," Rutherford said about 3 o'clock in the afternoon as they arrived at a little stream. "We mustn't knock the critters up. They have done a good day's work already." "We have gained upon them, Steve," Bronco Harry said. "The traces have been getting fresher." "Yes, we have gained a bit, but not much. Their horses would go faster than ours because they are accustomed to the mountains, but the cattle will have kept them back. Why I stop here is because there is a sort of wall of rock with a passage up through it a mile or two ahead, and though I don't expect they have any idea they are followed, they are like enough to have left a sentry on top of that wall. It'd never do for them to attack us here. We should have no show at all. I want to get my girl back, but throwing away our lives ain't the way to do it. Be careful how you pick the wood for the fires, boys. We mustn't let any smoke go curling up. You've got to see that every bit you put on is as dry as a chip." "How on earth do the Indians manage to live among these hills?" Hugh asked after the meal had been cooked and eaten. "The country is different on the other side," Jim Gatling said. "We are pretty near up to the top of the divide now, and on the other side the slopes are much more gradual. They have plenty of ranges where they have got cattle and sheep, but I don't know nothing about the country here. Steve has been over, but there ain't many as has." Yes, Rutherford said. It is as Jim says. There is a wide sort of plateau with big valleys down to the Canadian. We ain't very far now from the frontier of New Mexico, and from the top of the hills here you can see the Spanish Peaks 150 miles away. I reckon we may have to go down that side. There are a heap of Injun villages up here, and though we may thrash the lot ahead of us, they would gather pretty thick in a short time, and like enough cut us off going back, for they know the tracks better than we do, and their horses would go at a gallop along places where we should have to drag ours. Going down the other way, we can ride as fast as they can, and when we once get down in the valley of the Canadian, we shall get help at the ranches there. That will certainly be the best way, Steve, Bronco Harry said. We're all ready to fight any number of them on the plains, but it wouldn't be good to be hemmed up among these hills with no chance of help. We should keep them off, I reckon, till we had eaten our boots, but they would make an end of us at last, sure. Have you often been along this line before, Steve? Once. I came across here with a party of Redskins just after the last peace were made with them, when it was sure that they wouldn't break out again until they had got their presents. I'd got a stock of beads and looking-glasses and cottons and such like, and went up with a couple of mules and traded among them for skins, and worked robes and moccasins and Indian trumpery. I sent them back east and did a pretty good trade with them, but I know the other side well. I was ranching 2 years down on the Canadian, and we had 2 or 3 fights with the Redskins, who was pretty troublesome about that time. There weren't many ranches down there then, and we had to look pretty spry to keep the hair on our heads. And how do you propose to work it now, Steve? Well, I reckon that if they had got a sentry on them rocks I spoke of, he won't stay there after dark, and that the danger will be at the other end of the pass. Like enough, there will be 1 or 2 of them there. I reckon the best plan will be for me and Jim Gatlin and a couple of the others to go on ahead quiet. If we find any of the skunks there, in course we shall wipe them out. When we have done that, the rest can come up the pass. It ain't no place for anyone as doesn't know every foot of the way to come up in the dark, and you must make torches ready to light up when one of us goes back with the news that the pass is clear. As soon as we have done with the Redskins, Jim and I will go off scouting. You see, we don't know yet what band this is or how far their village is away. We will follow on the trail, and when the rest get up through the pass, they must wait till we bring them word. I reckon from their coming by this road, as their place is about 15 miles from the top of the pass. There's a big village there, and I expect they belong to it. I reckon they are just getting there now, and they will be feasting pretty considerable tonight. It air a pity we ain't handy. However, it cannot be helped. We should risk it all if we was to try to push on afore it got dark. Your plan seems to pan out all right, Steve. Who will you take with you? Well, you and Long Tom may as well come, Bronco, though I reckon it don't make much difference, for you all means fighting. As soon as it became dark, the party again moved forward. That's the rock, Rutherford said, pointing to a long dark line that rose up before them. They can't see us here, and I reckon if there were a scout there, he has moved off before this. Now, do you other fellas take our critters and just move on slowly. You see that point sticking up above the line? Well, that is on one side of the pass, so you just make for that and stop when you get there till one of us comes back. The torches had been prepared during the halt, 2 or 3 young pitch pines having been cut down and split up for the purpose. The 4 scouts moved off at a quick walk, and the rest of the party picked their way along slowly and cautiously toward the point Steve had indicated. They had some little trouble in finding the entrance to the pass, but when they discovered it, they threw the bridles on their horses' necks and dismounted. The time went slowly, but it was not more than 2 hours before they heard a slight noise up the pass, and a minute or 2 later a footfall. Is that you, Bronco? Hugh asked. No, it are me, but it is all the same thing, I reckon. Jehoshaphat, but I have knocked myself pretty nigh to pieces among them blessed rocks. It air just as dark as a cave. There ain't no seeing your hand. Well, is it all right, Tom? No, it ain't gone off right. When we got to the top of the pass, there were 2 Redskins sitting at a fire. We come along as quiet as we could, but just as we got inside of them, I suppose they heard something, for they both jumped onto their feet and were out of sight like a streak of lightning. We waited without moving for a half an hour. Then they came back again. We could have shot, but Steve reckoned it was too great a risk, so he and Jim undertook to crawl forward, while Bronco and me were to keep ready to shoot if the Redskins made a bolt. It were a long time, or at least seemed so. The Redskins was restless, and we could see they was on the listen. Well, at last they both jumped, but it were too late. Steve and Jim fired, and down they both went, and we came on. The worst of the business were that one of their horses broke loose and bolted. Steve fired after him. He may have hit him or he may not. Anyhow, he went off. So now you've got to hurry up all you know. The torches were at once lit, and leading their horses, the party made their way up the gorge. It was steep and narrow and encumbered with boulders, but in half an hour they reached the other end. Bronco Harry was awaiting them. We have got to move away to the right for about a half a mile and stop there. There is a clump of trees, and that is where we are to wait. It air a tarnal bad business, that air hoss getting away. He's pretty sure to bring the engines down on us. Steve ain't going very far. He says there is another village about 3 miles from the one he thinks most likely, and when he gets about 4 miles away from here, he will be able to see which way the tracks go, and then he will come straight back to the trees. Do you think you hit the horse, Harry? Hugh asked as they made their way to the clump of trees. You don't suppose I could miss a horse if I tried, Hugh? I hit him sure enough, worse luck. If I had missed him, it wouldn't have mattered so much. If he came galloping in by himself, they might have thought he had got scared at something, by a bar perhaps, and had just made tracks for the camp. Like enough, they would have sent off 4 men to see if it were all right. But when the blessed thing turns up with a bullet in his hide, they will know there has been a fight. What do you think they will do then, Harry? Are they likely to ride out and force to the gap? They may, and they may not. I should say they won't. I should guess they'll just throw out scouts all around their village and wait till morning. They won't know how strong our party is and wouldn't take the risk of being ambushed in the dark. Perhaps when the horse goes in, they won't notice it, especially as they will be feasting and dancing. I don't reckon that worth a cent, Hugh. They are safe to be 1 or 2 of their boys out looking after the horses. Besides, those varmints' ears are always open. They would hear a horse coming at a gallop across the plain a half a mile away. Aye, and more than that. Directly the boy sees the horses saddled, he will run in and tell them, and then they will take it in by the fire and look at it. When they see the mark I've made on it, they will be a nice rumpus, you bet. They will know what it means just as if it were all writ down for them. 2 hours passed, and then the sound of an approaching horse was heard. Well, Steve, what news? The horse has gone on straight for the village, the one we thought, and all the other tracks go in that direction. There ain't no chance of taking them by surprise now. What do you think they will do, Steve? They will watch all night, that is certain, and in the morning 2 or 3 will be sent out to scout. There ain't many trees about here, and they will reckon that they can see us soon as we see them, and those they send out are safe to be on the best horses they have got. In course, we could lie down there by the gap and shoot them when they come up, but I don't see as that would do us any good. When they didn't get back, it would only put the others more on their guard than ever. If we don't shoot them, they will find our tracks here and take back news how many we are. I tell you, lads, look at it as I will, I don't see no way out of it. And what makes it wuss is, when they take back the news that scouts they left here have both been shot, it will go mighty hard with the captives in the village. I can't see no way out of the kink anyhow. I'm ready to give my life cheerful for Rosie, but I ain't going to ask you to give your lives when I don't see as there is any chance of getting her. Do you see any way out of the job, Bronco? I don't, Steve. And as you say, there was about 40 or 50 of these varmint in the expedition, and we may reckon there will be as many more able to draw a trigger in the village. That makes 80. 4 to 1 is pretty long odds. If they was out in the plain, we might be a match for them, but to attack an Injun camp that's waiting and ready ain't the same thing as fighting in the plains. Half of us would go down before we got in, and there would not be no more chance of the rest of us getting the captives away than there would be if they was in the moon. If it hadn't been for this affair of the hoss, we might have carried out your plans, and you might have made your way into the village. And there were just the chance that you might have got them out and brought them along to some likely place where we was handy. But there ain't no need to talk about that now. They will be guarded that strict that a bird couldn't get to them with a message. That ain't to be thought of. Can any of you boys think of anything? No one spoke. Then Hugh said, I am only a young hand yet, and I don't know that my ideas are worth anything, but I will tell you what they are, and then you can improve upon them perhaps. It seems to me that, in the first place, we ought to leave, say, 4 men at the gap. If 4 Indian scouts come out, they ought to shoot or rope 3 of them and let the 4th escape. If there were only 2 of them, I would say let 1 get away. What should they do that for, Hugh? Bronco Harry asked in surprise. I will tell you directly, Bronco. All the rest of us, except the 4 who are left on watch, should start at once and make a big circuit and come round to the other side of the village and stop a mile or so away in hiding, at any rate as near as we can get. Why I propose letting 1 go is this. Suppose 3 or 4 scouts go out and none return. the Indians will be sure that they have fallen in a trap somewhere. They won't know how strong we are or whether we think of making an attack on their village, and they will stop there expecting us for days perhaps, and then send out scouts again. Now, if one gets back with the news that they saw no signs of us until they got close to the gap, then 3 or 4 shots were fired and his comrades were killed, but he got off without being pursued. It seems to me that they would naturally imagine that there was only a small party at the gap, perhaps 3 or 4 men from the village they attacked, who had come out to revenge themselves, and would send out a strong party of their braves at once to attack them. Of course, the 4 men left at the gap would, directly they had done their work and the Indian was out of sight, mount their horses and make the same circuit as we had done and join us as quickly as they could. We should be keeping watch, and after seeing the war party ride off, we could dash straight down into the village. Half, and perhaps more than half, of their fighting men will have gone, and the others, making sure that we were still at the gap and that there was no fear of attack, will be careless, and we should be pretty well into the village before a shot was fired. "Shake, young fellow," Steve Rutherford said, holding out his hand to Hugh. "That air a judgmatical plan, and if it don't succeed, it oughter." There was a general chorus of assent. "It beats me altogether," Steve went on, "how you could have hit on a plan like that when I, who have been fighting Injuns off and on for the last 20 years, couldn't see my way no more than if I had been a mole. You may be young on the plains, Lightning, for so I have heard them call you, but you couldn't have reasoned it out better if you had been at it 50 years. I tell you, young fella, if I get my Rosie back again, it will be thanks to you, and if the time comes as you want a man to stand by you to the death, you can count Steve Rutherford in." "And Jim Gatling," the young settler said. "Rosie and me were going to get hitched next month, and it don't need no talk to tell you what I feels about it." "Which of us shall stay and which of us shall go?" Bronco Harry said. "You're the only man as knows the country, Steve, so you must go sartin. Long Tom and me will stay here if you like. You can give me the general direction of the village, and I expect I can make shift to come round and join you. Besides, there will be your trail to follow. I don't reckon they will send out those scouts till daylight. Anyhow, we won't start before that, and we are safe to be able to follow your trail then. Who will stop with us? Will you stay, Hugh?" "No," Hugh said decidedly. "I will go with Steve. I am not a very sure shot with the rifle." "You can shoot straight enough," Bronco Harry said. "Well, perhaps it isn't that, Harry, but so far as I have had no Indian fighting, and though I am quite ready to go in and do my share in a fight, I tell you fairly that I couldn't shoot men down, however hostile, in cold blood." "All right, Hugh. You shan't stay with us. When you know the Injuns as well as we do, you know that mercy ain't a thing as ever enters their minds, and that they murders women and children in cold blood, and that if they do take a prisoner, it's just to torture him until he dies. You won't feel that way." "I'll stay with you, Bronco," Jim Gatlin said. "I have just seen my house burnt and the best part of my stock carried away, and a dozen or more of my friends killed or scalped, and you bet I would kill a Redskin at sight, just as I would put my heel on a rattlesnake." Another of the party also volunteered to stay at the gap. No further words were necessary. The party mounted. "That's where the village lies, Bronco, just about under that star. It is about 15 miles, as I told you, on a straight line. We shall keep over there to the right, and in a couple of miles we shall go to where the ground falls, and we'll travel along there. You can't be wrong if you keep down the slope. There are no chance then of your being seen. I don't know just where we shall turn off. There are several dips run down from above, and we shall follow one of them up when I reckon we have got a mile or two beyond the village. So keep a sharp lookout for our trail there. You needn't bother much about it before, because you can't miss the way, but look sharp at the turnings. I would drop something to show you where we turn off, but if any Injun happened to come along, he would be safe to notice it. When you guess you've ridden far enough, keep a sharp lookout for the place when we turn off, and then follow the trail carefully. It is rolling ground, that side of the village, and I reckon we can get within a half a mile of it. There ain't much fear of their wandering about, and any scouts they have out won't be on that side. So long." Steve Rutherford led the way. "There ain't no need to hurry," he said. "We've got plenty of time, and I reckon that when we get a bit further we will dismount and lead the horses. They have had pretty hard work coming up the hills, and I tell you they're likely to want all their speed tomorrow, and some of them will have to carry double if we can't manage to get a hold of the few of the Injun ponies." Accordingly, after riding for half an hour, the party dismounted and led their horses for a long distance. This was a novel exercise to the cowboys, for it is rare for one of them to walk 100 yards. A horse stands ever ready at hand, and if it be only to go down to the stream hard by to fetch a bucket of water, the cowboy will always throw his leg over his horse. but all felt the justice of Steve's remarks. They knew that they had at least a 100-mile ride before they could hope to meet friends, and that the pursuit would be hot. It was therefore of vital importance that the horses should start as fresh as possible. After 3 hours walking, they mounted again and continued their way until Steve Rutherford said that he thought they had gone far enough now. The moon had risen at 2 o'clock, and its light had enabled them to travel fast since they had remounted. Turning up a hollow, they followed it for about 2 miles, and then found they were entering a hilly and rugged country. "Here we are," Steve said. "The village lies at the foot of these rocks. I don't know how far along it may be, but I'm right sure that we have got beyond it. Now, boys, you can sleep till daylight. I'll keep watch and see that none of the horses stray." In a few minutes it was all quiet in the little valley, save for the sound of the horses cropping at the short grass. In the first gleam of daylight, Rutherford stirred up one of the sleepers. "I'm going to scout," he said. "When the others wake, tell them to be sure not to stir out of this dip and to mind that the horses don't show on the skyline. The Injuns will be keeping their eyes open this morning, and if they caught sight of one of them critters, it would just spoil the whole plan." Rutherford was gone 2 hours. Long before his return, all the men were up and about. Bill Royce had gone a little farther up the valley, which narrowed to a ravine, and, climbing the rocks cautiously, had taken a survey of the country. "No signs of the village," he said when he returned, "and no signs of Injuns as far as I can see. So I think if we go up to the head of this gulch, it'll be safe to make a fire and cook the rest of our meat. There ain't more than enough for one more feed. After that, I reckon we shall have to take to horse flesh. Now, half of us will go up and cook, and the other half keep watch here. We may have Steve coming back with 20 Redskins on his track." Just as they had fried their meat, Steve returned. "We are about 3 miles from the village," he said, "but keeping along at the foot of the hills, we can get to within a half a mile of it safe. Beyond that is a chance. What are you doing?" "Cooking." "Well, one must eat, but the sooner we get on the better. We want to watch how things go." As soon as the meal was finished, the party mounted and, keeping close to the foot of the hill, rode on till Steve said, "We cannot go beyond that next bluff, so turn up this gulch. I looked in, and there is a good feed for the horses there. You'd better look round when you get in to see as there ain't no bar or nothing to scare the horses, and 2 of you had best stay on guard here at the mouth. If one of them critters were to get loose and to scoot out below there, our lives wouldn't be worth a red cent. Now, Stumpy, you and Owen and me will go up over there. From among them bushes just at the foot of the rock we can see the camp, and we will take it by turns to keep watch. If you others will take my advice, you will all get as much sleep as you can till we come for you, but mind, keep 2 on guard here." "Can I come with you, Steve?" Hugh asked. "I don't feel like sleep at all." "You can take my place, Lightning," Royce said. "I ain't in no hurry to look at the Injuns. I expect I shall see plenty of them before we are done." End of chapter 12. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 13 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Rescued. Steve Rutherford, the settler Owen, and Hugh made their way along the foot of the steep rocks, keeping among the fallen boulders, stopping at times, and making a close survey of the plains to be sure that no Indians were in sight before moving further. "That is the point," Steve said presently. "From among those rocks we can get a view of the village. You must keep your head low, Lightning, and not show it above the rocks. They will be keeping a sharp lookout, and like enough they would make out a lizard moving at this distance." When they reached the point, they made their way with extreme care to the highest boulders, and then, lying down, looked through the interstices between them. Hugh started as he did so, for although the Indian village was nearly half a mile away, the mountain air was so clear that it did not seem a quarter of that distance. Its position was well chosen. The hill rose almost perpendicularly behind it, defending it from an attack on that side, while in front and on both sides the ground sloped away and was clear of brushwood or inequalities that would afford shelter to assailants. Trees stood in and around it, affording shade during the heat of the day. A number of horses were grazing close to the village, with half a dozen Indian boys round them in readiness to drive them in at the shortest notice. Smoke was curling up from the top of the wigwams, and through the trees many figures of men and women could be seen moving about. "How long do you think it will be, Steve, before their scouts get back again?" "Another hour, I should guess. I expect they started at daybreak. Anyhow, they had gone before I got here. I reckon they wouldn't travel fast going there. In the first place, they would scout about and look for signs of an enemy, and in the second, they wouldn't want to blow their horses, for they might have to ride for their lives any moment. I should give them 4 hours, a good 2.5 to get there, and something over an hour for one of them to get back again. He may be here in half an hour, he may not be here for an hour. It will be somewhere between one and the other. 20 minutes passed, and then Steve exclaimed, "Here he comes!" The other two caught sight of the Indian at the same moment, as first his head and shoulders, and then the whole rider and horse, appeared on the crest of a rise some 4 miles away. He was as yet invisible from the village, but in a few minutes they could perceive a stir there, and 3 or 4 warriors ran out from the village, leapt onto their horses, and galloped out to meet the returning scout. They saw them join him, and sweeping round without a check, accompany him, and in 10 minutes they reached the village. A minute later a mournful wail sounded in the air. "They know it now," Steve said. "They are just about beginning to feel as we do. It is all very well as long as they go out and murder and burn and come back with scalps, but they don't like it when the game is played on them." "When will they start out again, do you think, Steve?" "Not yet a while. They're going to talk. Indians never do anything without that. There, do you see? There ain't a man among the trees. There are some women and children, but nary a warrior. You may be sure that they are gathering for a great council. First of all, the scout will tell his story, then the chiefs will talk. It will be another hour at least before there is a move made." "Oh, I do hope our plan won't fail," Hugh said. "I don't think that there is much chance of it," Owen put in. "They're bound to do something. Their scout can only report that, so far as he saw, there was not more than 4 men, and as they did not chase him, he expects they have no horses. They never can leave it like that. They're bound to go out and see about it. Otherwise, they know they couldn't go in 2s or 3s without the risk of being ambushed, just as the scouts were. Besides, they lost the 2 men they left behind, and maybe 1, maybe 3 this morning, and they are bound to have vengeance. Oh, they are safe to go." An hour later, a sudden succession of wild yells were heard. "That's their war cry," Steve said. "The thing is settled, and they're going." A few minutes later, the Indian boys were seen driving the horses in towards the village, and then a number of warriors ran out. "There are a good lot of them," Steve said in a tone of satisfaction. "They was sure to go. The question were how many of them. It will be a strong party anyhow." The Indians were soon seen to be mounting. "Now we can count them," Steve said. 35. "I couldn't tell within 4 or 5, Hugh said. They keep moving about so, but I should say that was about it." "Yes, 35, Owen agreed. "You have the youngest legs, Lightning. You scoot across as hard as you can run and tell them to get ready. Steve and I will see them fairly off, and then we will come in. Don't let them move out of the hollow till we join you. There ain't no special hurry, for we mustn't attack till the band have got 4 or 5 miles away. If they heard the guns, they would be back again like a torrent." Hugh did as he was told. As he ran down over the crest into the dip, he gave a shout of satisfaction at seeing Bronco Harry and the 3 men who had remained with him. They had arrived a few minutes before. "Well, Harry, we saw all had gone right, as only one of their scouts came back." "Has it drawn them?" Harry asked. "Yes, a band of 35 started 5 minutes ago." "Bully for us," Harry said. "Then we have got them all right now. I expect there ain't above 30 fighting men left in the village, and catching them as we shall, they won't have a show against us." "How did you get on, Harry?" "It were just as you reckoned, lad. 3 of them came out. They were very scary about coming close. They yelled to their mates, and in course got no answer. Then they galloped round, one at a time, getting nearer and nearer, but at last they concluded that the place was deserted, and rode up. We let them get so close that there were no fear of our missing, and then we shot 2 of them. The other rode for it. We fired after him, but took good care not to hit him, and as soon as he had gone we ran to the wood where we had left our ponies, and came on here pretty slick. There were no difficulty in following your trail. We reckoned that we should have to come pretty fast to be here in time, as it were 3 or 4 miles further for us to go than the Injun would have, and he wouldn't spare his horseflesh. Still, we was sure it would be an hour at least before they was ready to start, more likely 2. Jim Gatlin were flurried a bit. Natural he wouldn't like not to be with the others when they went in to rescue Rosie. So it seems we are just in time with nothing to spare. But here comes Steve." By this time all had been got ready for a start. Horses had been brought up, saddles looked to, girths tightened, and blankets strapped on. A hearty greeting was exchanged between Steve and the party just arrived. "We will give them another 10 minutes before we start," Steve said. "Now we'd better settle, Bronco, as to what we should each do when we get in, else there may be confusion and they may tomahawk the prisoners before we find them." "Yes, that is best," Bronco agreed. "Now look here. Our crowd will do the fighting, and you and your fellows jump off as soon as you get in and search the wigwams. You will know just where to go. The prisoners are safe to be in a wigwam close by that of the principal chief. He will keep them close under his eye, you may bet your life. And mind, boys, let us have no shooting at squaws or kids. We have come out to rescue the women they have carried off and to pay out the men for the work they did, but don't let us be as bad as they are." There was a general assent from the cowboys, but 2 or 3 of the men who had come with them grumbled. "They have killed our wives and children. Why shouldn't we pay them back in the same coin?" "Because we are whites and not redskins," Bronco Harry said. "Look here, Steve, we have come here to help you, and we are risking our lives pretty considerable in this business. But afore we ride in that village, we are going to have your word that there ain't going to be a shot fired at a squaw or child. Those are our terms, and I don't think they are unreasonable." As a chorus of approval went up from the rest of the cowboys, and as the others were well aware that what they said they meant, they unwillingly assented. "That is right and square," Bronco Harry said. "You have all given your promise, and if anyone breaks it, I begin shooting. That is all. Now it's about time to be moving, Steve." The men swung themselves up into their saddles. "Now, boys, quietly until we get inside of the village, and then fast as we can go." But all were eager for the fight, and the pace gradually quickened till they came within sight of the village. Then they charged down upon it at full gallop. They had gone but a short distance when they heard the cry of alarm, the yells of the Indians, shouts and orders, screams of women and children, and the barking of the village dogs. Shots were fired, but to Hugh's surprise, these ceased before the cowboys reached the village. "The skunks are bolting," Bronco Harry exclaimed. "Keep round the trees, number 2 outfit, and straight across the plain after them. They may have got some of the girls." It was, however, less than 2 minutes from the moment the assailants had been seen to that when they burst into the village. The Indians, taken altogether by surprise at the appearance of a foe from a quarter from which no danger had been apprehended, and seeing a band of the dreaded cowboys dashing down at a gallop, caught up their arms, and then, in obedience to the orders of the chief left behind in charge of the village, dashed out to their horses, mounted, and rode off. Their leader had seen at once that there was no hope of resistance. The assailants were nearly equal in number to the fighting men left in the village. They would be armed with those terrible pistols that were the dread of the Indians, and they had all the advantage of a surprise. There was nothing to do but to ride off to the main body. For a moment, the thought of killing the prisoners before starting had crossed his mind, but there was no time to run to the wigwam in which they had been placed, and he saw too that their death would entail that of the Indian women and children. These had been no less speedy in their movements than the men, and at the first cry of danger the women had seized their infants and, followed by the boys and girls of the village, had fled along the foot of the cliff till they reached a spot where, although steep, it was accessible. Here a path, winding among boulders and hidden by bushes, led up to the top of the cliff. This had been constructed by the boys of the village at the time the Indians first established themselves there, for the purpose of enabling its occupants to make their escape in case of a sudden attack by superior forces. Steve and his party were astonished when, as they dashed into the village, they found the place almost deserted. A few old men stood at the entrances of their wigwams, and 4 or 5 aged women were assembled in front of one standing near the center of the place. And as the cowboys and settlers galloped up, 5 white women ran out from the wigwam to meet them with cries of joy. "All safe, Rosie?" Steve Rutherford shouted as he rode up. "All safe, Father," and a cheer burst from the rescuers as they leapt from their horses and crowded round the girls. These had all friends or relations among the party. "3 of you let off your rifles one after the other," Steve said, the instant he had embraced his daughter. "I told Bronco as he rode off that should be the signal that we had got them all. Then some of you had better ride as hard as you can after them. You may be wanted, though I don't expect the Indians will stop. Tell Bronco he had best come back again. There ain't no time to lose. The rest of you scatter and put a light to these wigwams. There's all the things they stole from us scattered among them, and all their skins and things, not worth much perhaps, but a lot to them. Look into the huts and see there ain't no babies left in them. Where are all the women and children, Rosie?" But Rosie was at that moment much too occupied with Jim Gatling to hear him. "Never mind that now, gal," Steve said, striding up to them. "There will be enough time for fooling when we get out of this. Where are the women and children?" "I don't know, Father. We know nothing about it. We were in the wigwam and suddenly heard shouts and screams, and then almost directly everything became quiet. And then these old women opened the door and made signs to us to come out, and as we did, we saw you charging in among the trees." "Where are the squaws and children?" Steve asked one of the old women in her own language. She looked vacantly at him as if she did not understand. "Bah, that's no use," he said. I might have known that. Scatter about, boys. See if you can't find some of them. They can't have gone out onto the plain, that is sartain. They can't have got up this cliff, not here. Perhaps there's a cave somewhere. Scatter along and search. Go right along some distance each way. There might be some path up somewhere. What does it matter about them, Steve? One of the settlers asked. We agreed there weren't to be no killing of squaws or kids. I don't want to kill them, Steve said. I'm just so pleased to getting my girl and the others back that I don't feel like hurting anything. What Bronco and me reckoned on was to take some of the chief's wives and children along with us as hostages. If we had them with us, we reckoned they could not attack us on our way back. I tell you, boys, it may just make the difference of our scalps to us. Not another word was needed, and all, with the exception of a few of the friends of the rescued women, scattered on the search. It was 10 minutes before they found the concealed path. The man who discovered it ran back to Rutherford. I've found the place, Steve. It is away 300 or 400 yards to the left there. Just at the end of the clump of trees, there are some bushes against the face of the hill. It didn't look as if there could be any way up, but I pushed through them, and sure enough, there was some steps cut in the rock. I went up them and round a sharp angle, and there was a sort of gap in the cliff. You couldn't see it from the plain, and a path went straight up there. That ain't bad news, Owen. They've got a quarter of an hour's start, and it ain't no sort of use our going after them. Well, there is nothing to do but ride for it. I wish Bronco's party was back. They're just coming back, a man said. I've been to the edge of the woods to look for them. They're galloping back and will be here in a few minutes. By the time Bronco Harry and his party rode into the village, the wigwams were all in flames. The men who had set fire to them had brought out the meat they had found inside. There were several quarters of deer and a quantity of beef, doubtless the produce of animals belonging to the herd they had driven off. They were satisfied that the burning of the wigwams would be a heavy loss to the Indians, for they had found many piles of skins and robes stored up to be used in barter for guns and horses. Indeed, the whole belongings of the tribe, except their cattle, were destroyed, together with, what perhaps would be even more severely felt, the scalps taken from their enemies in many a fight and massacre. A few words acquainted the newcomers with what had taken place, and they were delighted to find that they had arrived in time to save the women from the fate that awaited them. Did you hear the rifle shots, Bronco? Ne'er one. We was having a skirmish with the Redskins. They showed fight at first till they saw the rest of the boys coming. We chased them 2 miles and killed 6 of them. Then we thought it best to come back, for we could see that a couple of the best mounted had been sent straight off as hard as they could go after the first lot. We should not have chased them as far as we did, but we wanted to rope 5 of their horses for the women. As soon as we had done that, we took the back track. Have you caught some of the squaws, Steve? No. Worse luck, they had all cleared out afore we got here. There was nary a soul in the village except these old men and women. But where on earth did they get to? It took us a quarter of an hour to find out, and then one of the men lit on it pretty nigh by accident. Right along the cliff there are some steps cut in the rock. They are hidden by bushes, and up above them is a sort of gap in the rock with a path up to it. You can't see it from the plain at all. No doubt that is the principal reason why they fixed their village here. It gave them a means of escape if they were attacked. Well, if you haven't got no hostages, Steve, there ain't another minute to waste here. You see, we had figured on them hostages. I see you have got some meat. That's good. Well, are you all ready? Because if so, let's get. 3 minutes later, the party rode away from the burning village, the women mounted on the Indian horses. There's our cattle, Steve said, pointing to a herd out on the plain. But it ain't any use thinking of them now. You bet, Bronco Harry replied. There ain't no thinking about horns or hides at present. It is our own hair we've got to think of. You think they will catch us up, Bronco? Said Steve. I don't think nothing about it at all. They are just as sure to catch us up as the sun is to rise. We have got every foot of 100 miles to go, and the horses have been traveling hard for the last 3 days. By this time, those fellows as have galloped on ahead are pretty nigh their main party, if they haven't overtook them before this. They had no call for speed and would be taking it easy. You can't reckon much more than 10 miles start. Still, when they catch us, they won't be more than 3 to 1. There was 35 went out, you said, Steve, and another 25 in the second lot. That brings them up to 60, which is pretty nigh 3 to 1. Well, 3 to 1 ain't such great odds, even if they were to come down and fight us in a body. But I reckon they would not do that. They are more likely to make a surround of it. They would know that we should have to leave pretty near half our number to guard the women, and the rest wouldn't be strong enough to charge them. Besides, it ain't only 60 we've got to reckon with. Like enough, half a dozen of them started as soon as we turned back to the other villages of the tribe. You may reckon we shall have 200 or 300 of them coming along in our track in an hour or two. Don't make any mistake about it, Steve. We shan't get away, and we have got to fight. Now, you know the country, and what you've got to reckon up is, where shall we fight? You can't calculate on above 50 miles, and if you say 40, it will be safer. A few of the horses might get a bit further than that, but taking them all around and reckoning they have been going hard for the last few days, 40 is the longest we can calculate on afore we hear the Redskin yells behind us. The two brothers are about 40 miles from here, Steve Rutherford said. Ah, I've heard of them. They're two buttes close together, ain't they? Yes, we should be safe enough there if all the Redskins in creation was attacking us. They might starve us out, but they could never climb up. One of the brothers there ain't no climbing up at all. It stands straight up all around, but the other has got a track up. I've seen cattle on the top. Do you know the way up, Steve? Yes, I was with the party that came out from the Canadian looking up the cattle that had strayed. We didn't find many of the cattle. The Injuns had got them, you may be sure, but we stopped at the foot of the buttes and did some hunting for a day or two. 3 or 4 of us climbed up. It ain't a road you would choose to drive a team down, and I should not have thought that cattle would have climbed it if I hadn't been told they did so. Still, it is good enough for us. There was no attempt to gallop at full speed, the horses being kept at a canter, the pace to which they are most accustomed. There, Steve said, pointing to the lower country ahead of them, for they had, since starting, been gradually descending. There are the brothers. They don't look far away, Hugh, who was riding beside him, remarked. I guess they're near 15 miles, Lightning. I should have said 5 if I had been asked, Hugh said. I wish they was only 5. I expect before we get halfway to them we shall hear the engines behind us. Yes, Bronco has been telling me what you think of it. Well, there is one thing. If we get to those buttes first, we can keep the whole tribe at bay. Yes, lad, as far as fighting goes, but there is one thing agin us. Water, Hugh asked. You have hit it. I don't say as there may be any water up there. I reckon there is, for they told me the cattle would stay up there for some time without coming down. But there weren't no cattle when I was there, and I didn't see no water. But it may be at times there is some. The top of the place seemed to me the lowest in the center. Not a great deal, perhaps, maybe not more than 3 or 4 feet. And if there is any hole in the middle, there may be water there. I weren't thinking of it at the time and didn't look for it. Maybe in the rains it gets filled up and there's enough to last the cattle some time. Everything depends on that. I have been thinking, Hugh said, that if I were to ride straight on, I might get through to the next ranch. My horse is a first-rate one, and I am sure he could do the distance. If he had started after a couple of days' rest, he could carry you 100 miles, I don't doubt. There ain't nothing out of the way in that. I have ridden as much a score of times. But you see, lad, he has not had much rest and not much time to eat since we started. You rode him out from your camp and then on to the first halting place. That made 80 or 90 mile. Next day we made 60, I reckon. Then he was going all yesterday till we halted before we went up through the pass, and he kept on going a good bit past midnight. We may not have done more than 50 or 60 mile, but he got no good feed until we got into that dip about 2 o'clock this morning. If you only had the horses after you that the Indians rode down to Gainesford, I should say your horse would carry you as well as theirs would, but it won't be so. You bet your life that mob we saw outside the village was a fresh one. The first thing they would do when they got to camp in the afternoon would be to send some of the lads off to grazing grounds with the horses they had ridden, and to fetch in a fresh lot. Besides that, as I told you, there will be others of the tribe coming up and joining the chase. Scores of them. They will all be on fresh mounts, and they will be just on the best ponies they have got, for they will guess that we are heading for the Canadian. No, lad, it'll never do. They would ride you down sartin. Another thing is, whoever goes has got to know every foot of the country, to travel at night, and to be able to find his way to the nearest ranch. That job will be mine, I reckon. I know more of the Injun ways than anyone here, and if anyone can do the job, I can. Besides, it is my place. You have all gone into this affair to get my Rosie out of the hands of the Redskins, and it is my duty to get you out of the scrape. Listen. The whole party checked their horses simultaneously as the air brought to their ears a long, quavering yell, and looking back they saw against the distant sky a confused body of horsemen. 2 miles good, ain't it, Bronco? About that, I should say, Steve, and we have got 12 to ride. Now then, let the ponies know they have got to do some work. The shouts of the riders, the tightening of the reins, and a touch of the spur told the horses what was required of them, and they sped along at a very different pace to that which they had hitherto traveled. We are all right, I think, Long Tom said to Hugh. They've been riding a good deal faster than we have, and I don't think they will gain on us now, not anything to speak of. We shall be at the buttes long before they catch us, though you see when one party is chasing another, they have got a great advantage. How do you mean, Tom? I don't see what advantage they have. They have this advantage, Lightning. All horses ain't the same. Some can go a lot faster than others. Some can keep on ever so much longer than others. There are some good and some bad. Of course there are, Tom, but that is the same with both parties. Sartin it is, lad. But you see, the party that is chasing go at the speed of their fastest horses. Well, not of their fastest, but the speed that the most of them can keep up. Those who are badly mounted drop in the rear and are left behind. The others don't concern themselves about them. Now, it is just the contrary with the party that is chased. They have got to go at the pace of the slowest horse among them. They can't leave one or two of their mates to the mercy of the Redskins. They have got to keep together and to fight together, and, if must be, to die together. There's a lot of difference among the horses in this crowd. We just took what we could get when we started. There weren't no picking and choosing. That were one apiece for us, good or bad. The pace we are going ain't nothing to that horse of yours, but you'll soon see that some of the others can't keep it up, and then we shall have to slow down to their pace. I didn't think of that, Tom. Yes, I see. A party that pursues has an immense advantage over one that flies, providing, of course, they are greatly superior in numbers. If not, there will be a time when the best mounted men could no longer ride at full speed, because if they did, they would be inferior in numbers to those they chased when they came up to them. That is reasonable, lad, and if those Redskins behind us are the only lot from the village, that will bring them up a bit. They know well enough they can't lick us, if they ain't pretty nigh 3-to-1, so they will want their whole crowd up, and they won't be able to travel at the speed of their best horses. That is why I said we shall beat them easy. It ain't really them, it is the bands from the other villages that we've got to fear. I don't know this country, and I don't know what the other villages are, but I shouldn't be surprised any moment to see bands cutting in from the right or left. Some of the Injuns would ride straight off there, and they will have heard the news as soon or sooner than the band that went after us to the rocks. They will guess the line we should take, and we'll all be on fresh horses. That is what I am thinking of all the time. I suppose Steve knows, Hugh said. He knows. He ain't said much, but he dropped behind an hour ago and said to me, "Keep a sharp lookout on both sides, Tom. That is where the danger comes in." For the next 5 miles, the pursuers did not appear to gain. "Can't we take it easy, Steve?" Jim Gatlin asked. "Some of the horses are beginning to blow a bit. There ain't more than 7 miles now between us and the buttes. We might let them walk for 5 minutes now to get their wind again." Steve turned in his saddle and looked round at the horses. Wiry little animals as they were, many of them were showing signs of distress. "We will go a little bit easier," he said, "just a little. When we get to that brow a mile ahead, we shall get a better view. Then we will see about it." The horses were pulled in a little, but still kept at a gallop till they got to the top of the ascent. From this point there was a smooth and regular fall right down to the valley from which rose the buttes 6 miles away. "Now you've got to ride for it, and no mistake," Steve said sharply. "There they come both ways. That is just what I was afeard of." An exclamation of something like dismay broke from many of the men, for 2 bands of Indians were seen, one on each hand, riding, like themselves, for the buttes. The one to the left was perhaps a mile away, but considerably in advance of them. That on the right was perhaps twice as far, and was, like themselves, just beginning to descend the long incline. "We shall pass the crowd to the right," Bronco Harry said, "but the others will cut us off sure." "That is so, Harry," Steve said quietly. "But there is one thing. There ain't above 40 or 50 of them, while that crowd to the right are twice as strong. If they had been first, it would have been all over with us. Well, don't travel too fast, lads. We can't pass ahead of that lot to the left, but there is no fear of the crowd to the right. Just go at the pace we are going now. Look here, what has got to be done is this. We have got to keep together with the women in the middle of us. We have got to go right through them. Now, 9 of you have got rifles. You keep next to the gals. The moment we have got through the Injuns, you ride with them straight on to the foot of the butte. I must go with you because I know just where the path starts and no one else does. The moment you get there, jump off the ponies, take post among the rocks, and open fire on the Injuns. You, Bronco, with the rest of them, directly we are through, you turn again and charge them. Just check them for about a minute, that will be enough. Then you ride in and we will cover you with our rifles." "That's about it," Harry replied. "Now, boys, you all here, you with the rifles go straight on. And look here, empty your 6-shooters into them as you charge. The more you wipe out, the better. Then the rest of you with me, just give a yell to scare them, and then close with them again. Don't you empty your 6-shooters at first, but keep your fire till we are through them. It is mighty hard if the others, with 6 shots apiece, don't clear the way for us. You must bear in mind that you will want every shot after we are through, so don't throw away one. Don't you bother about the advance crowd with the women. I will keep my eye on them, and when they are ready I will give a yell, and then we will ride for it together." The Indians saw that they had it in their power to cut off the whites from the buttes, and they no longer rode at the headlong speed at which they were going when first perceived, but slackened down their pace. They could, if they had chosen, have brought on the fight at some distance from the buttes, but they had no motive for doing so. They saw the large party coming from the other side and preferred to delay the contest till the last moment in order that their friends should be near at hand. Steve remarked with satisfaction that they did not attempt to outride his party. "The fools," he said to Bronco Harry. "They won't be there above 100 yards before us and won't get above one shot each before we are on them. If they had known their business, they would have ridden fit to kill their horses till they got there, and then jumped off and run up that path and held it. We should have lost half our number at least fighting our way up. In fact, with the women with us, we couldn't have done it." Scarce another word was spoken as the party galloped on. Mile after mile had been passed, and the buttes were now towering up in front of them. When within half a mile of the foot, the riders gradually fell into their places assigned to them. Those with rifles went on in front, then the women, then the men with revolvers only. The small party of Indians kept on until within 150 yards of the foot of the buttes, then they halted and turned. The whites were at the moment some 200 yards behind them. The great party of Indians on the right were about half a mile away. The Indians in front did not await the shock of the whites, knowing that the impetus of the latter would give them an advantage, but raising their war cry, dashed forward to meet them, discharging their rifles as they came. Not a shot was fired by the whites until the two lines were within 20 paces of each other. Then the revolvers of the 10 men in front cracked out sharply. Several of the Indians fell. Then there was a crash as the lines met, and then for a moment a confused medley, the Indians fighting with tomahawk and spear, the whites with their deadly revolvers. The conditions were too unequal. There was not one among the band of whites who could not rely with certainty upon his aim, and as in a close line, boot touching boot, they pressed on, the Indians melted like snow before them. It seemed to Hugh but a moment from the time the fight began till the path before them to the buttes was open. "Forward!" shouted Steve. "We're through them, boys!" As Hugh dashed on, he heard Bronco Harry's shout, the cracking of the revolvers, and the yell of the Indians. The women were riding abreast with them now. "Never mind the gals," Steve shouted. "All tumble off together." It was but a few seconds before the first band threw themselves from their horses and took up their posts behind boulders and bushes. As they dismounted, Steve gave a loud shout, and almost at the same moment, the party that had fought under the leadership of Bronco Harry wheeled round and rode towards them. Had there been only the Indians that had tried to bar their way to reckon with, there would have been no need for them to seek refuge at the buttes. Half their number had fallen under the bullets of the front line of the whites as they fell upon them. The charge of Bronco Harry's detachment had completed the effect of the blow. The whole conflict had only lasted half a minute, but in that time the deadly six-shooters had wrought terrible havoc with the band of Indians. Less than half of them went galloping back to meet their advancing friends, and several of these were leaning over their saddles, evidently badly wounded. Over 20 lay together at the spot where the two parties had met. A few of the horses stood quietly beside their dead owners. The rest were careering wildly over the plain. A loud cheer broke from both parties of the whites as Bronco Harry's band rode in and dismounted. "That has been a pretty tight race," Long Tom said, "but we beat them handsome. Tom, do you stow away your horses and ours as snug as you can among the rocks and trees, then take your places down here. We will get a bit higher up so as to get a wider range for our rifles, but we haven't time for that now. We must just give this other crowd a hint that we have got rifles and can use them. Now, boys, take steady aim at that clump of Redskins. Don't throw away a shot. There is nothing like straight shooting for skeering a red. Here goes." And Steve, taking steady aim, fired, while his companions followed his example. End of chapter 13, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 14 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Surrounded by Redskins. The large band of Indians had checked their horses some 500 yards from the foot of the buttes as they saw the survivors in the party in front galloping back to them, and realized that the whites had gained shelter. Some of the more impetuous spirits had, however, ridden on and were some distance in advance when the rifles of the defectors cracked out. 4 of the Indians fell from their horses, 3 others were wounded, and these, with their companions, wheeled round and rejoined the main body, who now, at the order of their chief, fell back and were, a few minutes later, reinforced by the band that had followed on the footsteps of the fugitives. "Now, boys, we can go up to the top, but first let us see how we stand. Has any gone down?" Yes, there are 2 missing, Long Tom said. I saw 2 of the first line go down as we charged them. Jim Spencer were killed, Jim Gatling said. He were riding next to me. Boston were the other, Bronco Harry said. I were riding in a line with him behind and saw him go back kerplunk. I knew he were hit through the head by the way he fell. 4 other men were, it was now found, wounded, and one of the women had been hit in the shoulder with a rifle ball. The Redskins ain't no account with their rifles on horseback, Long Tom said. Let them lie down and get their pieces on a log and they can shoot pretty straight, but it's just throwing away lead to try to shoot with a rifle from a horse. I never knew more than 2 or 3 whites who was any startin' with their pieces when their horses was on the move. A 6-shooter's worth 10 rifles on horseback. A fella can gallop and keep his arms straight, but when it comes to holding out a long tube with both arms and your pony going on the jump, it stands to reason there ain't no keeping the thing straight. If those Redskins had hurried up and dismounted and steadied their rifles on their saddles, I reckon they might have wiped out half of us before we reached them. Well, Steve, you and the women and best part of the others may as well get up to the top, but Bronco and me and 2 or 3 of the boys will stop down here and look after the horses. Lightning, you may as well stop down here with a kipple of other fellows with rifles, so as just to give them a hint to keep at a distance, otherwise they will be sending their lead up while the others are getting to the top. But the Indians showed no sign of any intention of harassing them for the present. They knew that the rifles in the hands of the defenders carried farther and straighter than their own. They had suffered heavy losses already and were in no way disposed to do anything rash. They knew that there was no occasion for haste and no fear of the fugitives attempting to make their escape. After some consultation, they drew further off into the plain, and in a short time smoke could be seen ascending at several points. There ain't no occasion to wait down here no longer, Long Tom said. The Indians know well enough that they can't take this place, not at least without losing 100 men, and it ain't Redskin fashion to throw away lives, especially when they know they have only got to wait to do the job without any fighting at all. So let's go up. The path was comparatively easy for 3/4 of the way to the summit of the buttes. It seemed that on this side either the rock had crumbled away in past ages so as to make a gradual slope, or else water or wind had thrown up a bank against it. The height of the butte above the broad valley would be about 300 feet, and the slope was covered with trees and undergrowth until it terminated abruptly at the face of a wall of rock 50 feet from the summit. At one point only, this wall was broken by a sort of gap or cleft some 3 feet wide at the bottom, and slanting as steeply as the roof of a house. The bottom was worn almost smooth by the rains of centuries and by the feet of cattle, and Hugh had to sling his gun behind him and use both hands to grasp the irregularities of the rock on either side to get up. On reaching the top, he found that the summit was almost flat, a couple of 100 yards in length, and as many feet in width. It was covered with grass, and several trees, some of considerable size, were scattered about over the surface. "Well, Bill," he said as Royce came up to him, "have you found any water?" "Yes, there's a rock pool in the center there by that big tree. There's water enough for us and the horses for maybe a week, enough for us without the horses for a month or more." "What are you going to do, bring the horses up here?" "We haven't settled that yet. I reckon we shall bring the best of them up anyhow." "I suppose there is no possible place the Indians can get up except by that gap?" "Nary one. Everywhere else the rock goes straight down to the plain. There ain't no way, except by flying, to get up here if you don't come by this gap. Anyhow, we shall bring the horses a good long way up the slope. It is a long line along the bottom there, and the Redskins might crawl up in the night, and we should pretty nigh all have to keep guard. Steve says that though where we came up the ground were smooth enough, it ain't so over the rest of the slope, but that, what with the boulders and the undergrowth and the thorns, it is pretty nigh impossible to get up through the trees anywhere else. He expects that it's been water washing down the earth and sand through that gap that has filled up between the boulders and made it smooth going where we came up. So we will bring up the horses and get the best of them up here and tie the others just below the gap. We can take them down water in our hats if we decide to keep them, or get them up tomorrow if we like. Anyhow, we shall want to keep 4 men at watch down below them." "I should have thought it best to bring them all up at once, Bill. What is the use of leaving them below?" "Well, Hugh, there ain't grass enough to bring them all up here, and every morning we can take them down and let them graze below. There ain't no fear the Injuns coming close to drive them off, and if they tried it, the critters would come up the path again of their own accord, except those we took from the Indians. They can get a good lot of sweet grass under the trees down there, and as long as they get that, they can do pretty well without water. Thar, do you see that there are 2 or 3 more lots of Indians coming down to join the others? They'll have 300 of them down there before long." "It don't make much difference how many of them there are if they dare not attack us," Hugh said. "That's where you are wrong, Hugh. Bronco Harry, who had now joined them, said. The more there are of them, the closer watch they can keep to see that none of us gets away, and the more there are of them, the bigger the party must be that comes to rescue us. You may be sure that they have scouts for miles and miles off, and if they get news that there's a party coming up, they will just leave a guard to keep us here and go down and fall on them. I didn't think of that, Harry. Yes, it will need a very strong party to bring us off, but perhaps they will get tired and go. Don't you bet on that, Hugh. If there are one thing an Injun never gets tired of, it's waiting. Time ain't nothing to them. Them chaps can send out parties to hunt just as if they were in their own villages. The boys will bring down corn and gather their firewood for them, and as long as we're up here, they will stop down there if it was 6 months. They know how many of us there are up here. Lots of them must have been up here at one time or another, and knowing the time of year and how much rain has fallen lately, there ain't no doubt they can calculate pretty well how much water there is in this pool. They will know that we shall keep our horses as long as we can, and they will reckon that 3 weeks at the outside will see the end of the water. As for food, of course, we're all right. We've got the horses to eat, and horses pretty nigh as good as cow beef. I would just as soon have one as the other. A young bronco's a sight tenderer than an old cow any day. Hugh now took a turn around the edge of the butte. It was, as Royce had said, a mass of rock rising perpendicularly from the plain. It was separated from the other butte by a gap of 150 feet wide. It was clear that they had once formed one mass, for between them was a rocky shoulder connecting them. This was very steep on both sides, narrowing almost to a razor edge at the top where it joined the butte on which they were standing. This edge was 50 feet below the top, but it rose as it retreated from it, and on the opposite side reached up to a level with the plateau. A fire had already been lighted on the top of the butte, and over this the women were cooking some of the meat they had brought from the Indian village, and in a short time the whole party except 2, who were placed on sentry to watch the movements of the Indians, gathered round it. Well, boys, Steve said when the meal was finished, I reckon that there ain't no time to lose, and that I'd best start tonight. There ain't no denying that we are in a pretty tight fix here, and it won't be easy to get if forces can fight their way through that crowd. I reckon I shall not be able to gather over 50 cowboys on the Canadian, and so I'll have to ride to the nearest fort and get the troops to help. That are about 200 miles from the Canadian. It'll take me 3 days to get there after I leave the ranches. It'll take 4 at the very least before the troops will get down there. You can't reckon less than a week. I shall be 2 days getting down to the ranches, as there won't be any traveling by day. So you see, if I start tonight, you can't reckon on seeing us back afore 10 days at the earliest. That will be about it, Steve. I don't see as you can do without the troops no way. Well, we can hold out a fortnight easy. We must put the horses on mighty short allowance of water so as to make it last a fortnight. If we find it running out quicker than we expect, we must kill off half the animals. It don't matter about them a bit if you come up strong enough to thrash the Redskins without our help. Yes, I think you'd better go tonight. You are as likely to get out tonight as any night, but you'll have to look mighty sharp, Steve, for you may bet your life them Injuns will be as thick as bees around the butte. How do you mean to go, Steve? Hugh asked. Tie the ropes together, Lightning, and get lower down over the edge. I have been looking at the ridge that runs from this butte to the other, Hugh said, and it struck me that if you were lowered down onto it, you might get onto the other butte. Of course, 2 others would be lowered with you, and then you could be let down from the farthest side of the other butte. You said nobody had ever been on it, and anyhow, the Indians are not likely to be as thick over there as they would be round this one. Thunder, you are right again, Lightning. I will go and have a look at it at once. It will soon be getting dark. Bronco, do you and Long Tom go along with me. We will lie down afore we get to the edge. You may be sure that there are plenty of sharp eyes watching all round, and if they was to see us standing there and looking at that ledge of rock, they might guess what we had in our minds. While we are away, the rest of you might go down and get up the ponies. It took some time to lead all the horses up the slope. Prince and 4 others were brought up to the plateau, but it was necessary to tie strips of blanket under their feet to enable them to get sufficient footing to climb up through the gap. I shouldn't have thought that cattle could have come where horses can't, Hugh said. Cattle can climb pretty nigh anywhere, the cowboy he addressed replied. I've seen cattle climb places where you would have thought that nothing but a goat could get to. You see, their hooves are softer than horses and get a better hold on rocks. But horses could get up here easy enough if they weren't shod. They don't have a fair show with shoes on. By the time the horses had been brought up, night had fallen. 4 men were told off as a guard. 2 of them took up their post halfway down the slope. 2 went down to its foot. No attack was anticipated, for the Indians would be sure that a sharp watch would be kept, and there would be no chance whatever of their making their way up to the summit unobserved. Hugh was not with the first party on watch and joined the crowd round the fire. "What time are you going to start, Steve?" "As soon as it gets quite dark. There ain't no good in waiting. They're on watch now, and they will be on watch all night, so there's no difference that way, and the sooner I goes, the farther I will get before morning. It is settled that if I'm caught tonight, Jim Gatlin will try next. If he goes down too, Bronco Harry will try. After that, you can settle among yourselves." "I will volunteer to be next," Hugh said. "Another couple of days and Prince will be ready to do anything. If I was to try, I should start on his back and take my chance. The Indians cannot have many horses as fast as he is, and if I can get through safely, they may ride as hard as they like. There won't be many who can catch me anyhow, and if they came up one at a time, I have my revolver and can hold my own. I shouldn't like to try tonight, for many of their horses are fresh, and Prince wants at least 24 hours before he is fit for work again. But if you like to give up your attempt tonight, Steve, I will try tomorrow night." "No, no, lad, we will do as we have planned. You might do it and you might not. More likely you would not, for like enough you would run again a dozen of them going out and would get a lasso dropped over your shoulders before you saw or heard them. Besides, you are young, lad. You've got your life afore you. I'm getting on, and Rosie will have Jim to look after her, so it don't make much matter along of me." An hour later it was perfectly dark. Steve had left his hat lying on the edge of the rock exactly above the ridge when he had visited it with Harry and Long Tom. Several of the ropes were knotted together. While this was being done, Steve withdrew with his daughter and Jim Gatling from the fire and was absent 5 or 6 minutes. He came back by himself. "I'm ready," he said. "Goodbye to you all. I hope as I'll see you all again afore long." He shook hands with them all around, and then, taking up his rifle, walked away without looking round, followed by Bronco Harry and Long Tom, the latter saying to Hugh and 2 others, "You come too. We shall want you to lower the last of us down and to hoist us up again." The hat was soon found. All 3 men took off their boots. Bronco Harry tied those of Steve together by a short piece of rope and slung them over his shoulder, and he and Tom left their revolvers and belts behind them. "Now we are ready," Harry said. "Mind, Steve, as you go down you keep your face to the rock so that gun of yours shan't strike it. You can't be too careful, you know." A loop was placed round Steve's shoulder under the arm. "You lie down, Hugh, with your face over the edge, and then Steve can tell you if we are on one side or the other of the ledge. It looked plumb down from here, but it mayn't be." Harry had, rather to Hugh's surprise, taken up his blanket as he left the fire, but now he saw the object. It was partly folded and laid over the edge so as to prevent any chance of the rope touching a rock and being cut by it. "Now, Tom and I will hold it out a bit beyond the face," Harry said, "and you 2 do the lowering away. Now, Steve." Steve knelt down at the edge and lowered himself until the strain came on the rope. This Bronco and Tom held out as far as they could, and the other 2 steadily lowered it. It was so dark that Hugh could not see the ridge and presently lost sight of Steve. Soon, however, he heard his voice. "About a foot more to the right." A few seconds later the strain on the rope ceased. "Are you all right, Steve?" Hugh asked. "Yes, I'm astride of it. It is wider than I thought it was. Now I will move on. You can let Bronco down as soon as you like." The other 2 men were lowered, and then there was a long silence. It was no easy matter, Hugh knew, to crawl along the ridge, for it was by no means even. The great danger was that there might be loose pieces which would be dislodged and go clattering down below. When, however, 10 minutes had passed without any sound being heard, the watchers felt sure that the 3 men must have gained the opposite summit. There was nothing to do now but to sit and wait. At the end of an hour and a half, Hugh, who was again leaning over listening intently, heard a voice below him. "Lower down that other rope, Hugh. We're both here." The short rope was lowered, for the long one had been taken by them to lower Steve from the other butte, and in a short time Bronco and Long Tom stood beside them. "I think the old man has got safe off," Bronco Harry said. "We have stood over there listening all this time and ain't heard a sound. There are plenty of the varmint about. You hear that barking of prairie dogs and hooting of owls? That's them letting each other know where they are. They are thick everywhere, I guess, round the foot of this butte. But we didn't hear them on the other side, and I reckon there ain't many of them there anyhow. Steve must have got beyond them by this time." "That were a first-rate idea of yours, Hugh. He never would have got through if we had lowered him off here. But it wasn't no joke getting along that ridge in the dark, I can tell you. We're all accustomed to balance ourselves in the saddle, and so made a shift to get across, but in some places the rock were pretty nigh as sharp as a knife." "Do you think there is any chance of a night attack, Bronco?" "One can never answer for the varmint, but I don't reckon as they are like to try it. They know they couldn't get up to the top, and all they could hope for would be to kill some of the horses and cut off the men on watch. It wouldn't be worth risking many lives to do that. Besides, it ain't a nice place to climb in the dark. They can crawl along out on the plain without making more noise than a snake would do, but that is a different thing to climbing up among the bush and rock in the dark. They couldn't reckon on doing it without being heard. No, Hugh, it may be that one or two of the young bucks wanting to distinguish themselves and thirsting for scalps may crawl up and see if they can catch anyone napping down below there, but I reckon that is all, and that ain't likely to be tried tonight. They are all out there trying to make sure that no one gets away. That is their first concern. Besides, like enough the chiefs will try in the morning to get us to surrender, and it wouldn't do for any young brave to make a venture out on his own account until it is sartain that they ain't going to get us without fighting. Still, I wouldn't say that when it comes to your turn to be on guard, Lightning, it would be altogether safe for you to put your rifle down and take an hour's sleep. Well, I am not likely to try that experiment anyhow, Bronco. No, I didn't guess as you was. I only said as it wouldn't be safe. I don't think Steve put enough men on guard. I'm going to talk to the others about it. I reckon we ought to divide into 2 guards, say 10 on each watch, 4 down below, 4 up with the horses, 2 up here at the top of the path. We shan't have much to do all day and can sleep as much as we like. Steve is an old engine fighter, and he knows better than we do what the chances are. Still, there ain't no good taking risks. I quite agree with you, Bronco. Now that Steve has got safe away, we know we shall get help before very long, and it would be foolish to run any risk merely from want of care. I would go even farther and let 15 men be on watch at night, and let 5 sleep and keep lookout during the day. That would be no better, lad. That would be worse, for it is difficult to keep awake the whole night, especially if night after night passes without an alarm. By this time they had reached the others, and there was much rejoicing when it was heard that Steve Rutherford had got safe away. Do you feel sure, Harry, that they might not have caught him and killed him without any noise? Rosie asked anxiously. Sartain. Steve's last words was, I shall keep my 6-shooter in my hand, and if they riddle me with arrows, Bronco, I will fire a shot or 2 before I drop. Don't you fear about that. And he would do it. Besides, it ain't in Injun nature to kill an enemy without setting up a yell over it. A redskin's like a hen laying an egg. He's got to boast of it loud enough for all the world to hear. No, you needn't be a bit afeard, gal. Your father has got off safe, and by this time I reckon he is 10 miles away. Harry then made the proposal that half the men should be always on guard, to which they at once agreed, and 6 of them, taking up their arms, left the fire without further words, and started to take up their post on the slope. Now, Rosie, you shall give us a pan of tea and a bit of meat, and then the sooner we are all asleep, the better. We shall want to use our eyes when it is our turn on watch. At 12 o'clock they were on their feet again and went down the hill. Now, Harry, said Long Tom, Lightning and you and me will go along to the bottom. 3 others keep about 50 yards behind us, 2 up below the horses and 2 on the top here. As they took their places and the men they relieved returned to the summit, Long Tom said, Listen to the calls, Lightning. The Redskins have heard us moving and are warning each other to look sharp. I reckon they are as thick as peas all around here, for they know that if one of us tries to make a bolt on horseback, it is here he must start, but they can hardly suppose that we are such fools as that comes to. Now you move away 5 or 6 yards to the right and post yourself behind a rock. You've got to keep your eyes in front of you to see if you can see anything moving in the grass, and you've got to listen for any sounds over there to the right in case any of the Redskins should try to crawl up through the bushes to circumvent us. I'll go to the left, and Bronco can take the middle of the path. Hugh took up his post and maintained a vigilant watch. He was much more afraid of an attempt on the part of the Indians to crawl up on the right than of an attack in front, and listened intently for the slightest sound of moving leaves on that side, for he knew that the Indians would not be likely to break the smallest twig in their progress. In front of him he could discern the expanse of the plain stretching out. There were a few low bushes here and there, and at times, to his straining eyes, it seemed that some of the dark masses moved, but he knew that this might be only fancy. Hour after hour passed. Presently Harry stole up to his side. Day will be breaking in an hour, Hugh. Keep a sharp lookout now. They will try it, if they try it at all, just as the sky begins to lighten. All, however, remained quiet, and Hugh felt in no slight degree relieved as the light stole gradually up the eastern sky, and he felt that Harry's anticipations were incorrect and that no attack would be made. As soon as the sun rose, the sentries were relieved, and the party on watch retired to the crest, for from there a view over the whole of the plain was obtainable, and it was impossible for the Indians to crawl up toward the buttes without being seen. 2 hours later, a party were seen approaching from the main Indian camp. They stopped 500 yards away. Then 2 Indians advanced and held up their arms to show they had left their rifles behind them. I thought they would be wanting to have a talk this morning, Bronco Harry said. I suppose 2 of us had better go down to meet them. You and Jim Gatlin had better go, Bronco. No, Jim said. Rayson had better go with you, Bronco. He speaks a little of their language and I don't. It is not likely either of the chiefs speak English. All right, Bronco said. It is as well to understand what they say, though we know well enough that nothing will come of it. Put your 6-shooter in your pocket, Rayson. They will have their tomahawks and knives hidden about them somewhere. Half a dozen of the rest had better come down the slope. It ain't likely they will make a rush, but when they find we won't agree to their terms, they may turn nasty. Hugh watched the meeting from the top of the butte. It lasted about 10 minutes, and then the envoys separated and returned to their respective parties. The result was clear enough, for when the Indian chiefs reached their followers, they raised a defiant war cry, which was taken up all over the plain. Just as I expected, Harry said. The Redskins always like to have a talk before they begin to fight, even when they know well enough that nothing can come of it. What were their proposals? They said that they knew we could hold out for a time, but that the water would soon be finished, and we must give in then. We had stolen the white women out of their camp and had killed their young men, but if we would give up the women and surrender our arms and ammunition, they would let us depart free. What did you say, Bronco, in return? I said that we was very comfortable up here, and that if we had taken the women, they had stolen them away from us. As to our arms, we thought they was more useful in our hands than they would be in theirs. But if they would go back to their villages, we would promise to do them no further harm until they troubled us again. Who were the chiefs, Harry? One was the Eagle. He's the big chief. I've often heard of him. The other was the Owl. I fancy the Eagle is the fighting chief and the Owl is the counselor. He is a crafty-looking beggar. The Eagle is a fine, tall Redskin, a sort of chap I shouldn't care about having a hand-to-hand fight with knives and tomahawks. He told us it were no use our hoping for assistance, for that none could come to us, and unless we could fly, we could not get through his young men, and that even if we could, our scalps would be hanging in their lodges long before we could get down to the ranches. I said he might have our scalps if he could take them, but that if he did, it would be off dead bodies, for as long as one of us had strength to draw trigger, he would not get up onto the butte. That was all. He knew well enough what the answer would be. He wanted to see, I fancy, how we took it and whether we were in good heart. It were just a game of bluff, and neither of us were going to show our hands. That night Bronco Harry's party went first on watch and were relieved at 12 o'clock. The Indians had remained quiet all the day, and Harry said to Hugh as they returned up the hill after being relieved, I shouldn't be surprised if they try and attack before morning. In the first place, they have been wonderful quiet all day, and in the next place, I reckon that when the chief said he acknowledged that we could hold the place, he just meant to give us the idea that he didn't mean to attack and were only going to starve us out. In course, they will do that afterwards, but I think they will try one rush first. I'll tell you what, Hugh, we will set to work now and get the rest of the horses to the top. They can't pick up much where they are now, and they may as well be out of the way if there is a fight. The 10 men soon got the horses up onto the plateau and then lay down to sleep. The morning was just breaking when the crack of a rifle was heard, and it was followed instantly by a score of others and an outburst of fierce yelling. Every man sprang to his feet and ran to the top of the path. Hugh, do you and 2 others take your place along the edge of the rock on the top of the gap. Tom, you and Stumpy and Rayson, take your places on the left and cover us as we fall back if we have to, as is like enough. Come on with me, the rest of you. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Hugh saw the flashes bursting out rapidly among the rocks and trees at the foot of the slope, and soon perceived that they were mounting upwards. A crowd of Indians must have thrown themselves suddenly forward and established themselves in cover, and they were now fighting their way up. The defenders had fallen back, for the answering flashes were halfway up the slope. The rattle of musketry was incessant, but far above it rose the yells of the Indians. The whites fought silently. It was still too dark to make out the figures, and Hugh and his companions remained inactive. Our men are falling back, Bill, he said presently to Royce, who was standing a few yards away on the other side of the gap. They're sure to do that, Royce replied. I guess there are 200 Injuns down there, and though it is difficult for them to make their way through the bushes, they will do it. You'll see our fellows will soon be up here. 5 minutes later, indeed, 3 or 4 figures were seen coming up the path. Who are you? Hugh shouted. It is all right, one of them called out. There are too many for us, and Bronco has ordered us to fall back and help you cover the rest. Gradually, the flashes of the defenders' rifles ceased to spurt out from among the rocks and died away altogether. Then at full speed, the men dashed up the pathway, followed closely by a number of leaping figures. Then the rifles of those along the edge of the rock cracked out. There was a chorus of cries and yells, and the pursuers bounded in among the rocks and bushes again, and their rifles flashed out angrily. Rayson fell backwards, shot through the head, and a cry on the other side of the gap showed that at least one was hit there. "Lie down," Hugh shouted, "and fire over the edge." In a minute the whole party were gathered on the crest. The daylight was now broadening rapidly, but not one of the assailants could be seen, though the puffs of smoke from behind rock and bush showed how thickly they were gathered. "Will they try a rush, do you think?" Hugh asked Bronco, who had taken his post beside him. "I don't think so," Harry said. "I expect they didn't reckon on finding so many men on guard on the slope, and thought they might carry it with a rush and get here afore we was ready for them, and before it were light enough for us to shoot straight. They can't gather thick enough among the rocks down there to give them a chance of making a big rush." Apparently this was also the opinion of the Indians, who soon learned that it was dangerous to show their position by firing, for every shot was answered instantly, and several were killed as they raised their heads to fire from behind the rocks. The firing, therefore, gradually ceased. "Now we are just as we was before," Harry said. "It were sartin we couldn't hold the slope if they made an attack. The only thing is they are nearer for a rush in the dark than they was afore. There ain't no fear they're trying it as long as it is light. 6 will be enough to keep guard at present. We'll talk over what is best to be done." 6 men were picked out as a guard, the rest assembled in council. "We have got to block up that gap somehow," Harry said. "If they make a rush in the dark, we may kill a lot of them, but the chances are they will get up. It seems to me that we had best kill half the horses and pile them up down near the mouth. That will make a breastwork and will stop their bullets." There was a general chorus of assent. Then Hugh said, "That seems a very good idea, Harry, but I should think that it would be better if we were to make that breastwork halfway up the gap, and to cut off some big arms of these trees and pile them in front of it. If we were to pretty well fill up the gap with boughs, it would be very difficult to get through, and a couple of us behind the breastwork with 6-shooters would prevent them from clearing it away, especially as the others could fire down from above on them." "That's it," Bronco Harry said. "That will make us as safe as if there were no gap at all. Bully for you again, young'un. Let us set to work about it at once." There was not a hatchet among them, and it took them the whole day to cut off 5 or 6 stout boughs of trees with their bowie knives. However, it was done at last. The boughs were dragged along until near the mouth of the gap and then dropped into it, the butt ends inwards. Bronco Harry and 2 or 3 of the others going down into the gap and arranging them so that a dense screen was formed outwards with the boughs and leaves. 1 or 2 shots came up from the bottom of the slope, but these were harmless, and the guard took care that no one was able to fire from a direct line with the gap from anywhere near the summit. At last the boughs were all in position, and a dense hedge filled the gap 12 feet high. "We can spare the horses," Harry said. "They can't get through that hedge with us above them. They will never even try it. They see as we are up to something by their firing, but I don't suppose they can make out what it is. Like enough, one of them will crawl up after it gets dark to see, and when he reports what we have done, they will know that the game is up as far as taking the place by storm is concerned." From this time forward, no attempt was made to renew the attack. The Indians still held the slope, for shots were occasionally fired whenever one of the defenders came near enough to the edge to allow his head to be seen. Otherwise all was quiet. As soon as the meat brought up was finished, one of the Indian horses was killed, and Hugh found that its flesh was by no means bad eating. The water was carefully husbanded, horses as well as men being placed on the smallest possible allowance. The horses, too, were picketed so as to prevent them from grazing at will, and the grass was cut and supplied to them in small bundles, mixed with leaves from the trees. With good management, it was agreed that they would be able to hold out for a fortnight without difficulty. End of chapter 14, read by Dory Smith.